That day, the world was rocked by a terrible catastrophe. The earth was on fire. Horror and fear struck everyone. No one was prepared for such a terrible tragedy. Something terrible was going on. No one could believe what was happening. The whole world was overrun by scary and monstrous monsters. They planned to use humans as food. They convinced them there was only one chance of survival: surrender your people. This was the first time humanity faced such an incredible threat. The world was in chaos. The authorities kept telling people not to agree to their terms. Mankind began to call these creatures the disasters. This catastrophe brought terrible consequences for the whole of humanity. The world was on the brink of destruction, and that was just the beginning. There was nothing else for people to do. They were forced to use nuclear weapons. Even strikes of such power were like slamming salutes for the monsters, to which they danced, turning cities into ruins. They were unpredictable. Their powers exceeded all expectations. There was a terrible panic. People were trying to save themselves and their families. All hope turned to ashes. No one knew what to do next. They were too helpless compared to the monsters. The monsters were all over the place. It was unbelievable. People began to feel like there was nothing left but doom. Things were happening all around us that were beyond comprehension. Everything was in ruin. Everyone trembled as the monsters approached. Everyone realized that there was no escape from fate. Then things started to happen that no one could have expected. Here they came. They were the 13 constellations. Humankind honored the stars as gods and made the 12 constellations holy. Each of them borrowed the power of the guardian they were chosen by, until one day the 13th constellation appeared. He was not chosen by any of the gods. His name was Li Gong. For the sake of destroying the Calamity Core, all the constellations gathered near the Demon Tower. All right, it's time. They made that decision unanimously. The 12 constellations entered the demonic stronghold. Their goal was to clear the dungeon. People didn't understand how it was possible that only 12 came back. What happened? How could this be possible? Everyone was outraged and filled with incomprehension. Where is our hero Li Gun? Too many questions, but no one had an answer. Li Gong. Everyone kept repeating that name with one voice. They kept shouting and calling for him. 20 years ago, a hero sacrificed himself for all of humanity. He was really risking his life. Death was not in his plans. He was remembered by all as the guardian of harmony, but a terrible thing happened. He was betrayed by his co-religionists. Li Gong was able to defeat the red-eyed man. But by changing their principles, the comrades were exposed to the viciousness of power. They plotted a treacherous plot against their comrade. They wanted to deprive him of his life and seize his power. They really left Li Gong alone. He dedicated his life to them. For 20 years, everyone thought he was dead, but he survived. Even then, the hero made a promise to himself to find each of them and bring them justice. He was in terrible pain. He did not understand why his comrades could do this to him. It was a hard and terrible battle, but victory was at hand. Just when he thought his comrades had run off with their tails between their legs, one of them came back and stabbed him in the back. He was trapped in a trap from which it was impossible for him to escape. Li Gong was thrown into the abyss to the really tough guys. But even with everything that had happened, he had no intention of giving up. Gathering all his strength, the hero found that his left arm was missing. His other arm was broken. For a second, he thought it would be easier to die. No, it couldn't have happened. If he surrendered, it wouldn't be him. Thinking once more, he was determined. He wasn't going to give up. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that this was not going to happen. He would fight to the last man. Through the savage pain, he grabbed the weapons. One was clutched by a broken arm. The other was clenched in his teeth. He was ready to fight, red-eyed. He decided for himself that by all means he must defeat these monsters. What came next was a battle, a hard and terrible one. He was alone against all that evil. The red-eyed man rushed into the fight. He was discouraged by this boy's courage, but the battle must be fought. Li Gong shouted that until he destroyed everyone, he wouldn't give up. Then came the hardest battle. One could only marvel at the resilience and courage of this guy. He had a lot of questions. How much time had passed? What's going on in the outside world? Time in the tower and outside flowed the same or not? He was too lazy to even think. He only realized one thing. He's trapped. He has to fight to protect himself at all costs. There were so many monsters and each one was horrible. The hero realized that the situation there was special. There seemed to be no end to the disasters. The scariest part was being alone against all those monsters. He was wounded and exhausted. But in spite of all this, the battle went on. Li Gong shouted, "Do you think that was enough to get rid of me?" It wasn't. He gave himself an attitude that he would definitely survive and take revenge on everyone who abandoned and betrayed him. That's how his 20s went. And then the day came when Red-Eye was alone. He screamed and begged for mercy. The hero rejoiced. He realized that victory was at hand, and so his return would not be long in coming. The beast kept calling for help. Li Gong said that it could scream as much as it wanted. There's no need to wait for help. There was only 1 second left. Slap, and the beast was destroyed. Li Gong froze for a while above the monster. He wanted to make sure he was victorious. He couldn't believe what was happening. Could this be the end? And he was free. He continued to stand over the beast for a while. He wanted to be sure the battle was over. Then he ran away. He ran as fast as he could. Then he fell. He was so weak and seemed to have no strength left. The streets continued to be anarchic. It was total chaos. Everything around resembled ruins. People were running and trying to escape, even though they had been warned earlier that it was supposed to be safe that day. But there were disasters of the highest caliber in the streets. They swept and destroyed everything in their path. Everyone was trying to get away from the monsters, but they realized that these monsters were too much for them. The monsters continued to destroy everyone and everything in their path. The people kept begging for mercy. They were completely helpless. So much terror and fear was in their eyes. They tried to run with all their might. 2 guys were crushed by the rubble. They were lying there, unable to get out. Suddenly, one of them cried out that a man had come out of the ruined tower. They couldn't believe their eyes. How this was even possible. The men both hoped he might help them, but they couldn't see who it was. They could only see his silhouette. It was Li Gong. He didn't come back to conquer the world and regain his former glory. His mission was more personal and magnificently sweeping. He felt terribly hungry, and the first thing he did was to go to the cafe. They were selling his favorite feet. That's where he met one of the constellations. His name was Hugo Otos. He claimed that tomorrow, Li Gong would no longer be alive. The hero grinned back at him and asked him if he was so eager to straighten him out. Li Gong continued to chuckle in response and even decided to make a joke. He asked one of the constellations if it was because he could eat 2 legs at a time. He continued to eat and chuckle at Hugo Otis's words. The hero said, not without irony, that if he was really so worried about his life, let him be calm. Dying is not in his plans. He recalled that he had single-handedly defeated a huge number of calamities. Not even the 12 saints combined could have dreamed of such a thing. Hugo listened to him. There was horror in his eyes. He began his story. The Tower of the Demon, he said in a low voice. It's the home of the strongest demon destined to destroy the human race. On the last day of the 2nd millennium, an untold number of monsters suddenly appeared, driving all of humanity to a dead end. The people were in chaos and fear. They had lost all hope of help. Then the 12 constellations came. They promised to grant the power to withstand the calamities, and the 12 chosen ones were awakened. But suddenly the 13th appeared. He was not blessed by any of the gods. Moreover, he possessed an incredible majestic power. He was so powerful that he surpassed all 12 saints combined. You want to know who it would be? You want to know who was able to defeat Red Eye? He continued wryly. It was me. It was me who single-handedly defeated all those monsters. The hero exclaimed enthusiastically, Mr. Li Gong. He continued his story proudly. Hugo Otos thanked him. Thank you. With your help, we managed to capture the tower. The hero replied that he didn't need a thank you note, but a 5-year subscription to a free chicken would come in very handy. Hugo laughed. Afterward, he wondered if he was tired of eating the same thing all the time. Meanwhile, the hero met with the saints. They discussed that if they could overcome the calamity, they might well demand a reward. 100 billion would be enough for them, and as a reward, it would not be a bad idea to ask for a 10-year stay in a Hawaiian hotel. Many countries are now on the brink of economic crisis. Li Gong stopped out of his musings. One of them snidely said that the hero was getting good money for cooperating with him. So why hasn't he fixed his disgusting face and body yet? Li Gong remained silent. He thought to himself that there was nothing left of the saints except the name. Greedy and worthless, chasing only their own profit. Stop rushing to the scene as soon as you're called. The more victims, the greater the reward. The saints continued to reason. It's all clear we have to move out, replied the hero. And he added to himself that as soon as he was done with Red Eye, he would finish them all off. When they all walked into the tower together, they were illuminated by a fiercely bright light. They looked up. That's where the source of that light was. That's where they spotted him. It was the boss of the demon tower. There it is, the Red Eye. Each of the saints thought to himself with horror. Li Gong thought about the fact that this monster, with just a glance alone, exerted incredible pressure. The Red Eye howled. It was a terrifying and disgusting roar. Everyone tensed up. They were a little confused and didn't know how to proceed. Then the unexplainable began to happen. It was like the ground started to fall away from under my feet. Everything started to crumble. Something like a fiery lava formed below. Li Gong tried to cover his face with his hands. The firelight illuminated so much that it hurt my eyes to look at it. Everything kept collapsing into splinters. Huge blocks were flying from all directions. All the saints began to fall into the abyss. There was a frenzied shout. From the outside, the tower looked no less terrifying. A fiery light illuminated everything around it. The tower was crumbling and falling apart. Fiery fragments continued to fly in all directions, destroying everything around them. The 12 constellations stood stunned. They tried to shut out at least a little of themselves from what was going on around them. Li Gong walked to the edge of the abyss. Everything below was ablaze with bright flames. Standing on the edge, he caught himself thinking that even though everyone had come together, he was now alone. Then something strange began to happen. The hero at that moment did not yet understand what would happen next. The red-eyed man watched everyone and continued to grin sinisterly. One of the saints tried to utter a word, but she stood there as if she had lost the power of speech. Then a voice said to run. Everyone ran away. Li Gong agreed to run away from the tower. In his mind, he just chuckled at how everyone chickened out. Then he stopped abruptly with a tight grip on his weapon. He decided that no matter what, it was all in his hands now. The hero was sure that only he could deal with the final boss. With all his might, he struck his weapon. Shards flew in all directions. He was determined. In an instant, he threw himself into battle with the evil monster. Everything stopped abruptly. The images began to pop up in front of him as if he were in a computer game. He felt an incredible power that renewed his body. He had never experienced such a thing before. The pictures said that he had accomplished the impossible and all his skills had gained a new body. All his achievements in the tower were converted into experience. All of his skills had been enhanced. He was now the master of the power of the serpentine constellations. Then his eyes darkened. In an instant, he was illuminated by a bright light. He opened his eyes, and I saw the Serpentor. He was incredibly large. His eyes glittered. He was getting closer and closer to Li Gong. He seemed to be floating and had traveled vast distances in a fraction of a second. The hero stretched his arm forward. He was trying to use the powers he had been given and keep himself safe. The Serpentine man moved closer to him. They were an arm's length apart. Li Gong touched him. The surroundings lit up with an even brighter light. Everything broke off again. The hero was on the floor in his pants. For a moment, he sat there with his arms stretched forward. He screamed. Still sitting on the floor, he tried to make some sense of what had happened. People began to gather around. One guy cautiously asked if he was okay. Li Gong tried to find out if he had seen a huge snake. There was a look of surprise in people's eyes. The same guy said that the hero ran to the mirror and started to undress. Then he started screaming. Then he noticed the children in front of him. He realized that everyone around him was looking at him like he was crazy. He looked at his palm and saw the mark. Little by little, he began to remember what had happened to him. He remembered those very computer pictures. The phrase that he had become the master of the power of the serpentine constellation sounded in his head. He realized his body was regenerating, but he couldn't remember any other constellations having such a thing. Neither did he feel any divine presence at his side. He thought about the fact that overall there was nothing wrong with his body recovering. Next, he planned to deal with those who had once again abandoned him and left him alone. The thought kept him on his toes. As soon as he thought of them, he was on fire. His eyes glowed with rage. Emergency services were gathering at the site of the collapsed tower. People said that the demon tower was associated with Li Gong. There was speculation that his followers or believers had done it all. But the believers' version was quickly dismissed. The scale of the disaster was too great. Examining the remains, everyone came to the conclusion that they wouldn't have been able to destroy the tower and kill everyone. One of the guys suggested that it's possible that Li Gong is back. But no one could confirm or deny that. Everyone agreed that they could only watch what would happen next. People demanded that the conference be held and the saints answer their questions. A huge number of journalists gathered. Everyone wanted to ask a question. But more than that, they were all worried about who really destroyed the tower and whether it was true that Li Gong had returned. In front of them stood a white ram constellation saint. His name was Yang Wei. All he was able to answer was that all of these questions he would not comment on. He then headed for the exit. Journalists shouted after him. No one understood what he was doing. Yang Wei got into his car and quickly sped away. He slammed his fist on the seat. He was out of his mind with rage. Gritting his teeth, he shouted Li Gong's name. For the umpteenth time today, he was asked the same questions. He remembered how Li Gong looked at them and didn't understand how after 20 years, he was able to come back. How he spent all those years in the tower. Almost no one ever came back from it. All of these thoughts kept Yang Wei's mind at rest. There were dozens of monstrous monsters in the tower. He reasoned that the 12 saints had miraculously managed to escape and get out of the tower. But how did Li Gong manage to survive? His body was all mangled. At the same time, he did not have any blessing from the gods. But even so, he was getting scared at the thought of what would happen next. He became even more angry. Too many questions were troubling him. At one point, he couldn't take it anymore and shouted that it would all be over soon. At this time, Li Gong was watching Yang Wei and decided that he would be the first. The fire of vengeance was still burning in his chest. He was determined. Strange things began to happen at the site of the destroyed tower. The pile of stones, piled one on top of the other, began to move. The two guys who were under the rubble looked at each other dazedly. They didn't understand what was going on. They thought about what it could have been. Then there was a very hard blow. Then another blow. The men were terrified. They saw a silhouette. They could not believe what they were seeing. One of them exclaimed that even top-class awakened ones have difficulty with the orange-class disasters. And there he was. The hero Li Gong held the remains of the monster in his hands. He swatted them like insects. The hero stood with his head proudly raised. He was ready to fight on. The man continued to watch what was happening. She was discouraged. In an instant, Li Gong had scattered all the rubble and was next to the guys. The men were terribly frightened and tried to find out why he was trying to attack them. The hero was equally surprised. There were people in front of him. He exclaimed happily that he was glad that he was able to deal with everyone and that everyone was alive. The guys looked at each other and one of them was able to say that what they had just seen was a real sensation. The other replied that no one comes back from that tower alive, and he assumed that the man in front of him was just short of destruction. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared out of nowhere. It was the leader of the wolf pack. Li Gong was surprised, but it didn't frighten him at all. On the contrary, it amused him. The men were screaming wildly. They were wildly horrified by what they saw. The hero only grinned and shouted to the ringleader to run away as there was no chance of escape. The monster let out a terrible roar. Its eyes glowed red and illuminated everything around it. With each passing second, he roared more and more terrifyingly. The men clutched their heads in horror. It was as if they had never felt such fear in their lives. The ringleader made furious noises. Then fire began to spread from his mouth. Like a fiery lava, it destroyed everything around it. The fire swirled higher and higher, scorching everything around it. And within a couple of minutes, the entire city was lit up with a fiery glow. The men were out of their minds with fear. They never seemed to stop screaming for a second. When they looked up slightly, Li Gong was standing in front of them. With his hands in his pockets, he calmly watched the scene. The three of them were on the edge of a precipice. The fire was burning beneath them. The men recovered a little and tried to make sense of what had happened. Li Gong was still calm. He only grinned at what was happening. Then he jumped up sharply and was high in the sky in a split second. Then he headed sharply toward the ringleader and shouted that he didn't stand a chance. It was like he was floating in the air. He flew straight at the monster. "Sit down!" he shouted. He slammed the leaders into the ground with the hardest blow. The beast really didn't stand a chance. The boys shrieked furiously. So much terror was in their eyes. Li Gong finished off the beast. His eyes showed how pleased he was with himself. The ringleader had been destroyed. The hero stood beside him and was incredibly proud of himself. "I hope it's accurate this time," Li Gong said. And then he added that there was a terrible stench. Then he turned to the men. They were incredibly frightened and still couldn't believe what they were seeing. He said he was very hungry and asked them to feed him. The guys wondered how anyone could think about food at a time like this. Li Gong laughed and repeated it again. He told them to buy him some food. There was a mute question in their eyes. They were still in shock. The hero added that he also needed clothes and laughed again. Then the three of them headed to the restaurant. Li Gong ordered a huge amount of food. It seemed like it was impossible for one person to eat so much. When the guys saw the check, they were horrified. How could one person eat 120 servings? The check was too big, and they didn't expect to pay that much. Li Gong was unfazed. He reminded the guys that they themselves had said they had a lot of money. Then he added that it was quite a normal payment for a life saved. He turned to the waiter and ordered another round. The guys couldn't listen to it. They did not understand how he had managed to carry so much food. One of them asked if he was a believer and how he came to be near the tower. The hero replied that he just walked out of it. Then he said he had a question for them too. He looked at the men and asked who they were. They looked like ordinary people, but he could clearly feel the magic coming from one of them. The second man replied that his friend was just a believer. Then he turned to Li Gong. He asked if he had not been awakened by the grace of the constellations. The hero was outraged. He replied that the constellations had nothing to do with him. Then he picked up the spoon and saw his reflection in it. He shrieked in surprise. It was as if another man were in front of him. He jumped up and screamed. He looked around and asked where he could find a mirror. When he walked over and saw his reflection, he started touching his face. Then he took a close look at his body. There was nothing wrong with him either. He began to remember that not long ago he looked different. He examined himself and didn't understand how such scars could heal. Then he looked at his left hand and thought it wasn't there at all. Looking at his palm, he saw the seal and remembered the huge snake. The snake lay in exactly the same position as the imprint on his hand. He grabbed his left arm and wailed. He tried to make sense of what had been happening to him lately. Airport. A very important guest was expected on this sunny day. The plane landed. All the people who were there stood there with bated breath. People bowed their heads. Mr. Hugo Otos stepped out of the plane. The people who met them said they were honored to meet one of the 12 saints. They said they were honored to meet one of the 12 saints. Hugo stopped for a few seconds and looked around. Then he asked where the Prime Minister was now. The two men stood with their heads bowed before him. Then they said that the gentleman was already waiting at the government office. The automobile had already been served. Hugo immediately headed toward it. One of the men whispered that he looked very majestic. "This is what the chosen ones look like," the other added admiringly. Hugo jumped into the car that was already waiting for him, and they headed towards the Prime Minister. All along the way, he pondered. There were many questions running through his mind. Then he looked out the window and saw a large number of journalists. "Again those reporters," he exclaimed with annoyance. Then he returned to his thoughts. He still can't believe that after 20 years, Li Gong is still alive. All the while, a call from a hidden number was ringing on his phone. He was so buried in his thoughts that he didn't hear anything around him. He remembered their meeting with Li Gong and how he had promised the hero that he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. He also remembered his snide expression and how greedily he ate chicken feet. Then Li Gong asked why he had so little faith in him. It turns out that when the constellations attacked Hugo's tower, Othos left them at the hero's request and fought the attacks from the outside. In the back of his mind, he hoped that his premonition would prove wrong and Gon would return safely. But when the tower began to collapse, there was no more hope. He stood alone and did not realize where all the saints were. After all, they had left altogether. Then he remembered the meeting with the Saint of the Dark Cancer. How he told him the whole story. He told him that the saints had abandoned Li Gong and returned with Red Eye's head. And this achievement was recognized. The 12 saints, including himself, were hailed as heroes and given power. It was hard for Hugo to remember. He closed his eyes and said that he hadn't meant for it to end this way. He was the only one who didn't believe Gon was dead. He repeatedly told everyone that he had to be found. Meringue interrupted his story and said that was enough excuses for now. He said that Hugo Otis must surely know about the number of disasters that had come out of the tower, and it was silly to think that Li Gong could have survived. Then he said wryly that if he was so worried, he could go looking for him himself, but then the number of saints would be reduced to 11. Hugo was very angry. He was really hurt by such words. It was very unpleasant for him to hear it. He tried to push all those memories away from him. He felt stuffy. He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and tried to regain some composure. He looked out the window and thought that no matter how strong Gon was, there was no way he could have survived. And besides, it's been too long for any of this to be true. The image of Li Gong appeared before his eyes. He began to remember that there were too many things they had in common. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that once again he did not hear the call. The driver interrupted his thoughts and informed him that the Prime Minister was calling. He asked if Hugo had seen the latest news report. Then he added that Devil's Tower had collapsed. He clutched his head and said, "Has this whole story started again?" He apologized to the Prime Minister. He added that if he wanted to ask to find Li Gong, he would have to refuse, since he's sure he died in Devil's Tower that day. Then he added that what happened to the tower that day was the work of his pursuers. The Prime Minister interrupted him and said that was not the case. The news the South Korean government had gotten was correct. He got a call on that line. Hugo was confused and asked what line we were talking about. The answer dumbfounded him. It was Li Gong's exclusive line. He screamed so that the driver almost drove into another car. Otis yelled in a shrieking voice to stop the car immediately. He remembered that while he was driving from the airport, his phone had received many calls from an unspecified number. He frantically grabbed the phone. There was one voice message among the unanswered calls. He immediately decided to listen to the message. He put the phone to his ear and heard a painfully familiar voice. A voice came out of the phone saying it would find him and kill him. Hugo had nothing left to do. He wished good luck and hung up. Sweat broke out on his face. He recognized the voice. It was Li Gong. He shouted to the driver to immediately turn the car around and go to the airport. Meanwhile, Li Gong was sitting in a restaurant with his new acquaintances. He held the phone in his hands and smirked at how grown-up Hugo Otis was that he was even ignoring his calls. Then he marveled at the smartphone he was holding. He was delighted with the bling. He told the guys that he'd been in the tower for 20 years, and now, in the year 2025, the world was a much better place. The guys were surprised that he was holding a smartphone for the first time, and added that he can now surf the internet and watch the news. They helped sort out the phone and said the most popular news right now is about Li Gong. The hero was pleasantly surprised. He read everything that was written there, and it amused him a lot, although the comments there were not the most pleasant. He grabbed his phone and got really pissed off at the crap people were writing on the internet. He shouted that the scum everyone thinks are saints have nothing to do with Red Eye, and added that in fact they were all cowards. Then he calmed down a little and came to the conclusion that he should not pay attention to what was written. Then it cheered him up. Then he remembered his will in which he donated all his savings to orphanages and step-parent funds in the event of his death. Then he saw some articles. They said that the saints were mourning him. Further, that he had bequeathed all his wealth to them. He was furious. The man was terrified. Gon smashed his phone out of anger. Li Gong sat down at the table and began to think about how he should proceed. He thought that even if everyone knew he was alive, they would probably think he was crazy. Besides, he looked very different now. The guy sat across the room, roaring with his broken cell phone in his hands. Li Gong thought for a moment. Then the images started to pop up in his mind again, just like that time. He felt the same energy again. He heard a voice saying that he was being watched. He jumped up and ran outside. The boys rushed after him. His behavior was extremely strange to them. The hero saw something that looked like a vision. He thought it was the lackeys of the Holy White Ram. Then these pictures again. It said that all the constellations had been reduced in value. It also said that he had to pay tribute. He was getting angry, as if he sensed something wrong again. Clenching his hands into a fist, he pondered who they were trying to command, even if they were just sucking up to the holy gods. He heard that voice again and cried out in incomprehension. He was still standing on the street outside the restaurant. A couple of men and women were coming to meet him. They were walking and talking about Li Go. They talked about how he was all they talked about on the news, so it seemed like he was everywhere. Then the man said he didn't understand why he was getting so much attention. The hero's new comrade stood behind him and noticed the pair had identical badges on their chests. One of them found out that these badges are worn by those in the twin cult. Meanwhile, the pair came very close to Li Gong. One of the guys shouted that it had to end or there would be a fight. Li Gong looked at the man with a questioning look. The man asked why they were looking at him like that and told him to move away immediately. The guys in the back were terrified. They realized that something bad was about to happen. The man walked up to Gong and let the smoke from his cigarette directly into his face. The man thought he was just asking for trouble. The hero continued to stand there with a questioning look. He jabbed him right in the forehead and said that if he had anything against him, so let him hit him. Then he grabbed his head. The woman standing next to him said they had to go and that the boy was already scared out of his mind. Holding hands, they went their separate ways. The man continued his insults. They left, but their conversation was still audible to everyone. They were saying that they didn't understand who might like Li Gong and why. Insults continued to pour out of their mouths. Li Gong stood there and listened. The guy tried to be supportive and make the situation a little better. He said that the hero had great stamina. Li Gong came to his senses a little and shouted in the couple's wake that they were cockroaches. The man and woman turned around and clarified if it was said to them. Clenching his hands into fists, Li Gong shouted that these words applied to them and confidently repeated that they were cockroaches. Abruptly, the man turned around and headed toward him with a swift step. He came close and demanded that he immediately repeat what had been said. The man continued his insults. Li Gong brought his hand up to his face, and with a nonchalant face, he let go of the man's shoulbon right in the forehead. The man shrieked in surprise and flew a decent distance away. The girl rushed to her companion's aid at the same second. The boys stood in shock. They didn't understand how such an insignificant jolt could make a man fly away like that. With a grin on his face, Li Gong stood right behind the girl's back. She turned around and flinched. She hadn't expected to see him behind her. In the same second, she turned around and threw herself at him with screams. Li Gong only grinned at this behavior. It didn't take long for him to reply. Doing the same thing to her, the girl flew off and fell down next to her man. The hero moved closer to them and laughed. Then he added that they were nothing. The new comrades came around a bit and said they understood his feeling. Then they added that he was strictly forbidden to use his powers on the street. Li Gong was angry. He was extremely indignant to hear this and added that if he used his ability, there would be nothing left of the couple. The boys were dumbfounded and said with one voice that he had dealt with the Templar with his bare hands. Li Gong didn't immediately realize what he was talking about and looked at the guys questioningly. With the same questioning look, he approached the man who was still lying on the ground. Leaning toward him, he saw the pendant on his chest and took it in his hand. He abruptly snatched the pendant off his chest and began to examine it. He realized it was a relic. Then he said that when he touched it, it felt different. As he continued to look at it, he wondered why these people were wearing this sign. After all, these things are reserved for the saints. One of the guys exclaimed that he didn't know, and he started his story. A few decades ago, humanity was on the brink of annihilation by natural disasters. Thanks to the saints and their 12 chosen ones, they were able to survive. However, the chosen could not protect the entire vast world, and then each saint decided to create sects for their followers. Then some creatures appeared. Then images began to pop up, saying that the avatars of wealth and greed wanted blood to be shed. The boy screamed in horror that he had attracted the avatars' attention. They were like reflections of the holy gods, but to oppose them was like opposing God himself. The guy shouted for him to hurry up immediately. Li Gong only laughed back at him. And then he realized how these people got here. Turns out they just wanted to fill their bellies. But as it is, nothing has changed. He jumped with all his might that the asphalt beneath him shattered into small pieces. Immediately, a wave of ice rose above him like a whirlwind. The boys screamed in horror, trying to cover their faces with their hands. And that's when things started to go wrong over the city again. The boys were terrified of experiencing overwhelming fear again and again. The hero was outraged that all these people were fooling around, essentially being nobody. Little by little, things were starting to calm down. The boys noticed that the white ram constellations were running away. One of the guys looked at Li Gong in surprise and was once again surprised at how uncomplicated he was. The hero realized the guy's reaction and turned to them with a chuckle. Then he pointed to a couple who had been lying on the ground the whole time and asked if they were really Templars of the Holy Twin. In response, he heard that the symbol he saw on the pendant belonged to the sect with the most power, 2/3 of the elite of the business world. Li Gong happily exclaimed that in that case they should have money with them. Then he noticed their clothes, which he thought must be expensive. Then he rushed to undress the lying man. The boys watched in horror. After all this, they all walked together towards the house where the guys lived. They were neighbors. The guys thanked the hero for saving their lives twice during the day and even walked them home. Li Gong yawned sweetly and asked when they were coming over. The guys were horrified that he had decided to spend the night. One of the guys invited him to come over. The first thing Gon did was to take off all his dirty clothes and head for the shower. He cleaned himself up and even decided to shorten his hair a bit. When he came out, his new friend noticed how good he looked with a short haircut. The guy was thrilled with the new look and added that he looks even cooler now. Li Gong said that in the past he treasured every hair he had. That's because a side effect of his superpowers was baldness. He didn't think he'd be able to get his hair in order. Then he looked away with indignation. He exclaimed with annoyance why the attractor was in the apartment. With a slight movement of his hand, he got rid of a mosquito that was annoying him greatly. Then he began to notice mosquitoes one after another and was very unhappy about it. The boy snidely suggested that maybe they were attracted to Gon's scent. The hero replied, quite seriously, that the scent had nothing to do with it. It usually happens when there's something wrong with the house. Then he pointed to the shelf and said that they creatures will fly if you keep one in the house. The guy only replied that all these statues were personally obtained from the Gemini constellation. He specified that all these artifacts were not his, but the saint blessed them. Li Gong wrinkled his nose and threw the thing on the floor, adding that it was disgusting. When he took the mask in his hands, he said it was designed to follow the buyer. And the music box collects your personal information. The clock attracts monsters. As he did so, he threw all these items around. Then he said indignantly that not only had the saints appropriated his property, but they had started selling people such a disgusting product. All these thoughts made him furious. He added that all this junk should be thrown away immediately. But their conversation was interrupted by the unexpected ringing of the doorbell. Li Gong grabbed the guy to see who it could be. The door opened. A guy stood on the threshold and looked questioningly at everything that was going on. Then he looked towards the door and grudgingly asked who it was. The guy was furious and clarified whether the question would have been addressed to him. Then indignantly said he owned the apartment. The three of them stood looking at each other. There was an awkward silence in the air. Meanwhile, at the Yang Wei residence, the branching of the White Aries, there was a conversation about where the Korean avatars disappeared to. Turns out there was a big fuss made in Korea. Yang Wei resented with anger who could do such a thing. Avatars were direct representatives of sacred entities. Only someone with extraordinary power could disperse them. Yang Wei ordered to contact the other saints and see if they had anything to do with this. In response, he heard that Sagittarius had been out of touch for a while, although he had earlier warned that he was planning to get a new position in the UK. It was reported that upon arrival at the airport, he changed to another flight at the same hour. Yang Wei hesitated and clarified where he ended up going. The answer was extremely unexpected. The destination was South Korea. Wei was surprised for a second. He began to guess a little at a time. He remembered that Hugo had always been on good terms with Li Gong. Could his actions be related to Gon's return? He remembered Li Gong's caustic face and wondered aloud if it was possible that he had survived. He was already pretty pissed off. He grabbed the first thing that came to hand and threw it at the guy. He yelled for the kid to spill everything he knew immediately. The answer took him aback. It turned out that a Templar of the Gemini branch had been found in the place where the avatars had disappeared. He was lying unconscious in the middle of the street, in his underwear. According to witnesses, he got into a fight with a handsome young man. If we're talking about a good-looking guy, it certainly couldn't be Gon. His whole face was scarred. Yang Wei continued to rage. He assumed that Li Gong had survived and returned. For some unknown reason, the Korean avatars disappeared. And worst of all, they never managed to take down the Spider Queen. He slammed his fist on the wall as he realized that his position might be threatened first. He ordered a plane to be arranged immediately. His clerk was surprised that he was going there personally. Wei thought for a moment and then said he wanted to see what was going on there with his own eyes. He needed to see firsthand what was going on in Korea. In Korea, a man lay unconscious in a twin-branching hospital. Many different apparatuses were connected to his body. Among other things, he was on artificial ventilation because he could not breathe on his own. It was the Templar of the Holy Twin, with whom Li Gong had a conflict the day before. In the chamber, a fierce man stood over him. Pointing at the lying man, he shouted at whoever dared to mutilate his grandson. All I heard back was that he had no reason to worry. It was a Templar of the Twin Restoration. His name was Min Sung-jun. That's what the twins sent him there for. Meanwhile, there was an interesting conversation in Li Gong's apartment. The owner of the apartment, Sun Jae, was trying to figure out what had happened there before he came. Hen spoke excitedly about how the guest had finished off all the enticements with his bare hands. That whole story sounded lame. And after all, why were all his relics destroyed? Gon only pointed out that it was all fake. He looked angrily at his guest and clarified which branch he was from. Gon replied with a smirk that he might not need such a thing. Then the landlord rolled his eyes and inquired about the god to whom he was faithful. But then he got the answer that he didn't need those assholes. All of this made Min Sung-jun mad. He demanded a name. The hero replied with a haughty look that his name was Li Gong. The boy was more angry than ever. Hen tried to calm him down at least a little, but that didn't help much. Sung-ju shouted that no one allowed him to enter his house, much less treat his relics like that. He was furious. Screaming even harder, he asked who had allowed himself to be impersonated by Great Li Gong in the first place. In front of Gong, the images that said that a Gemini constellation follower's magic outbreak had been detected began to pop up again. Song-ju's God's Gaze skill was activated. He shouted that he was a Templar of the Gemini constellation. His nickname was Crushing Blow. Gon smirked. It looked like the owner had decided to leave no stone unturned. How at such a young age this kid possessed highly ranked skills. Gong's comrade tried to warn him that Sun Jae is a ranked Templar, plus he's Li Gong's obsessed fan. Sun looked at him and said that if he didn't want to get hurt, let him go. Li Gong stood behind Sung-ju's back. He was very amused by what was happening. He was startled when he realized that the guest was standing behind him. He didn't even realize it had happened. Gon put his hand up and things followed a familiar script. The light touch made the guy fly off and hit the wall. The hero was surprised that with such behavior could burn not only the apartment, but the whole house. Hyun asked with horror if his buddy was alive. Gon assured him he was fine. Then he added probably and grinned. These words frightened him even more. They approached the guy lying unconscious on the floor. There was foam coming out of his mouth and a huge lump on his forehead. Li Gong said that he would come to his senses soon and that it was time for him to rest. So he went to the next room. When he opened the door, he was shocked. Figurines depicting him were placed all over the room. Hyun came in after him, carrying a somewhat recovered Sung-ju on his shoulders. One by one, Li Gong began to break the figures apart. They were clearly annoying him. Sung-ju was horrified and tried to stop him. He had paid a fortune for these figurines. He screamed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Hugo Otis stopped for a snack at the cafe. There was a news program on TV. The report was that 2 members of the Gemini branch were attacked by a man whose identity has not yet been revealed. Hugo clutched his head. He knew at once who had done it. What he didn't understand was what Gon had been thinking when he'd done it. His thoughts were interrupted by a very nice waitress who came over to see if he was ready to order. Hugo immediately realized it wasn't the waitress, it was Yang Wei. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that it wasn't interesting that way. She was too quick to be figured out. Then she added that she hadn't been able to contact him in a while. Putting her hand on Hugo's shoulder, she whispered that she guessed he had come here to meet Gan. Hugh was angry. He hated him for stealing other people's bodies. The waitress continued to smile back at him very sweetly. Then she looked at her interlocutor and asked what she was doing wrong. Hugo slammed his fist on the table. He didn't like that kind of joke. One thing he realized for himself was that he had to get to Gon first, only to find him. While Gon was resting at home, his new acquaintances went to the hypermarket. All the time, they speculated about who was sleeping in their house and whether it could be his idol, because he looks completely different. Sung-ju said that Gong is the hero who saved humanity and he wouldn't act like that goon. Hen tried to convince his friend. After all, he had seen him come out of the demon tower. He also had tremendous strength. But Sung-ju didn't believe in any of this. He couldn't be persuaded. Their conversation was interrupted by shouts that there was a shoplifter in the store. A man ran past them at such a high rate of speed that it threw them off in different directions and knocked over a grocery cart. The thief was already heading for the exit at breakneck speed. The guys on the floor immediately realized that this man was from the Scorpio branch. But what a terrible way to use your powers to clean out a store. All the valuable merchandise and even the wallets of the visitors were stolen. The thief was almost at the exit and thought that no one would be able to catch up with him. He was also pleased with himself because he had managed to make a nice profit. His happiness didn't last long, and at the very entrance he was caught. The thief looked on in horror and could not believe his eyes who had him in his hands. The guys arrived at the entrance and saw Gon. He had come to the hypermarket to get them because he had forgotten to ask them to buy his favorite chicken. The hero was approached by a strange man and told that it was quite difficult to catch the Templars of the Scorpio constellation, especially considering how agile they are. Then he added that judging by his aura he was a regular follower and that next time in such cases it was still worth reporting to the police. Gon looked at the stranger and didn't realize who he was. Then events began to unfold in an unexpected way. Something like an earthquake was starting to happen. The people froze in horror. Everything around them shook. All the goods started flying off the shelves. Only the thief was happy. He figured it was the perfect chance for him to get away. The second he did, he rushed out of the store, knocking over everything in his path. This time, he almost managed to run out of the store. Everything played right into his hands. The tile floor began to fall apart and the earthquake intensified. In an instant, a huge monster appeared in front of him. With difficulty, he managed to stop and directed his gaze upward. He recognized it immediately. It was the misfortune taker. How did he manage to appear in the green zone? He decided it was urgent to run away before it was too late. He tried to overcome the monster that had so unexpectedly gotten in his way. He decided that no matter how strong this monster was, it still couldn't be caught. He was too confident in himself and his strength that even this monster didn't scare him in the slightest. More and more people began to gather around and watch. A mishap has broken out at a hypermarket. An emergency has been declared. Panic ensued. Everyone was asked to leave the building immediately. A spider queen appeared on the hypermarket grounds. Chaos ensued. Frightened people ran wherever they could. Knocking down everything and everyone in their path, everyone was trying to make their way to the exit. The danger level was changed to red. The voice repeatedly told everyone to leave the building immediately. In the middle of the sales floor stood and roared a frightened boy. In an instant, Li Gong appeared in front of him to save him and help him. The boy was even more frightened when an unfamiliar uncle jumped out in front of him. The hero said he should be careful. The kid cried. He sat down in front of the child. He held out his hand to him and gently asked if he was okay. This frightened the boy even more, and with a wild cry, he rushed to escape. Looking at him, I figured if he got away so smartly, he must be okay. There was only one question to be answered: how and why this enormous thing got here. Li Gong looked at this beast with an appraising gaze. He was pleased and took it as just another amusement. Yang Wei was riding in the car when an unexpected call came. He was informed that a distressing thing appeared in the middle of a hypermarket in Buchan City. Then they added that it was the Spider Queen. He was very angry. In an angry voice, he said that they had failed in the last raid and barely managed to set the seal, whereas she had managed to escape. He slammed his fist on the car seat and said that he alone was unable to hold back the red-class monster. After the appearance of those attracted to misfortunes, people began to divide locations into 6 classes based on the level of danger. The blue zone was a blessed abode. The green space was as safe as possible for everyone. It was a little more difficult in the yellow zone. There was a slight danger there. In the orange zone, there was a big threat to people's lives. The more terrifying red zone. These were locations teeming with deadly monsters. And finally, the 6th was the black zone. Life there was impossible. With the appearance of the Spider Queen, the hypermarket could be categorized as a red zone. The driver clarified what to do about the hypermarket situation. Yang Wei didn't hesitate to reply that it should be sealed. He was still angry. If the public found out it was all because of their failure on the last raid, he was sure that those inside could not be saved. The Templars should be sent there to completely brick up the building. Clouds were gathering over the hypermarket. The situation inside was heating up. At that time, there were already a lot of horrible monsters there. The stranger who recently talked to Li Gong decided to take matters into his own hands. He used his abilities and took all the monsters into ice imprisonment. In 1 second, all of the monsters were covered in an ice crust. The man cheered. He shouted that everyone had underestimated his wounds. Then events unfolded quite unexpectedly for him. The monsters made horrible sounds and the ice they were covered in began to crack and fall away from their horrible bodies. The man stood aghast and didn't understand how they had managed to break his spell. In a second, Gon was in front of him holding a bunch of soda cans. He was perplexed as to how Gong managed to appear in front of him so quickly. Li Gong grinned and said that these parasites were probably hungry enough to eat humans. Grabbing one drink, Kenny started throwing them towards the monsters. One by one, he threw them at the monsters with incredible force. The monsters roared and fell one by one to the floor with a wild screech. Li Gong kept destroying them. It was like he was cutting them with this jar. He was outraged that they got in his way at all, but he wasn't going to stop there. He pulled out his knife and wiped out those who were left with the words that pathetic mobs should know their place. Sungju watched this with his mouth open and couldn't believe his eyes. A picture appeared in front of Gong that he had destroyed all the entailing tribulations. His experience of the divine throne was hanged. He also received consumables, but he did not yet understand what kind of materials we were talking about. He looked at his palm. In it lay a stone. By collecting consumables, he could create new skills and relics. Gon remembered that 50% of his abilities had been taken from him as a penalty, but maybe now he could use more. The man was shocked. How did this guy manage to destroy monsters that he couldn't defeat even with ranked skills? Gon approached his companions and handed them the knife he had taken from their apartment, then looked at the man and asked where he even came from. He was furious at those words, but little by little he began to realize who stood before him. Gon looked at him with a haughty face and smirked. The man shouted that the one who attacked their followers was standing in front of him. Gon didn't say anything and only smiled back at him. A second pause, after which the hero punched the man in the face. That one fell to the floor, and Gon only wondered how he could have been recognized. The man angrily shouted all sorts of insults back at him, then indignantly replied how it had ever occurred to him to wear the clothes of the man he had beaten. Not only that, but he also took the badge that was a relic and was only given to the Templars of the Twin Brand. The man got up from the floor and said angrily that he was sure that all the power was only because of that badge. Gon didn't understand how that badge ended up on his clothes at all and tossed it aside. Upon seeing this, the man became furious and started yelling furiously. Gon shook his hands off carelessly and said it was cheap bling and nothing more. Their conversation was interrupted by horrible sounds that came from very close by. He looked around to see where the roar was coming from. The guys were horrified to discover what it was and pointed away. The sounds grew louder and louder. The frightened people rushed in different directions. The men turned and saw that it was the Spider Queen. Gon was not confused and was already ready to put his abilities to use. Without thinking, he rushed towards this huge monster, and within a split second, he was near the Spider Queen, after which he took down the monster standing in front of him with a single blow. With a wild rumble, the monster fell to the floor, leaving a huge hole in the floor. The crowd of people froze in place with their mouths open in surprise. The comrades were as surprised at what had happened as the rest of us. But it was the man who was most shocked. He didn't understand how it could have happened. How did this guy manage to disarm the monster without carrying any weapons? There came a voice that called for the attention of all Templars of the Gemini branch. The men wondered for a moment who it could be. It was the Bishop of the Gemini branch, Choi Soon-hyuk. He turned to Song Jo and Song Jun and demanded that they leave the building immediately. He reported that the Aries branch people intend to completely seal the building. Then he added that Yang Wei himself was heading here and they wouldn't be able to stop him. Besides, the Spider Queen is unstoppable even to the Saints. Meanwhile, people had already started sealing off the entire building. The man suggested that Sung Jun use his teleportation skill. People panicked and helped each other up and wanted to try to leave the hypermarket. More monsters began to appear from the hole in the floor. Li Gong jumped up to one of them and had him on the floor in a second. The man looked questioningly at the one who had just entered the building. The latter clarified what his problem was and why he had not yet left the building. He grinned and replied that he didn't have any problems. Sungju was indignant. He was surprised by this talk and said that force from outside would not be enough. Leaving all the people in the building just meant everyone would die. The Spider Queen couldn't be allowed to show up in the middle of town. The answer dumbfounded Sungju. He didn't understand what it meant. Humanity's faith from the sacred essences was to remain strong. The man said he received orders to get Sungju out, and there's only one person he can save. Sungju was furious. He couldn't abandon his friend. There were many people in the building who also needed to be rescued. He was very angry at these words and said that this was not a good time for whimsy. Then he added that he had no desire to die here from the incompetence of a freak. He could not go against the will of the orders of his elders and by any means necessary to fulfill all their demands. He was willing to kill his friend just to fulfill the order. These words shocked Sung Jun. Jun was not satisfied with this and decided that he needed to use his abilities. Sung Jun was determined to fight even though his skills weren't enough. The man offered one last time to make the only correct decision in his opinion and obey the order of his elders. Not getting the answer that was his settled, he lunged at the guy. At this moment, a huge monster grabbed his leg. Li Gong came over to the guy and asked why they were still here. He said it was too dangerous to stay here and we had to hurry. His friends were happy to see him and told him that the involved had blocked the exit and it was impossible to get out. They had to use the teleporter and pointed to the lying man who was supposed to help them do so, Or there was another option. We had to destroy all those monsters. There were too many injured people in the hypermarket who needed help. The men of the Ares branch continued to seal the building. Li Gong was indignant that it was just another headache. There was a heartbreaking scream behind him. He turned around to see if he had anything to do with it. Gon looked at the man and said that he thought he had long ago chickened out and fled. It made him very angry. He was sure no one could get out, but he had the chance. Grabbing his phone, he was already ready to teleport. But suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind his back. In a second, entangling him in its web pulled him towards it. He was terrified and realized that he could not escape. There were only seconds left before the monster would massacre him. The phone slipped out of his hands and fell to the floor with a crash. Li Gong and his comrades frowned their eyebrows as they looked at what had happened. The hero turned to the guys and assured them that he would handle everything himself, and they, in turn, should take care of the wounded. They were shocked by his behavior. Gon only added that it wouldn't take long. Yang Wei had already arrived at the hypermarket to personally monitor the situation. He wasn't too pleased that the order had not yet been carried out. Even though the building had been cordoned off, it hadn't been completely sealed off yet. They started before he arrived and still haven't done what they were told to do. The defense wasn't holding up as well as it should have. It looked like it was going to fall off. Everyone standing outside the hypermarket was illuminated by a bright light. Then, as if an irresistible wave went over everyone, and a huge snake appeared. It was of incredible size. As it broke free, it went up. All the defenses flew apart. Ye Wei couldn't believe his eyes. Where could a snake have come from? The doors of the hypermarket opened, and a crowd of dazed people ran out into the street. They asked for help and said that inside the building, a guy is fighting monsters alone. He needs help. Wei stood to the side and listened. What kind of guy could defeat monsters by himself? After all, even he couldn't do it. He decided to go inside the room and see for himself what was going on in there. They tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He just said to have everyone ready in case it was needed. Using his power, he headed for the hypermarket, and within a couple of seconds, he was inside the room. But he couldn't believe what was in front of his eyes. The building was half destroyed, and in front of it lay a huge and breathless body. He couldn't believe what was happening. Who could have killed the Spider Queen? There were signs of an actual massacre. What the hell happened out there? He grabbed his head and said frustratedly that he had enough problems as it was, and now this. He froze for a second and felt a familiar energy. Voices came from the street. He rushed to the window to see what was going on. He saw a man under the window and couldn't figure out what he was doing there. Among the crowd of people stood none other than Hugo Otis. Yang Wei assumed that everything that happened earlier was his doing. Frowning his eyebrows, he tried to figure out why Hugo was here. His thoughts were interrupted by a very familiar voice coming from behind him. Turning around, he was shocked. Li Gong was standing in front of him. Wei screamed. He couldn't believe it. He didn't understand how Gong had managed to survive and was now standing in front of him. Emergency services were gradually moving into the hypermarket. Everyone was given the necessary assistance. The wounded were loaded into ambulances and taken to hospital. The guys were wrapped in plaids discussing what had happened in the building. Sungjun was trying to figure out if the guy who saved everyone could really be Li Gong. Outwardly, the hero looked completely different, but the movements were definitely similar. Their pondering was interrupted by a voice from behind them. A male voice called out to Jun. Hugo was standing behind him. He wondered why the boy was here. Sungjun grudgingly asked why he had come back. Hugo was indignant. This was not the way he thought he should greet his father. He obviously wasn't happy to see me. He didn't think his father was coming here. Hugo looked the guy over from head to toe and was glad he wasn't hurt. Then he added that not much medical attention would still be needed and would get him back on track quickly. Hugo turned to his son. He had been told that all the monsters inside the supermarket had been destroyed and tried to see if Jun had managed to find out who it was. Then he looked at this boy with an appraising gaze once more. He was proud of his son. The guys were discussing Gon, if he's okay now. Hearing a familiar name, Hugo grabbed the boy by the shoulders. He yelled out whether the guy knew Gong and where he could be found now. The boy looked at this man with rapt attention. He wondered if this was the same Saint Hugo Otis. Hugo was horrified by the story. It turned out that the guy had introduced himself as Li Gong and had managed to defeat the Spider Queen. Gon was now inside the hypermarket. Hugo clung to the boy and demanded that he tell him everything in detail. There was a rumble. The top wall of the building began to collapse. Hugo turned around. Obviously, he expected to see a familiar face there. Inside the building, a ferocious Wei tried to attack the hero. Gon laughed and then said it was all too much. He said it was the first time they'd seen each other in 20 years, and Wei thought of nothing but attacking him. The enraged Wei continued to shout. He didn't understand how Gong could stand in front of him. What happened to the scar on his face? And the voice was familiar, but at the same time very different. Plus, he was much younger. Then Wei exclaimed that he was facing a copycat. Gon frowned his face. He was greatly angered by those words. Yang Wei was furious. He shouted how his Great One could be cheated and said that the stranger would pay for it with his life. Gong resented it even more. After all, Wei was the one who was always profiting from deceiving others. Gong stopped him with a single blow. He flew a few meters away. No sooner had Wei fallen to the floor than Gong was already waiting for him at the spot where he had fallen and shoved him off to the other side. His body broke through the floor and fell to the floor below, kicking up a column of dust. In a second, Gong was already standing over him and exclaimed that each of them should be taught a lesson. Gong was not stingy with his insults. He asked how they were doing while he was in the demon tower. He moved closer and closer to Wei, who was lying on the floor, and continued to talk about how they had forged his will and appropriated all the relics and wealth for themselves. Then he said he didn't have to worry about it. Anyway, his goal was to kill every one of them. Gong said he'd deal with him first. Next would be his house, then his branch, then the relics, and then all the saints. He was going to destroy everything. Wei shrieked in horror. Wei tried to stand up. He still couldn't believe who was standing in front of him. The manner of speech and demeanor suggested that it was indeed Gong. He looked at the guy and didn't understand how he managed to survive and get out of the demon tower. Then he stood up and said if Gong is really in front of him, let him prove it immediately. He was determined and could not believe who was standing in front of him. It was as if Wei was trying to provoke and bring out Gong's emotions. The constellation of Aries was burning at Wei's feet. Everything around her was illuminated with red light. He had a crown on his head. He was going to use his powers to the fullest. A second later, Wei was already floating in the air and laughing ominously. Gong watched this. Then he asked how the sacred essence had honored him with its attention. Wei raised his index finger up and said, "Does this kid really think he's a weakling?" Then chains began to appear around Gong. They twisted around him. In a second, the chain was already hanging around his neck and twisting his entire body. Wei cheered. He exclaimed that he had no idea how he had managed to survive in the tower, but he was powerless before him. He continued to float in the air. Behind him was the face of the emperor, and thus all of his power. The chained Gong continued to watch what was happening. Then hundreds of daggers began to appear around that were meant to destroy the hero. Without a moment's fear, Gong said that he was impressed by the emperor's strength. Wei shouted for him to finally shut his mouth already. Gong stood like that in chains, and all around him were a multitude of daggers that were getting closer to him by the second. After a moment, a towering mountain of daggers had already formed. Wei was jubilant. He was sure he had succeeded as he should have. He walked to where Li Gong had been standing a short while ago, muttering to himself that even though he had gotten out of the tower, his self-confidence wasn't worth it now. Coming closer, he added that it was too reckless to defy what all these years of gaining experience with the help of his followers. How did it even occur to him that for all those 20 years the saints had been standing still? Then the unexpected happened. The daggers began to scatter to the sides. Wei watched in horror and didn't understand how this could have happened. Covered in abrasions and cut clothes, Li Gong stood in front of him. Before he knew it, he'd been punched in the nose. Once again, Wei flew a few meters to the side. Gong was overjoyed. He was finally recognized. He stood over Wei's body and laughed. Then Gong slyly said that he was back for their souls and they should prepare for the worst. He clutched his nose because it smelled disgusting, not only from his opponent but even from his weapon. Wei confusedly said that such a level of regeneration was impossible even for the Aquarius constellation. Meanwhile, Gong was informed that he had just been on the verge of death, but he fulfilled all the conditions and now he has unlocked the power of 13 skill. He thanked Wei. After all, it was because of him that he was even stronger now. Afterward, he leaned over his lying opponent and offered to try out his new skill. The sacred essence of the Aries constellation watched Li Gong with shock and condemned Yang Wei. The sacred essence hurriedly withdrew, all the while shouting out swear words. Wei screamed. He didn't understand how he could have been left in such a state. The hero said he's pretty merciful. That's why Wei will only experience the pain he experienced. A crowd of people entered the hypermarket building and looked around in horror. They were shocked by what they saw and were trying to figure out what had happened there. Inside, the building was badly damaged. There were monster bodies lying everywhere. Hugo Otis was in charge. He was trying to figure out what was going on here too. Then he felt a familiar energy look around. A floor below, he saw a breathless body and immediately recognized it. It was Yang Wei. Grinning his head off, he said it was definitely Li Gang's doing. In his opinion, he was always causing trouble, but this was too much. One of the people felt Yang Wei's energy coming from below, but it was too weakened. Hugo was determined to use his abilities to help Wei. He yelled for everyone to disperse and stay out of his way. Hugo was illuminated by a bright light. He jumped down to where Wei's body lay. Standing at the bottom, he looked around. There was no doubt in his mind. All of this was really Li Gang's doing. He thought about what kind of trouble he intended to cause them this time. Li Gong at this time was already standing on the threshold of Yang Wei's vault. He looked around and thought that this must be where the relics the saints had stolen from him were kept. He went in and saw that there were a huge number of people inside. In the center of the hall stood an exhibit that caught his eye. He was behind glass. There were people around who were looking at him with interest. Gon froze and smelled his relics. They were definitely here. He looked further and realized that all the weapons were just fakes, but the clothes were actually his. He walked on and saw a toothpick behind the glass on a velvet cushion. Below it was an inscription that Li Gong had used the toothpick. He touched the glass and was overjoyed. He exclaimed joyfully, "My little girl." A siren sounded. People rushed to the exit in panic. Security arrived. They said that there was a robber in the building and that everyone should go to Sector B immediately. Gon stood near the broken cabinet holding his toothpick. He was surrounded by a whole crowd of guards who demanded that he immediately put the object down and surrender. Naturally, the hero was not going to do that. He looked around with an appraising gaze. Then, stretching forward his hand with a toothpick, he tried to piss everyone off even more. He started shaking his hand and said loudly that he just didn't feel like giving up. A crowd of men rushed into the fray. A serious fight broke out. Li Gong stood to the side and watched. It amused him greatly. He said he really treasures his old and familiar stuff. Then in his hand was a lump of slime that could recreate anything. Another skill had been accomplished. He could now create his own workshop, as well as award the lump of slime with his trait. He wondered if he should go to the exit empty-handed. He approached the door that emitted the strong aura of the Aries constellation relic. He decided he definitely needed to bring some things with him. He tugged the doorknob excitedly and was eagerly ready to collect his reward. Hugo Otis arrived at the building. He realized he was late. People ran towards him shouting that there were many explosions inside. He was very angry. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "Gon, I'm begging you, stop!" Gon came out of the building. He was dragging a huge sack behind him. When Hugo saw him, he shouted with all his might, calling out to him. It was immediately clear from the hero's face that he wasn't very happy to see him. With all his might, Hugo rushed to meet the hero, muttering insults as he did so. Gon froze in place, but Hugo ran past him swiftly. He ran up to the strange boy and literally clung to him. He shouted at the young man that if he was still alive, he should have sought him out immediately. Then he asked if he was all right. Then he added that he didn't feel any aura from him. Then Gon couldn't stand it any longer and asked indignantly how he could not recognize him. At this point, the stranger couldn't take it anymore and Hugo flew straight to his face. Gon walked over to him and resented him once more. How could he have confused him? Hugo, holding his broken eye, wondered what was sitting on Gon's shoulder. Then he realized it was a clot of slime and was extremely surprised. Gon just smiled at him and said that it looked like his old buddy needed another beating. Suddenly, Otis threw himself around Gonu's neck. He hugged him and called him enthusiastically by name. He still couldn't believe that it was Li Gong standing in front of him. Tears were flowing from his eyes. Gon got angry and pushed him away with the words, "How dare he throw himself at him so suddenly?" A picture surfaced in front of Gon that the sacred essence of the Sagittarius constellation Apollo had manifested itself. Gon didn't immediately realize what it meant. Then he saw the image of this essence. And Hugo was even more surprised when he saw this image. Raising their heads up, the two had the same question: why this image suddenly appeared? It turns out that the sacred entity Apollo doubts the veracity of Li Gong's survival, and she intended to make sure of it right now. Hugo stood dumbfounded. The entity said it would be clear when it shot him, and pointed its arrow at Gon. Gon resented the fact that, how can you point an arrow at a person the first time you meet them? Hugo tried to calm him down and said that Essence didn't mean to insult him. Gon agreed and offered to continue what had been started. He recalled that upon his return from the Demon Tower, his house had been sold, his possessions embezzled, and all the relics were gone. Clenching his hand into a fist so hard he asked Otis for permission to punch him. Otis had a huge lump on his head, but even that didn't upset him. Now he was certain that it was Li Gong. They went back to the vault. There was a crowd of people trying to find the robber. The hero grinned and remembered that he was the one everyone was looking for. Hugo cautiously asked what was wrong. Gon pointed to the bag that was in the back and said he had only brought a couple trinkets with him. Hugo looked with horror at what was in the bag and, just in case, asked if it was true that Gon had taken it all with him from the vault. He grabbed Gon by the shoulders and gave him a good shake, trying to figure out why he had to do all this. People were running around the building looking for the thief. One of them suggested that it would be beyond them. No matter how strong this brat is, he's not going to be able to handle him. There was a very strong wind. The boys knew that something bad was about to happen. Above the roof of this building, they saw a silhouette that was rapidly heading towards the ground. One of the guys looked up and immediately realized who it was. From the images that popped up, Gon realized that the avatar of the Aries constellation was in front of him. Then he was informed that all the money and relics could be stolen. Hugo also recognized Aries' avatar and was shocked by his appearance. He offered to leave all the stolen items and make a quick getaway, but Gong wasn't going anywhere. He just told him to stand still and watch. He said he had a plan, then turned to the slime that had been on his shoulder the whole time. In the same second, the seemingly harmless slime began to glow. Gradually, it began to transform into a knife emitting light all around it. And now Gon held it in his hands. He realized that it wouldn't be enough to fight the avatar. Raising his knife hand upward, he asked to show his true colors. Something strange began to happen around him. He just stood there and smiled. Looking at all of this, Hugo didn't realize what kind of power it was. Gong's knife began to envelop the serpent. The awakened relic was imbued with the aura of the serpent man. The relic has been given more deadly characteristics. The sharpness of the blade has been increased. The striking power has also been increased. Gon had a new skill. Now he could see the opponent's weaknesses. He immediately decided to utilize the power of the 13th. Now he could easily see all the weaknesses of the beastie standing before him. Picking his knife up, he decided that now was as good a time as any to stretch out a bit. Hugo watched this and thought that Gon's favorite tactic had always been to throw himself at his opponent without a second thought. He always overcame obstacles despite his recklessness. He was glad to have him back. In the same second, the beast swatted Gon with ease with its huge paw. Hugo shrieked in horror. This was a turn of events he had never expected. The beast roared with delight. He had no doubt he'd have the guy in a second. In the same second, Gon appeared carelessly lifting the beast's paw. Gon smiled wickedly and said it was his turn now. The face of the huge beast was furious. It was incomprehensible how this guy had managed to survive. With one sweep of his hand, Gon easily cut off the beast's paw. Then there was the second paw. The beast roared furiously and could do nothing. An image surfaced in front of Gong that the abundance beast was using his skill. The beast continued to roar. It was absorbing all the valuables within range. Gon stood in front of the roaring beast. He said he should have behaved less aggressively. But now he was even more determined to punish the beast. With a sweep of his sword, Gon activated the serpentine trait from himself. He was sure one small cut would be more than enough. Then he held his hands up and destroyed the beast in one motion. The blow was so powerful that it cut through a huge chunk of territory. With a wild roar, the beast split in two and fell with a rumbling crash. Shrapnel flew in all directions. People stood in horror and tried to shield themselves at least a little. Hugo, who was watching everything, was also horrified. Li Gong spread his arms out to the sides jubilantly. He was delighted with his new skills. With a single blow, Gon chopped in two not only the beast, but also the huge building and the surrounding area. Hugo could only marvel at that power. But Gon's strength never let him doubt him. Its strength was only comparable to that which he possessed in his prime. Gon was informed that he had overcome the Avatar, and his experience of the Sacred Throne was increased. He was offered to receive the beast Isobeli as his avatar. Gon stood in front of the beast and thought about the avatars only the 12 saints can possess. Without thinking, he put his hand on the beast, and that second he felt its full power. A couple minutes later, the beast became the avatar of the constellation Serpentine. Gon was informed that he now had one personal avatar. The Beast of Plenty shrank in size to embrace its new master. Gon thought it would be great to use it as a relic repository. Hugo, who was watching from the sidelines, was puzzled. When had Gon acquired such a skill? Gon was informed that he could now name the Beast of Plenty. He excitedly exclaimed that he wanted to name him Piggy Bank. The comrades went to Hugo's house where a serious conversation awaited them. Hugo shouted that he was worried sick. Gon replied nonchalantly that while he had been in the tower, he had managed to get married and build a family. Gon went on to say that while he was going through pain and suffering, his friend was quietly shortening happy days and didn't even try to find him. He stood up and headed for the exit, saying that he would not be bothered by his presence. Hugo offered to stay and added that he lived alone. Gon apologized and said he didn't see anything wrong with divorce. Hugo shouted that he was not divorced, but then stopped talking about his wife. Hugo calmed down a little and suggested that they pick up where they left off. He asked me to tell him what had happened in the Demon Tower. During the raid, Hugo stayed outside to contain the surging forces. What happened inside, he didn't know. The Saints returned with Red Eye's head. Gon said he was stabbed in the back and left to rot in a tower. It was a trap swarming with countless hordes of lures. Turns out Red Eye, who was thought dead, has come back to life. He added that what they had seen during the raid was not a real body. Hugo was horrified by what he heard. Gon continued his story. Even though he was victorious, his true identity was still deep inside. The main pain in the ass was not Red Eye, but the Demon Tower Administrator. He brought the slain monsters back to life again and again. Having disposed of every last one of them, he collapsed to the ground. As far back as he could remember his feelings, it seemed to him that he was already dead. Then he closed his eyes for a moment and found himself outside the tower. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by that strange power. Gon was sure that whoever had stabbed him in the back was well aware of the structure of the tower. It was as if he'd known in advance about the attractors and what awaited him there. The hero said that sooner or later he would get to those who took his property, but whoever stabbed him in the back deserves special punishment. Gon then summoned this workshop to make special equipment. Images began to pop up in front of them that usable materials had been discovered and could be used to create relics from them. The core of the Spider Queen appeared in his hand, a fragment of an entailing unfortunate relic of the Aries constellation. He decided to try and mix all these materials together. With a wave of his hand, he created a new relic in an instant. Hugo Otis's house was illuminated by the light and incredible power that emanated from within. The new relic was named Fake Crimson Horse. She was very loyal to her owner. Gon was delighted. Relics with their own essences were capable of evolving on their own. Hugo examined the horse and noticed that despite its value, it looked disgusting. Gon invested a lot of material and didn't expect to get such a reaction. He thought of making something for his friend out of the leftover materials, but after the reaction, he changed his mind abruptly. Hugo ironically replied that the thing was the best he had ever seen. His inability to feel the aesthetics of the object he had created was only disgusting. The hero began packeting his new relic and thought about how he could lure all the saints. Hugo inquired how he planned to do it. The rest of the constellations will not dare to leave their residences. Gon took out a box. It was a vault of golden fleece, and it allowed him to store items of any size and multiply them. Hugo was stunned to see her, how Gong had managed to get what only Yang Wei had access to. The hero grinned and replied that it was a gizmo he took for himself as a wallet. With this, he could now regenerate new materials and create tons of high-ranked relics with them. Hugo spread his hands and wondered how he was going to do it if they didn't have someone with them who could activate it. Gon looked at Hugo in surprise. He replied irritably that his sign was Sagittarius. They began to think together about how they could best proceed. Gon had a feeling they'd be able to activate it. Hugo was sure they would have to find another way out. That's when Gozen stunned with a new announcement. He sent the application to the news network. Hugo stood confused. He tried to find out why it was necessary to do this. Then he couldn't contain his emotions and yelled at Gon that he was crazy. Meanwhile, in South Korea, there was a constellation meeting at the Blue House. The president was extremely unhappy that they couldn't deal with one spider and embarrassed themselves. Oliver Bishop of the Branching Lion grinned. Why bother getting into a battle with the Entwined in the first place? According to rumors, the Spider Queen was defeated by some kid and it might have been Li Gang. The Bishop of the Gemini Branch, Choi Soon Hek, replied to Oliver that he must be greatly fascinated by Li Gong's accomplishments. Turns out he was reinforced by other saints and given better weapons. Well, there was no doubting Gon's strength. Heck said that if they had been given more comfortable conditions, they would have had no problem getting by. As it was, the Spider Queen was destroyed by the Gemini branch, and the price was the life of a ranking Templar. Oliver snidely said he'd like to shake the poor guy's hand, but he'd have to dig into the monster's stomach to do it. Oliver and Heck stood across from each other. A conflict was brewing. One of the constellations was outraged that the Blue House had become a den for the insane. All this was interrupted by an appeal to the president. He was asked to urgently turn on the news. It was an emergency broadcast. A mysterious package has landed on the news channel. Inside were photos of the missing Yang Wei and a note. The handwriting on it was almost 100% likely to be the same as that of the missing Li Gong. Hugo also watched this issue and was extremely pissed off. He didn't know what he was thinking to do that. The hero said he wanted them to realize that their heads would soon be on a platter. Hugo clutched his head. Wei's death was a huge problem in itself, and Gon had only made it worse with his message. The hero leaned back in his chair and said that Yang Wei was not dead. Hugo was taken aback by these words, but Gon calmly replied that, to be more precise, he was not alive either. Hugo stood there confused. He had no idea what any of this meant. Gong grabbed the huge hair in his hands and introduced it as Yang Wei. He used all his abilities to turn Wei's body into a soft toy. Hugo carelessly examined the toy and couldn't believe it was all true. Thanks to recent battles, all of the hero's skills have been improved and he was able to sharpen Wei's astral body in the toy. Then Gon said, "That's not what matters. It's what's in his hand." He held out a small dagger. It was the same dagger that had been stuck in his back 20 years ago. Hugo took it in his hands and said that judging by its shape, the dagger was far from ordinary. He added that since Gong was injured, it must not have been Yang Wei. Gon sneered that maybe he should apologize to him. Then he said he wanted to visit the mall because the pig told him that that's where he saw a blade with a similar shape. He asked Hugo for permission to borrow clothes from his closet. He said he could take whatever he needed. Gon threw the hair into Hugo's hands and said, "Protect the house, slave number 2. Hugo was surprised that his friend also had a first slave. Gon headed for the door and waving his hand said, "Soon I'll be back first." Meanwhile, many people gathered at the site of the destruction of the vault. They were surveying the area and trying to determine the cause of such global destruction. They did not find the constellation of Aries there, and the aura of the sacred essence was not felt there either. Aquarius's holy sign Sophie Mard was spending time in the bathroom when she was told this. There was a suggestion that he deliberately fled with all his possessions. Sophie Marde was upset about all this. If he was making deals with other saints in secret from her, things would become much more problematic. The maid suggested that the missing Li Gong might be connected to this. Sophie Mard was very amused by these words, and she laughed heartily. Splashing water in the face of the one who said it, she added that it was a very stupid joke. Mard was informed by phone that it was necessary to get rid of unwanted relics and prepare the money. A very important auction was planned. She was rushed into the bathtub and told there was trouble. Another saint was planning to attend the auction. She was furious at those words. Holy Sign Lion Steve Marker spent time at the fitness center. A crowd of gawkers gathered around him and were amazed at his strength. A man came up behind him and cautiously called out to him. He received information that the relic that belonged to Li Gong would be auctioned off. He looked around in disbelief, but he didn't hide the fact that the words pleased him. He asked the barbell to the floor. There was a rumble as it was incredibly heavy. He laughed and added cheerfully that it was finally time. He was sure that this relic he would take for himself. Sungju and Li Gong planned to use the teleporter. They headed toward it. They talked about how comfortable it was. In general, the teleport was very expensive to use, but the members of the Gemini branch could use it for free. So the friends found themselves on the doorstep of a relic trading complex. Gong said he really needed an expert. A comrade volunteered to help him. Choi Soon Hek came up to the guys and asked if they knew the person who had killed the Spider Queen, and then demanded that he be found at any cost, and they in turn agreed to any terms. Gon put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said his boss was bugging him despite that incident at the hypermarket. He thanked Songju and returned the item to him. He said that it had helped him a lot in the battle with the bugs. Despite the blade breaking, Gon managed to fully restore it. As they talked, they stealthily reached the place and looked around. They stood on the doorstep of the building where the ranking appraiser was located. There were quite a few people around the building. At one moment, everyone froze with surprise. No one ever thought they'd meet her there. Accompanied by her subjects, Sophie Mard approached the building. She said she wanted to get rid of a few relics before the auction started. She was told that right now the appraiser was busy with another client. She only smiled sweetly in response and thought to herself, how dare they serve another person when she was here? She could only guess who was inside. The guys handed their stuff to the appraiser and looked around. If Rank owns this place, then the prices here were clearly out of line. The appraiser of the Branching Maiden, Jin Man, examined the item and clarified who made it. The hero reluctantly raised his hand in response. Jin Man was sure that Li Gong had a hand in this. He turned to Sungju and asked him to leave them alone for a few minutes, then turned to the hero and asked him to tell how he was related to Li Gong. He said that many people don't know this, but Li Gong is not only famous for his fighting skills, he's also a skilled craftsman. He had encountered fakes many times before, but the statue that was now in his hands was very different. He was convinced that Gon had a hand in it. Hero replied that apparently the appraiser was not ill-informed about Gona. Jin Man blushed and replied that he was his favorite disciple. Gon looked at the man in disbelief and couldn't recall him having any students. The appraiser was struck by the work and was almost certain of its authenticity. The hero said angrily that given his age, he could hardly have been trained by Gon. Jin Man held out the notebook with the words that he received it when he was recognized as Li Gong's disciple. It was a notebook he had lost a long time ago. He thought maybe it was that annoying guy who followed him everywhere in China. The appraiser went on to say inspiringly that Gon was truly a man with a sense of beauty. But one day, he disappeared, leaving it in his dwelling. But he couldn't make out the handwriting, but he was sure there were a lot of ideas in that notebook. He recorded his victims there. I thought to myself that when he woke up, he was getting information on what he was fighting. Maybe this guy got more information. The appraiser held out the notebook with the words that maybe it would serve him much better and offered to take it. He was pleased as he recorded his first sketches there and was very upset when he lost it. The notebook began to emit light when it sensed its owner's aura. It was transformed into a relic under the influence of the serpent's magic power. Jin Man was shocked. He assumed that Gan had cast a spell on him when he was alive. A security guard came into the room and said there was going to be big trouble. He reported that there was a saint waiting outside for quite some time. The appraiser nonchalantly replied that it was not worth making a fuss over such a trifle. Sophie Mard was outraged that everyone on the street was looking at her. They thought everyone there was a lowlife. Sungjun was surprised to see her there. He thought she was too fussy for such an outing. The saint resented having to wait so long. She was going to personally go in and hurry those inside. She was stopped at the entrance because there was still a customer there, but she wanted to look at the one who had sidelined her. The appraiser had to buy her relics at a good price so they'd have enough money at the Recap auction, but she had been made to wait too long already. When she walked into the room, she was stunned. She stared open-mouthed at the guy. He was incredibly handsome and charmed her in the first second. She headed towards him because she wanted to get a closer look at him. In the same second, she felt an incredible power coming from him, and the image of a huge snake appeared in front of her. The saint fell to her knees. Immediately, people came running to her to see if she was all right and if she needed help. She herself did not yet realize what kind of terrifying aura she had just sensed. She felt as if hundreds of snakes were coiling around her body. She jumped up and screamed that she had to run away from there immediately. Jin Man was shocked by this behavior. He didn't understand what had happened to Saint. Images appeared before Gong that a subordinate of a different essence had dared to approach the Serpent King, and now the opponent's divinity was transferred to him. Divinity is the sacred power necessary to sustain the sacred essence. Gon asked if the girl who had just run out was a saint. The appraiser was surprised he didn't recognize her because she was all over the news. And that's when the hero realized it was Sophie Mard, the holy sign of Aquarius. Suddenly he was laughing through his tears. He was puzzled that it had started such a commotion, but it was about her. He noticed that Sophie had always been good-looking, and now she was even better. But despite her looks, her rotten soul hasn't gone away. He compared things he despised, including canned fish and pests. Sophie would be a pest. He didn't see her as human at all. Jin Man didn't understand why she was considered the Saint of Mercy either. In his opinion, she had a very nasty and selfish character. He told the hero that a long time ago she had given Gohan healing aid. She was trying to embezzle his property under that pretext, but his wealth was targeted by other saints. In the end, it all went to the state. Then he asked Gon if he knew her. He had a feeling she was about to say his name. Gon replied that they were old friends. Sophie Mard was walking down the street wherever she could see. Her bodyguard ran after her and tried to find out if she was all right. She didn't understand why the moment she saw this guy, the image of Li Gong popped up in front of her eyes. The magical aura she felt seemed to want to consume her. The aura was much like Gon's. She ordered me to go back to the pawn shop and find out who the guy was. Then she exclaimed happily that she'd changed her mind, and now she wanted them destroyed. The girl reminded that the appraiser was under the auspices of the Virgo branch, but Sophie was adamant. Then she promised to hand over a relic and a piece of sacred power. The girl replied that you can't use magic in the neutral zone. Sophie took off her pendant, reaching forward, and asked why the girl was refusing to do her errand. The bodyguard replied, "The desire of the saint is the desire of the sacred essence." Kneeling before the saint, she received the relic, and added that the desire of the sacred essence is the desire of the heavens themselves. The girl could not resist the order of one of the 12 saints who underpinned the entire world. Drops of water began to fall on Gon. He was surprised that the roof was leaking. The events unfolded at the relic trading complex in the central zone. Sungju wandered down the street with a glass of soda. He reflected on what had happened in the last few days. Then he stopped and looked at the pavement in horror. There was water spilled everywhere, even though it hadn't rained in a long time. He felt a small magical power that emanated from the water. He leaned into the puddle and saw a strange reflection that didn't look like him at all. At the same moment, the reflection reached out a hand trying to pull him along. In surprise, he jumped aside, dropping the glass of drink. This entity seemed to be made up of water. It crawled out of the puddle and crawled towards Sungju. He couldn't understand what was going on here at all and ran off to the side, where I was horrified to see the same creature standing next to every person on the street. People did not understand what was happening and thought it was some kind of show. Sophie watched everything from the window and mocked people. The creatures she summoned were only comparable to ranked Templars. But if they attack all at once, even an elephant is in trouble. Sungju saw the girl who came in with Saint to the appraiser and called out to her. He demanded that this all stop immediately. He reminded her not to use her combat skills in the neutral zone. The girl replied that there was no need to worry, as it was the order of the Saint. She was acting on the will of the gods and was intent on activating the relic. Sungju shouted that there was no need to do that and tried to stop her. The whole mall was struck by lightning, and something terrible began to happen. The water essences that were near the people began to envelop them. They swirled so that each was inside a water balloon. The girl was determined to deal with that guy and gave the water entities orders to grab the appraiser. Sungju also found himself inside the water balloon. He didn't know what to do next, but he knew he had to get out before he started to lose consciousness. He had to get out at all costs, no matter what. Gon raised his head to the ceiling. There was many times more water. She continued to drip on top of him, only harder already. The appraiser felt strange currents of magic, so he decided to take a look at what was happening outside. But he didn't get to the window in time. The water that was on the ceiling and the mic twisted him. A girl approached Gong from behind and held a knife to his neck. She ordered him not to move and added that he had dared to offend the Holy One. Then she told him not to do anything stupid and then no one would get hurt. She said the saint had ordered their destruction, but they had a chance to live. The girl offered to apologize to Sophie and buy the relics from her at a high price. In that case, she could put in a good word for them. The appraiser said people aren't allowed to wave knives in public places. Gon gingerly took hold of the knife blade and broke it apart with ease. Then he approached Jin Manu and asked him to compensate them. The appraiser noticed that the knife the girl was holding was a gift from the constellation Aquarius. How did this guy manage to destroy it with his bare hands? The girl was angry since she had originally warned that no one was snooping. Water began to gather around Gon, but he guided it away from him with a slight movement. He was enthralled by the sensations and asked the girl to do it again. The bodyguard resented how this guy managed to destroy a ranked clone with a single blow. There was a reason the saint had gotten so sick. She wanted to deal with Gong as quickly as possible before he caused more trouble. The girl grabbed the pendant the saint had given her and exclaimed if he could handle it. They were created by the purest magic of Saint Sophie Mard. With the help of the relic, the girl made the summoning of the orange class of water wolves. Gon cheered up. He thought the pests were very happy to see him. He had 2 knives in his hands and asked Jinman to borrow them. Without thinking, he rushed towards the water wolves and massacred it in a matter of seconds. The daggers he had in his hands were pretty damn good. Then he got word that a water bowl had been gathered that called for oblivion. The hero had the feeling that the wolves were no stronger than backyard dogs. He figured it was the weapon he was holding. They were over A grade. Gon was planning on grading his items but found something better. The information came back that he no longer needs sleep. He has acquired mental refinement. His power and experience of the sacred throne were now increased. The girl could not believe what had happened. All of the saint's appeals had been so easily destroyed. Gon had cheered up and now he wasn't going to stop. The bodyguard realized that the guy in front of her was on a whole other level. She realized that if she tried to attack, she'd be killed, so she rushed out screaming that it wasn't over. Gon laughed. He thought that anyone who said this wasn't the end was the most pathetic. The appraiser scrutinized Gon and tried to figure out who this seemingly ordinary guy was. Songju appeared and started shouting from the doorway that he was attacked by a Templar from the Aquarius branch, but he barely escaped. Gon greeted the guy and informed him that they were just finishing up. The guy looked around and realized it was all the saints' call. Whatever it was, they should have left before the next attack started. They were on their way to the door but were stopped by the appraiser. He said that 20 years ago he had followed Li Gong and listened to his art. He remembered how he collected materials after each battle. Without holding back his emotions, he shouted that the guy fought like a demon. He saw his crazy fighting style. Is it possible that Li Gang was standing in front of him? The hero smiled and put a finger up to his face, showing him to keep quiet. Jin Man's face changed. Emotions overwhelmed him. Gon said he would be back for the materials and asked me to keep an eye on them. The appraiser bowed to him and exclaimed to be sure to stop by again. Sung Jun pestered Gong with questions, how they had offended the saint and what had happened in his absence. The hero asked to wait a bit and promised that he would see a fun one soon. Gon felt hungry and they went to the cafe for some refreshment. He had an appetite. He had packed himself an enormous amount of desserts. Devouring one ice cream after another, he wondered why his companion wasn't eating anything. Gong said that the ice cream was awesome and that Sungju should eat as much as he can fit in. Sungju thanked and remarked that this establishment could cost them money. Gon calmed him down and told him that he had picked up one item earlier and thanks to it they now had many privileges available to them. Such things used to be called an emblem. By its functions, it was similar to a bank card, and with it was possible to rent someone else's skills. Sungju noticed that it had the sign of Aquarius on it. He said that they might have a problem with it because it serves as an ID. Gong was not at all embarrassed by what was said. He continued his lunch. Sun Hek walked into the cafe, and when he saw the guys, he headed towards them. Songju heard a familiar voice and turned around. It was an unexpected encounter for him. The bishop asked if they would mind if he joined them, and without waiting for permission, he sat down at their table. Gong clarified that it was the same boss who had been pestering Seongju all along. He introduced himself as the bishop of the twin branch. He turned to Gong and said that he had heard a lot about him from Sungju. He said he met an amazing man who managed to defeat the Spider Queen. The hero grumbled grudgingly at what he cared. Bishop said one of his jobs is to recruit prospective revivalists. Continuing to eat his ice cream, Gon asked what he could get. Soon Hek said that a big auction will soon be held where one of the 8 legendary relics of Li Gong himself will be raffled off. And since none of them were in a hurry, he offered to enjoy the auction process. Gon remarked that the bishop really intrigued him. He inquired as to how far away the auction will be from here. Sung Hek replied that it wasn't far. And since the lots were such rare relics, it was decided to hold the raffle in an appropriate place. This place was 16,000 feet above the ground. That's where the biggest auction house was located, in the soaring city of Drachma, which was breathtakingly beautiful. Drachma's large auction house wowed everyone not only inside but outside as well. On the chair sat Saint Sophie Mard. She was shivering as if she were cold. Sitting across from her was Stephen Marker, the holy sign of the lion. He offered to let her go if she would just sit in the corner. Sophie thought he was still an ill-mannered bastard, but now she had to control herself. Stephen was the strongest man. He managed to surpass Li Gong himself. There was no place safer than next to him. When he looked at Sophie, he said that Gon's relic would be his, and that she didn't even have to try to claim it. The holy sign of the lion headed for the exit. Sophie wondered where he was going. Without even turning around, he mumbled that it was none of her business, and that she should stay quiet. Sophie thought she just needed to calm down. Whoever that guy was, he wasn't likely to get in here. Then, quite unexpectedly, Hugo Otos appeared on the doorstep. Sophie thought it was about time the welcome guest showed up. Hugo stood looking around trying to find Gon with his eyes. Knowing Gon's character, he should definitely come here. The city of drama is a treasure trove of precious relics. Sophie rushed towards him, saying she was very happy to see him. She started asking a lot of questions, how he was doing and what was new with him. Hugo looked at the girl and did not realize who stood before him. Then he recognized and said her name with distaste. Sophie said she tried to contact him many times but could never reach him. She said he used to be a handsome man representing the saints, but time has not spared anyone and his face has changed a lot. Hugo waved his hand. He had no desire to talk to her. Mard noticed that once again he was ignoring her and told Hugo that if he continued to behave like that, his son would suffer the same fate as his wife. She laughed and snidely asked how his wife was doing, though her condition was indistinguishable from a dead person, and this disgrace was brought upon her house by none other than the head of the family. She enjoyed this kind of abuse. Hugo, for his part, was furious. He stood with his back to her and he could barely contain himself. Then he turned and repeated that he told her to get the hell out of here immediately. Sophie was greatly amused by this. She said that Hugo was a good boy and he'd kept his temper. That meant he hadn't forgotten the agreement he'd signed 10 years ago. He's gone, and Sophie's decided she had to teach the arrogant boy a lesson. She called out to Hugo and was about to do another nasty thing. But Li Gong was in her way in time to stop her in a second. He aimed his powers in her direction and Sophie Mard flew back in horror. Hugo walked up to Gong and greeted him cheerfully. Gon looked at his friend in surprise and asked why he was here. Hugo replied that he was very worried about him. In his opinion, Gon was not to be let out of his sight for a moment. Gon laughed and assumed that Hugo had a crush on him. They approached Sophie, and Gon resented why he was bumping into her everywhere. Then he suggested that she was in love with him too. Gon was the 13th constellation, recognized as the strongest. Sophie had always disliked and feared him. She thought Gon had a hideous face and a hard temper that spared no one. His haughty gaze penetrated to the bone. 20 years ago, Gon arrived at the residence of the sign of Aquarius. He walked in and headed confidently to the room where Sophie was. He walked with purpose, and no one could stop him, viciously scattering anyone who got in his way. When he saw Sophie, he looked at her with hateful indignation. She in turn was unhappy that he had broken into her house and told him to leave immediately. Gon did not tolerate being treated like that and punched her in the face. He then grabbed her by the shoulders and demanded an explanation. She was yelling at him. How did he even allow such behavior in her house? Gong sent her to the rear to treat the injured people. She was idle at home. People trying to save her worthless life were left without arms and legs. He dragged Mard to the door and reminded her that she was determined to help people and demanded that she keep her promise. Sophie broke free of Gon's tight grip and said dismissively that people should be grateful that they had the chance to save her. Gon grabbed her arm again and dragged her toward the door. She shouted that she had no intention of going in there, glad of the stupid glee. He was greatly angered by these words. He stopped and asked for a repeat. She asked Gon to leave. She had an interview scheduled and needed time to tidy up. Then he grabbed Sophie's hand with all his might and squeezed it. He followed by punching her in the face again and heading for the exit. He walked through her house and shouted various insults. He was sure he couldn't get through to her with words. In the end, Sophie was forced to treat the wounded. After that incident, she hated Li Gong with all her heart. She was unconscious. Her friends lifted her up and tied her to a chair. They settled down across from her and waited for her to wake up. When Sophie opened her eyes and saw the same guy in front of her, she screamed so loud she could be heard on the street. She didn't understand what any of this meant and demanded to be untied immediately. Gon was surprised she hadn't changed a bit in 20 years. Sophie continued her outrage. Threats were made. She said she wasn't the weak girl she used to be. She figured she'd have no trouble untangling that rope. She thought things would change dramatically if she met Stephen Mark. But then Gon gave her a good shoulben. She cried out in pain and surprise. The hero realized from the look on her face that she was up to something nasty. Li Gong looked with surprise at the palm of her hand that began to sting terribly. Sophie laughed evilly. She was wearing an acidic layer that protected her from outside attacks. She fantasized about the acid spreading through his body and eating away at him from the inside out. But before she could say anything, the wound was gone. Needless to say, this infuriated Sophie Mard. She didn't understand how the melted tissue could recover instantly. Gon only grinned and offered to remember everything that had previously happened between them. She was the one who lied to everyone and appropriated his recovery from the battles. For that, he awarded her 1 strike. She also sent her subordinate to the assessor. The penalty for that was 5 strokes. He also asked her to remember what she'd said about him to Hugo, and there were 50 strikes for that. And he began to release her one by one with great pleasure. Hugo sat with a cup of coffee and watched silently. Hundreds of thoughts were running through his mind. He thought Gon was really good. He could beat the crap out of his head regardless of gender. Then he felt a strange feeling. It was as if Gong's divinity was increasing with every strike. At the same time, images appeared in front of Gong that from the large number of blows he had dealt to the Aquarius constellation, he was given the Saint class. The hero did not realize the divinity of which essence he was building up. Sophie had passed out by then. She had a huge lump on her forehead. Gon was informed that divinity had been unlocked and needed a boost. He tried to remember what this divinity was and what it was for. Divinity is the power of the sacred essence necessary to maintain the energy of the Holy One. It could be taken away from the followers of sacred essences. If the divinity drops to 0, the sacred throne loses its power, and it can all lead to death. Gon could now take away divinity. He couldn't take it away from Yang Wei, probably because he hadn't unlocked the skill yet. In any case, Gong planned to become even stronger. Hugo asked if he thought he should ask Sophie about the dagger, but Gon was sure she wouldn't have the courage to attack him. Besides, he already had other things on his mind. Hugo realized that all this bullying of the girl was just for fun. The hero pulled a smartphone out of his pocket and pointed to the time. It was past time for him to run to the auction room. He asked Hugo to clean up a little, and Sophie to just throw it in the nearest trash can. Heading for the elevator, he promised to dial as soon as the auction was over. Hugo approached Sophie, who was still unconscious and wondering what to do with her now. Then the elevator doors started to open. He thought his friend had come back because he'd forgotten something, but it wasn't Li Gong. Hugo wondered why, of all the people in the building, he was here. Stephen Marker stood in front of him. He looked around and stopped his gaze on Sophie. He demanded an immediate explanation of what happened there. Hugo didn't hide his surprise and asked why he was here. Stephen agreed that it had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other. He told me that they made a deal with Aquarius, and Sophie asked him to be her bodyguard for a while. Since he had business in Drachma, he agreed. Now he wanted to know what Hugo was doing here. If he was targeting Li Gong's relics too, then Stephen, what added being the most pathetic constellation, he wouldn't have been able to afford them anyway. Hugo didn't stay long and asked what Lions was still going around picking up all of Gon's old relics. For a long time, Stephen tried to ignore Gon out of his inferiority complex. As a result, he ended up indiscriminately collecting all of Gon's relics. Hugo asked with a chuckle if he thought he could become as strong as Gon. These words made Stephen Mark furious. He was very angry. Hugo only smirked. Whenever Gon was mentioned, he started to lose his mind. The conflict began to gain momentum. The boys stood opposite each other. Stephen grabbed Hugo's hand and squeezed it with all his might. He shouted that Gon was a weakling and that no one dared say that name in his presence. They were sure that they had long since become much stronger than Gong. But he was interrupted by a man running into the room. He said that the Gemini branch was buying up all of Li Gong's relics. He let Hugo out of his arms and said he didn't have time to mess with him. He added that he could do whatever he wanted with Sophie. Hugo shouted after her in surprise, but he wasn't here to save her. Stephen said he didn't care. The auction was more important to him and he had to get there as soon as possible. Then he gave some advice to an old friend. If he wanted to live a long life, he should choose his words carefully. Hugo shouted that he was grateful for the advice and stayed in the room with Sophie, who was still lying on the chair without any signs of life. Hugo was alone with his thoughts. He replayed what he had just heard in his head. Then he looked at his palm. It was stained from being squeezed tightly, and it was stained all over. He figured Stephen didn't even take him for a wimp. More and more people were gathering at the Drachma auction house. In the VIP room, valuable relics were already being raffled off. The girl who ran the auction said that the next lot was being taken by the Gemini branch. Then they announced that the first stage of the auction had come to an end. The second stage will begin after a short pause. Gon was jubilant. His one relic was in his piggy bank. The bishop congratulated him and told him he could buy whatever he wanted. Gon wondered why such kindness. Sun Hyuk invited him to the VIP room and paid for whatever he wanted. Sungju also asked the bishop if he was sure of what he was doing. An obscene amount of money had been spent. Soon Hek said he had everything under control and asked that he pay for the alcohol since he forgot his card. Sungju agreed and thought to himself that he couldn't even contradict his boss. Gon held up the card and said they didn't have to worry. Everything had already been paid for. Bishop saw his black card in his hand and couldn't understand when he had time to do it. Gon said he was too drunk, so he paid up front. The bishop thanked me and said he was just about to pay with this card. I thought to myself, if he can recruit this guy, alcohol's a small price to pay. And said out loud, since everyone was relaxed, it was time to get to the main question. He said he has high hopes for Gon and that he has every chance to be ranked or even higher. Gon felt a fog that enveloped his mind a little. Although the effect was not strong, it made him believe in what he was saying. The bishop even admitted that he had a chance to become a cardinal. His life will no doubt get better. He will have everything: riches, glory. Were there ever people who didn't dream of all this? And the respect of this great leader of the twins. He continued his story enthusiastically. Reaching out his hand to the hero, he told him to grab it to be reborn as a follower of the Gemini constellation. Li Gong was greatly amused by the above. He laughed at the top of his voice. He noticed that he had been laughing too much lately and turned to the bishop and said that now it was clear what he wanted. He asked if he really wanted him to be his worthless boss's sixth man. Sun Hyuk didn't understand why he was reacting this way. He had been behaving appropriately all the time, so he decided to change the subject immediately. Just in time, a girl walked in and brought the winning relic to them. She held out the item and said it belonged to Li Gong. She also prepared all the necessary certificates. The bishop was extremely surprised to whom the relic had previously belonged. Gon twirled it in his hands and said it wasn't exactly what he was looking for, but he could use it anyway. Sun Hek explained that this relic already had an owner. Stephen was obsessed with them and no one could be allowed to even touch them. There was a rumble and the doors shattered. Everyone turned around in surprise. A furious Stephen Mark came into the room. He was beyond angry and screamed like a madman who dared touch his relics. Gon recognized him immediately and knew who had claimed his relics. The bishop began to fawn over Stephen. He apologized and explained that the newcomer had made a mistake out of ignorance. The relic would be returned. Steve said he was willing to turn a blind eye this time and have the relic returned to its place immediately. The bishop continued to apologize and agreed to have payment made later. Mark laughed and explained that he wasn't going to spend a penny. He said no one could touch his things with impunity and squeezed Sun Hawk's head. He was terrified that from his little blunder he could lose tens of millions of dollars. Gon couldn't listen to this anymore and decided to intervene in their conversation. Gon won the auction, so the relics were rightfully his, but he was willing to sell them for $200 million. To which Stephen replied that he always thought everyone in the Gemini branch was a coward. He laughed heartily. This guy really impressed him. Pushing Bishop away, he headed toward Gon with the words that this is what a real man should be. He assumed that this meeting was not a coincidence and decided that they should introduce themselves. Stephen extended his hand with the words that when he meets interesting people, he always gives them a warm greeting. Gon noticed that over the years, Mark had managed to increase his strength slightly. That's to be expected from the Lion constellation, which specialized in battle. The constellations of Aries and Aquarius could not compare to him in this respect. Gon realized that Stephen wasn't going to rest until he'd torn him apart. The constellation of Leo versus Serpentor. Something exciting was about to happen. Stephen's already using his powers. There are flashes of light all around. Sungju rushed to his friend in terror, even though he realized that no one could stand up to Stephen Mark. The bishop watching decided it was a provocation. Stephen said with a smirk that the hero will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Then, he put his hand on his opponent's shoulder. Gon only grinned at why he had decided to blow dust off his shoulder. Mark didn't realize anything. His punch was aimed straight at the target. He figured the guy had managed to dodge the blow by teleportation. Gon wondered why he still didn't understand anything. Then he said he was still as stupid as before. Stephen had long begged to be taught and swore he would use the skill for the good of the people. Now he used it just to show off his power. Mark was taken aback by those words. He still didn't realize who was standing in front of him. A girl came in and announced that the auction would soon be open for bids again. Gon wondered if they were going to raffle off another batch of his relics. Stephen stood up and said he still had a lot of questions, but there were more important things to do at the moment. He headed for the exit and grudgingly said he'd be back for the pendant a little later. Sungju rushed over to Gong asking if he was okay. The bishop wondered how this guy managed to survive the attack. Even he couldn't dodge the skills of the saints. Meanwhile, the auction was ready to announce the relic that everyone was looking forward to. We began with a little backstory. 24 years ago, there was a mystical case of the appearance of the misfortune involver on the territory of Germany. Even the 12 saints were unable to find a solution. All their raids had failed. But Li Gong showed up and managed to defeat the invincible monster. And today is the chance to take possession of his relic, which he used to defeat the monster. Stephen rejoiced. Soon the legendary weapon he had dreamed of for so long would be his. About 20 years since the arrival of the 13th awakened Li Gong. The press services were right above the island where the Berlin Wolf appeared. No one has gone outside since. The situation inside remained unknown. To find out what was going on, a few saints tried to get inside, but the overwhelming energy of the island made it a difficult task. Everyone was already at their limit. Only Li Gong was able to go much further than everyone else. How he was able to fight this monster was a mystery. The other saints couldn't even come close. Stephen was trying to figure out the difference between him and this guy, and why he should feel jealous of someone who wasn't even chosen by the gods. He couldn't figure out what he was missing or how this guy was cooler. What a surprise when everyone saw that Li Gong had come back alive. The 13th awakened managed to defeat a monster that was thought to be invincible. Everyone was shocked. It was the return of a true hero. The saints were angry that once again all the credit went to this kid. The saints made the decision that they needed to come back. Stephen threw his weapon away and said he didn't need it anymore. He thought he'd found something better than his weapon was. He looked at Li Gong, who was surrounded by crowds of people. He immediately noticed what he was holding. Stephen decided that this was exactly what he had been missing for so long. And today, the weapon used to defeat the mighty Berlin Wolf was being auctioned off. Everyone watched with bated breath. Everyone present wanted to take possession of it. Stephen couldn't wait to finally take possession of it. He believed that it was this relic that was supposed to make him truly the strongest. The girl presented one of the greatest artifacts to everyone, the bone of the demonic beast. People went crazy when they saw it. Many of them had read about it in the chronicles, and now they could see it with their own eyes. It was a powerful relic with historical and practical value. Everyone gazed admiringly, and only Li Gong grinned when he saw what it was. He remembered using her in the distant past. Gong tried to say a single sentence, but Seongju interrupted him. He couldn't hear anything right now. Bishop was determined to contact headquarters. He could not miss the opportunity to take possession of this relic. The auctioneer has already named a starting bid of $1 million. People went crazy and were willing to shell out up to $50 million. Gong didn't understand why people were so excited. Seongju said indignantly that this was a legendary weapon that was created by Li Gong himself. Gong hadn't expected such a reaction from humans at all. In his opinion, amulets and weapons had a higher value. No matter what he created, the relics were always of the highest quality. Anyone who knew the slightest bit about it dreamed of owning one. This was especially true for Stephen. He was willing to go to the ends of the earth to get Li Gong's relics. His power and influence allowed him to go that far. The fact that Gong's greatest creation would once again go to him irritated Seongju. The profits will go to Gong's account, which now belongs to the government. Li Gong was surprised by the fact that all profits went into his account regardless of who purchased the relic. The stakes were getting higher. Stephen called a higher amount each time. Then he said he was ready to buy it for $1 billion. He was willing to up the ante and take it for $10 billion. The girl was shocked. Even she didn't expect such a frenzy. Some people grabbed their heads. They were shocked at the amount of money. Others just sat there frustrated because they couldn't purchase this relic. Gon watched in horror. He truly didn't understand why there was such a frenzy around this trinket. The final bid was announced, $1 billion. Meanwhile, two guys cleaning the building heard that something for $1 billion had been sold. Workers like these couldn't dream of that kind of money. One of them said bitterly that he really wanted things to change in their lives. At the same moment, they saw shadows of strange creatures on the wall. The guy immediately said he took it back. Stephen accepted congratulations on acquiring an heirloom of such significance. There was a rumble. Pieces began to fall from the ceiling, forming a huge hole. Everyone looked up, trying to figure out what had happened. The misfortune taker appeared in the hole. People started to run away in panic. The invader said loudly that he had found the relic and demanded that it be given to him immediately. But Stephen wasn't ready to part with what he'd dreamed of so quickly. The dragger threw himself at him. Stephen clutched the box that held the relic tightly. Stephen Mark was not going to back down. He drew a weapon from the box and struck back. The dragger was disarmed with a single blow. He fell with a thud. Stephen was for the first time genuinely glad to meet the involved. He saw this as a great opportunity to try out his new toy in action. The people cheered. They shouted his name and thanked him. Everyone saw how the magic tower in the teleportation zone was destroyed. Everyone watched in horror and didn't know what to expect next. People were panicking. If the tower fell, the island would not stand. People started shouting that they had to rebuild the tower with all their might. Every single one was supportive and agreed to put their best effort into it. They amicably folded all their forces into one powerful strike. The crowd of people tried with all their might to hold the tower. It seemed like just a little more and they were going to make it. Then they realized the weight was too much and there was no way they could hold her. The tower was falling. The crowd was screaming for us to run away, but then the whole place lit up in a blaze of fire. In the blink of an eye, everything burned down and all the people were saved. The holy sign of Sagittarius stood before them, Hugo Otis. People gathered around and thanked him. They shouted that he was their savior. Hugo was happy. He thought about the fact that Lion had never learned to control his powers. But then suddenly, the misfortune involver reappeared. Turns out there were two of them, and Steven only defeated one. There was another panic. People had just said a word of thanks to Hugo when the worst started to happen again. People were enveloped by the forces of the invader. They were screaming and begging for help. Hugo Otis got angry and didn't hesitate to throw himself into the fight. He used his powers to defeat the monster. But the dragger was stronger. Hugo's abilities weren't enough. In an instant, he was near the monster's mouth and didn't understand how to proceed. Li Gong showed up just in time. He pushed Hugo away from the monster. He only needed one blow to disarm the invader. Gon ran to his friend and threw himself at him, asking him if he wasn't a combat-type constellation. Gon was angry. He didn't understand why Hugo was weaker than him as a Tinker class holder. Hugo added frustratedly that he was giving it his best shot. The friends heard a wild scream and saw Stephen Mark rushing toward them. He yelled that how dare they stop him from testing his new weapon. The friends noticed that there were two more monsters a little further away. Stephen shouted that no one was allowed to spoil his reunion with the bone of the demonic beast. He kept yelling for everyone to get out of his way immediately. He used the sovereign skill and created a thunderstorm. He had completed all his preparations and was ready for battle. Previously, he was at a disadvantage and had to contact magical energy. The monstrous monster was ready to pounce on him. Stephen Mark wanted to try out the true power of his new relic. People shouted happily that Stephen Mark was the strongest saint. He managed to surpass Li Gong. People believed in his power and asked him to destroy the monster. Stephen swung the bone and said that the beast would be responsible for the mess that was made here. With all his might, he struck with his new weapon, but nothing happened. Another blow followed. The beast didn't even move. Strike 3. Again, nothing. The monster looked into Stephen's eyes. The lion was angry. He didn't understand what he was doing wrong and why the monster was standing in front of him alive and unharmed. The beast lunged at him and immediately struck back. Stephen Mark fell clutching his new relic in his hand. He still didn't understand why Li Gong's weapon didn't work since he had taken several direct hits. The friends stood behind the thunderstorm wondering how they were going to get out of there. It was a sovereign skill, and it would take a long time to dispel it. Gon vowed that as soon as he got out, Stephen would regret his birth into the world. But first, we had to deal with the monsters that were part of the enticement. The humans were under the influence of a monster who intended to use them as human shields, which meant that attacking him wouldn't be so easy. People were mobbing their comrades, and there was a monster at the head. Gong said they had only one choice left. He already had a decision. The hero turned and headed toward the crowd. Hugo tried to stop him. An exasperated man jumped out of the crowd and lunged at Gon. With one swipe of his hand, the hero stopped him and tossed him aside. The crowd of people along with the monster came closer and closer. Gon lifted the man he'd put down a minute earlier and said it was easy. Hugo wondered how he had done it. The hero said he did it with his powers, and Hugo said sadly that he couldn't do it. Gon laughed and said he realized from the beginning that he would have to do everything alone. Hugo only sighed and replied that Gon could be supportive. Otis said that if Gon goes forward, he's ready to back him up. Gon encouraged his friend that he still had some of the former heat in him, and they started working together for the first time in a long time. They decided there was no point in dragging it out and wanted to deal with it in one go. Li Gong rushed forward and quickly broke through among the crowd that was under the monster's influence. He used his abilities and destroyed the monster's powers, and so he was already finding the monster in front of him and was ready for a fight. He threw himself forward, thus getting closer and closer to the monster. Gon shouted that the monster was trying in vain. It had no chance of surviving anyway. Then the hero noticed that the monster was not aimed not at him, but at the people who were behind him. The monster had already directed its forces at them, and people began to fall one by one. Something terrible was beginning to happen. We were minutes away from another disaster. At this moment, Hugo Otis appeared behind the standing men. Using his powers, he kept people out of harm's way. Seeing this, Gong was genuinely happy for his comrade. The hero got as close to the monster as possible and told it to stop wasting his time. The monster looked at him angrily and was ready to deal with him. This amused Gon greatly as he had no doubts about his own abilities. He threw a punch. In an instant, the monster blacked out. The hero lifted the monster's body up and threw it to the ground with all his might. It shattered into small pieces. Solemnly raising his hand in the air, Gon shouted that it was over. Hugo came up with those words that, as expected, he had quickly disposed of the monster. There were people lying around who were under the monster's control. They should have come to their senses soon. The friends shared their impressions, and at that moment, Gon's hand began to glow. He turned his hand and saw that the very silhouette of a snake began to emit light. He was told that because he had destroyed a powerful monster with his bare hands, his divinity had increased. He realized that this skill required a certain charge of divine energy. Gon decided now was a good time to try it out. Stephen Mark all the while continued the battle with the first monster. Using all his strength, he was unable to defeat the monster. He couldn't understand why the artifact didn't work and decided that he was unable to unleash its full power. When nothing happened from another blow to the monster, he thought he was already too weak. People who had been watching the battle all the time were afraid that Mr. Stephen would lose. The people looked up and saw bright flashes. Stephen's sovereign skill was shattered. He didn't understand how this was possible. But Li Gong decided not to hesitate and quickly took matters into his own hands. He struck just one blow and the monster was on the ground. The monster muttered that he didn't understand how a pathetic human could have such power. It's not like whoever defeated him wasn't human at all. Stephen Mark stood frantic. He could not believe his eyes. There was only one person who had that kind of power, and it was Li Gong. But Stephen realized that his presence there was simply impossible. The hero said he was glad to see the lion cub in front of him again. Stephen was so dumbfounded that at first he couldn't utter a word. Then he rose abruptly and threw himself at Gon with fists. Gon quickly stopped him and snatched his relic from his hands. Stephen clutched at the bone. Gon laughed and asked what he liked so much about the toy. In Gon's hand, the artifact shattered into small particles. Gon apologized and said she was too fragile. Stephen Mark became furious at this. He screamed like a madman. Gon said that too much energy had been wasted, but now it was his turn to wrestle Stephen. He threw a punch so hard that no one even saw where Stephen went. Meanwhile, Sophie Mard had regained consciousness. She was lying on the floor tied to a chair. She had wild headaches. She couldn't understand where she was. Stephen landed nearby, forming a huge hole. Hugo looked down and was surprised by the fall. Gon only laughed and said that the lion cub was very resilient. The people who had been under the monster's influence all this time slowly began to come to their senses. Gon remembered his new buddy Piggy Bank. He ordered the avatar to look around and gather any useful items. The hero remembered that he came here with his acquaintance from whom he borrowed a cell phone. It was about Sunjae. He was a Gemini Templar, but considering his mana and an Sena level, he would have been a good bishop. Gon continued to speculate about this guy. Despite his young age, he was very smart and could be of great use to him. Hugo clutched his head and didn't realize when Sunjae had managed to contact him. The last thing he wanted was for his children to meet Gong. Hugo's kids were obsessed Li Gong fans, and if they found out he was alive, their family would be doomed. Gon said that this guy was with the bishop who had teleportation and suggested we call them. Hugo suggested just walking out of there. He noted that the twins despise Gon and should not be messed with. Gon tried to remember a little of his past life. He came to the conclusion that this kid hated him. He was upset. Hugo supported him and told him not to worry about it. As they hugged, they were already planning to leave when Hugo was called out. Behind them was Shang-Jae, who heard their entire conversation. Hugo was furious that his son was here. He tried to explain himself but was interrupted by a strange shriek. Gon looked around and tried to figure out what it was that was making that noise. It was his slime ball. He got a message that his relic that could recreate anything had gotten poison resistance. The poison body skill has been improved. Poison resistance is now a base effect when creating new relics. Gon grabbed the slime and shouted that you can't put everything in your mouth and demanded to spit it out immediately. He tried with all his might to melt the slime and get everything out of her mouth. Hugo noticed that it had fallen out of the remains of the bony monster, and it was quite dangerous. Sunjae remembered reading about a similar relic that Li Gong had, plus the skills and inexhaustible supply of energy his new acquaintance had. He was starting to figure it out. The 13th Awakening's only friend was his father. He couldn't believe that it was really Li Gong standing in front of him. At this time, there was no way Gon could deal with his slime and yelled for them to stop making noise. But Sunjae shouted so that it could be heard throughout the entire tower area. There was a meeting in the US with the Lion Branch headquarters in the conference room. People were discussing that since yesterday their head had not been in touch with them. Bishop Oliver of the Leo branch of the Lions branch noted that the twins were good at scouting and needed to hire their men. There were rumors that their leader still hadn't shown up, and it was Li Gong's fault. Oliver was outraged by such a statement. Even if it was true in the past, Gon had lost to their boss. Stephen was the strongest among the saints. People were talking amongst themselves. Some hated the Lions, others despised the Sagittarians. The third liked Li Gong exclusively and would be happy if his return was a reality. A verbal altercation began at the big table. Everyone tried to express his opinion. They were interrupted by the vice head of the Lion's Branch Cardinal, Zhang Yuha. She turned the phone around and said regretfully that she had forgotten to turn it off. Oliver grabbed his head and asked to take the conference more seriously since their head was missing. She didn't understand why she had to look for him at all. She was sure he was all right. He was as resilient as anyone. Oliver reminded her that she should be in charge of the search and not pretend it didn't concern her. The vice head sat staring at her phone. She got up and headed for the exit. Then she turned around and told them to handle it without her presence. Oliver was beyond angry. He didn't understand such behavior. At Sophie Mard's residence, something similar to a conference was also taking place. She was literally swarmed by journalists asking her questions. Asked everyone to disperse on the promise that she would answer any questions later. Sophie watched in horror at what was happening outside her house. She was very angry at Li Gong and was replaying in her head everything that had happened to her. She didn't understand how he dared to make such a big deal out of the incident. Sophie tried to leave the house surrounded by her bodyguards. She was bombarded with questions, the main ones being her kidnapping and Li Gong's return. A strange glow appeared in the sky. Sophie looked up in horror. People were scared. They thought it was a terrorist attack. It was a message that said, "Who killed me, Li Gong?" A mystery from 20 years ago. Sophie clutched her head. She didn't know what to do. If the Saints found out, everything would be bad. If Gon did nothing, it would cause more problems. She was getting angrier and angrier at Gon. How could he do that while she was out? Meanwhile, Gon was thinking of making soup out of his avatar. News reports say Sophie Mard has not left her residence and refuses to comment. While at Hugo's house, the friends found a new pastime. Hugo had a new bow and they decided to try it out. He bragged to a friend that this toy was so much better than the one he had before. Gon hit the target time after time. Then he decided to do it blindfolded. Then he started shooting at his friend's target, thus making him angry. He thought it was funny. Gon reached for a glass of ice water. He didn't even have time to take a sip. Sun Jae brought more water and towels. He tried to please the hero as much as possible. Hugo was very annoyed by this communication. He turned to his son and said he could use some water too. He was told that the water was in the refrigerator and he could go and get it for himself. Gon's characteristics had increased after the skirmish in Drachma, and now he could afford much more. A sacred place is a place where a constellation bearer can live and train. It is also a place to test their power level. Reports came to him that he now commanded the sacred abode and summoned there his avatar, thereby strengthening its power. Sun Jae interrupted her musings and asked if he planned to go on his business they could go together, since he was planning to leave too. Hugo asked where he was going. Gon replied that he had a meeting scheduled. Then he added that he was going to meet a lot of people today. His first appointment was at a cafe with Bishop. Soon Heck asked if he was ready to join the twins. In front of Gon was a whole tray of his favorite chicken legs. Bishop said he has quite a few important things to do, but hiring for prospects is always his priority. Then he added whether Gon was going to leave them after he bought millions of dollars worth of items with the twins' branching money. Gon silently continued to eat one leg after another, shocking those around him with his appetite. After all, he was planning exactly what the bishop was now talking about. At first, he had seemed rather pushy to Gon, but now things were turning out pretty well. He remembered the vermin pig and the lion cub he'd already dealt with. Next on his list was a bitchy purple witch. He agreed to join the twins branch, but only on one condition. He pointed to the badge that was on Sun Hyok's chest and asked to give it back in return. The guys who were in security shouted that Lady Saint had personally handed over this emblem. The bishop suggested that Gon needed this emblem so that he could enjoy all the privileges of branching, and he promised to think about it. Gon hurried him up and said he had to make a decision right away because he had other things to do. He got a message on his phone from Sun Jae asking for a meeting. The guy was waiting for his hero at a cafe that sold the most delicious ice cream. He hoped that Gon would appreciate it. He thought he could call Li Gong his uncle now, and he imagined the amazed face of Nuna, who would surely be jealous of him. He pulled out the dagger Gon had repaired for him and decided he would ask for his autograph. They pulled the knife out of his hands and told him that such games were dangerous. In front of him stood Yoon Shivu Templar of the Gemini branch with his cronies. He held the dagger up to him and said he would confiscate it. Sun Jae became furious and demanded that he immediately return what belonged to him. Yoon Shivu would often harass him just because he was a little older. Sun Jae couldn't clash with him since he was the son of the Libra holy sign. He got even angrier and demanded his dagger back again, to which Yoon Shivu clasped his hand and laid him face down on the table. Visitors of the cafe began to resent such behavior of the guys and already wanted to intervene. Yoon Shivu wondered why he was so worried and assumed that the item belonged to Li Gong. He continued to scoff and snidely said that maybe this thing belonged to his incapacitated mother. These words made Songju furious and insults sprinkled from him. In Yun Shuwu's hands, the dagger began to emit a glow and a message came that the owner of the relic was in danger. A random skill was activated. The Holy Sign's son was shocked and began to yell exhaustedly. The people in the cafe were just as surprised and froze with their mouths open. An image began to emerge from the dagger. It was like he was trying to get out of it. Li Gong appeared. He threw Yun Shiwa aside with a dashing kick. Sun Jae sighed in relief. The hero appeared just in time as always. He wondered with surprise how the hero knew where he was. Gon didn't realize it himself since he'd been in a different restaurant a minute ago. It seemed that the one-time skill he had put into the dagger had worked. Then he turned angrily to Song Jae's detractors. How dare they hurt his favorite nephew? The boys looked at him in horror. Gon promised to show what happens to those who bother his loved ones. A moment before he was next to Sun Jae, the bishop went along with his terms and agreed to give up the emblem. Sun Hek thought it was a ridiculous price. Besides, once Gong entered their branching, he would be able to reclaim the emblem. He handed the emblem to Gong and asked that he use it wisely. The bishop pulled out a bunch of papers and said, now was the time to sign the contract. Not even a second later, Li Gong mysteriously disappeared. Sun Hek sat confused, surrounded by his boys. Meanwhile, at the cafe, Gon planned to deal with the offenders. He grabbed Yun Shiva. He tried to say who he was. Gon slapped him one by one. The boy tried to say that he was the son of the Holy Sign, but he couldn't finish. Then he collapsed to the floor. He asked again to be allowed to speak. Gon told him to get up immediately since they weren't done yet. The boy summoned his defense. The bull of Falarid arose beside him. The cafe patrons screamed in horror that you can't use battle magic in a public place and rushed for the exit. Yun Shivu planned to punish the obscurely appearing guy for his arrogance. Gon sighed indignantly. The kid was being too noisy. He wondered what skill Yun Shiu had tried to use and quickly suppressed his opponent's magic. The boy screamed in horror how this was possible. He thought he was facing a magician. Gonga received information that he could use the skill he had learned. He had to gather information and create a relic. The hero decided to show you how to use it properly, and he summoned a searing muscular passion in the form of a Falarid bull. Yun Shivu smashed through the wall with a crash and found himself outside. Gon warned that if he and his cronies continued to bother his nephew, he would fry them all to a crisp. Then he turned to Sun Jae. If those scoundrels hurt him again, he can always turn to him. He'll gladly watch his back. Nune ran into the cafe, looked around and wondered with horror what had happened. Sun Jae interrupted her and said that it didn't matter right now. He turned her to face Gon solemnly pronounced, "Here he is." He said that this person had overcome countless monsters and had saved the entire world many times. A character from the videos they love to watch over and over again. Then admiringly added the very hero Li Gong in front of you. The girl looked incredulously at the guy who stood in front of her. And I noticed he looks more attractive now. After all, 20 years ago, his entire body was covered in scars. Sung Ju stopped her and said she was talking too much. Then she introduced as Jong Yuha and started bowing in front of him. Gon laughed and offered to drop the formalities. After all, if she was Hugo's daughter, she was his niece. The girl looked at him as if fascinated. Tears appeared on her face. Then she said she didn't want to burden him the first time they met, but she had a favor to ask. There was a monster behind her, and from its roar it was impossible to make out her words. Gon was even a little confused. He didn't understand anything. The girl ran away with the words that she would continue after she had dealt with the involved. Sungju assumed that seeing him gave his sister a bad headache. Gon asked him if he had heard the same thing he had. An announcement was made in the streets that the troublemakers had been discovered. Everyone was to go to shelter immediately. Monsters started appearing. People ran away. Zhang Yuha wanted to deal with the monsters as soon as possible so she could return to her uncle with her proposal. Except there was no end to the monsters. There was only one thing left to do: kill them all at once. The girl was in a hurry to see Gong. She decided to use her powers right away. Jung Yuha thought that nothing could resist her love for Gun. Gon followed her because he was concerned for her safety. But her fighting instincts were sharper than Hugo's. The girl turned around to say she was okay. A huge monster with an open mouth was standing in front of her. Seeing this, Gong and Sunjae rushed to her aid. The monster saw that the guy reacted quickly to his attack and decided that there were still some interesting individuals left in the world. The beast that controlled the monster was ready to make Gon a tame beast. And Gon in turn decided that he just needed a stove to create new relics. He shouted to the monster that pretty soon he would be a gas burner. Nuna said these guys were from a ghost race. Gon laughed and asked why she was so serious. She wasn't going to do it all by herself again. He said he'd handle the monsters himself and they'd take care of the civilians. Then he added that he knew how strong they were, so he trusted them, and they had to trust him. The guys were very pleased to hear such words from their idol and did not hesitate to agree. Now, Gon decided it was time to have some fun. The behemoth enveloped Gon in ropes and he couldn't move. The monster was cheering. He was having more and more fun. Gon said that if that's all it was, he was bored and dashing off the ropes. At this moment, a huge fiery lava formed from the monster's mouth. Song-jae, meanwhile, was rescuing people and directing everyone to the evacuation center. He quickly accomplished the task at hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he bragged to his sister about evacuating all the remaining civilians. Jung Yuha realized that Li Gong was quite strong, but his opponent was from the ghost race. It was one of the most dangerous disasters and at the very least was red class. She was very worried about the hero. What if he had injuries from being in the tower? She told her brother to stay here and rushed to help. The beast was sure it had succeeded in turning Gon into ash. But Gon stood in front of it and said he was choosing it as his fire for crafting. It was a fire he could use in his workshop. The beast couldn't believe he could survive such hellish fire. He made the summoning of a hammer for crafting. A fire was discovered that could be used in the workshop. He was given the option to choose a target for improvement. The monster couldn't let him do that, so he attacked. From behind, Jung Yuha came up and activated her skill. The beast shouted menacingly, "How dare she do that?" And with the words that she had to get out, she threw the girl away. Jung Yuha flew off into the wall of the house, breaking it underneath her. Li Gong jumped on the monster, thus stopping it. Then he asked where he was going because they wanted to play. With a powerful blow, he threw him off. The body fell to the ground with a thud. The monster leader froze in horror. How could this guy pick him up and throw him with his bare hands? Then Gon addressed her, saying that no one could hurt his niece. And afterward, the hero began to devour her with a serpentine gaze. She didn't understand how this lowlife dared to consume her. Nuna didn't realize what kind of stupid magic power she was about to use. She said she was going to burn this whole area to the ground. Li Gong was the first person she planned to deal with. Jung Yuha, who was watching the scene, cried out in horror. Then there was a bright flash of fire that set the whole town on fire in a second. Touching Gog had an activated plastic glove for touching fire. He said she would pay for setting the town on fire and become a fire in his forge for the rest of her life. The beast said it was too humiliating for her. Gon laughed at those words and asked if she was belittling the capabilities of his glove. She received a message that a cleansing was needed. This amused Gon even more and he offered to try out his cleansing fist. With one blow, he laid her on the pavement and asked why she was so fragile. He received a message that the target had been destroyed and could not be cleared. The lizard of the underworld surrenders and becomes a prisoner of the serpent lizard. Gon stood in front of the huge lizard and thought of a name for it. He decided to call it Lightning. He saw his brother and sister running toward him and wondered if they were okay. Yuha replied that it was fine and reminded her that she was going to ask a question that had been bugging her for years. She said affirmatively that he did not sacrifice himself to the tower. The saints claimed that Gon sacrificed himself for humanity. But the fact that in that battle, Red Eye had almost wiped out humanity and only the strongest of the 13 saints had died seemed ridiculous to her. There was no proof and she buried those thoughts deep in her heart, and after seeing Gon fight, she was sure he hadn't sacrificed himself. Instead, she became a victim. Her idol only smiled and said that Hugo's daughter was very smart, as one would expect. Gon began his story. 20 years ago, he was stabbed in the back in that tower. It was done by one of the 12 saints who was also on that raid. The guys didn't quite get it. They always thought saints saved the world. Sun-jae exclaimed that Li Gong was the brightest star and the hope of all mankind. How could the saints do that to him? Gon said that's what it was about. He was just better than them. He was able to defeat Red Eye alone, so the saints wanted to get rid of him in secret from everyone. Li Gong was the only person who was in the way of their ambitions. And when the strongest supposedly died, the saints could rule the world. Then the hero summarized that no one could know for sure, but it was, in his opinion, the most likely theory. The boys were horrified that it was all too violent. Sun-jae said with annoyance that not only was Gong locked up in the tower alone, but the saints had taken all of his merits for themselves, even though he was the very savior of the world. Gon cheered up the children and said that tears are not necessary now. He will repay them 1,000,000 times over, and showed the news that Sophie Mard had flown to Korea for a conference. That was his last item for the day. Korea. The press conference began and many journalists gathered. People did not understand why the saint had traveled such a huge distance just to appear before them. Some speculated that it was because of the mysterious message on the drachma. Others said it was because of the rumors of Li Gong's return. The saint thought maybe she should leave after all, but her neck was wrapped around the relic and she didn't know what kind of magic Li Gong had put on it. She knew that if she wanted to live, she had to dance to his tune. She didn't know about the other saints, but he wasn't kidding when he said he'd smear her. Then she turned to everyone. Everyone remembers the events that took place in the Demon Tower 20 years ago. In fact, the true hero who defeated Red-Eyed that day is Li Gong. Everyone looked at her in surprise and asked her to repeat what she had said. Then a bunch of questions came up. The conclusion was that the saints had been lying to everyone for 20 years. Then slowly, everyone began to guess. If it was all the work of the saints, then Li Gong is still alive. Sophie mumbled, trying to justify to herself that it wasn't quite like that. A man approached her from behind and scared her very badly. She jumped back in horror. In front of her stood Saint Cancer. His name was Jean-Louis Moran. She froze in terror. If he'd shown up here, things were bad. Moran addressed the journalists and said that, unfortunately, Sophie Mard can no longer speak at the conference. She asked why he was here and what it all meant. Moran leaned over to her and faintly said what the hell was she talking about now. He reminded her that all she had to do was smile and play the part of the saint. So what a performance she put on. Then he turned to the audience and apologized. He added that what they had just heard was the result of her kidnapper's threats. He was forced to suspend the conference and promised to secure the safety of Saint. But no one was going to leave. Everyone was interested in the rumors about Li Gong's return. He was told that the hero died 20 years ago in a demon tower. If the rumors were true, he would have wanted to spread the word himself, and added that this is the first time he's heard and it's all nothing more than gossip. But then who was threatening Sophie Mard, and why did this person mention Li Gong? Everyone began to resent the fact that if they cut the conference off now, faith in the saints would be shaken dramatically. Moran was angry. He considered everyone in front of him to be insects who just didn't know their place. At that second, Li Gong ducked on top of him. He was just in time as usual. Sophie Mard screamed in terror when she saw him here. Gon shouted that he missed Moran a lot and was now very happy to see him. Then he swung a huge tail that belonged to a lizard of the illusory race. Now the disarmed light was a prisoner of the serpentine. Gon said Moran has a problem with his head since he decided to cut the conference short like that. Rak had heard that someone had recently dealt with the lizard and didn't think it was Gon. The hero immediately realized that the saint had used his cloning skill and was now standing in front of him. People were perplexed and couldn't believe that Li Gong was standing in front of them. Moran said the guy has a problem with his head and could have picked a better person to emulate. Gon unfurled the lizard's tail and gave Raku a good smack for saying that. Then he added that no one understands the first time until they get hit in the head. Then he looked at the journalists and shouted that you were next in line and jumped into the crowd. People scattered around in terror. He went to Sophie, who hadn't escaped, and told her to tell the truth about how the saints were running from Red Eye, about how they'd embezzled all his property for themselves. He demanded to know everything. They were interrupted by the sound of a siren. A flash of the darkest star was detected. The sound was getting worse. Panic set in. Sophie cried out in horror that it couldn't be. An image appeared that reeked of the energy of the constellation. He turned to Gon and said he never thought he would meet him in his life. Then he said it didn't matter. He was more interested in how he had managed to get out of the tower. And then I decided to throw a party to celebrate his return. Meanwhile, at the sanctuary of Saint Sagittarius, Hugo Otos's house, he was glad the kids were gone and he could enjoy his dinner in silence. He sat down on the couch and planned to see what interesting things were on TV. He came across a news channel. There was a live feed from the conference. The anchor woman was broadcasting that there was total chaos. In the middle of the conference, a man who claimed to be Li Gong appeared. The man was currently fighting a fierce battle with holy cancer. Hugo choked on his noodles in surprise. Then he thought that the skill of the holy crayfish had come out. Moran's weak attacks did not work on Li Gong in any way. The crowd of journalists continued to watch with interest. Rak tried to hurt Gon's feelings and said that apparently for the last 20 years he had only been doing acrobatics. When Gon tried to strike back, he realized that Moran had used the cloning skill again. He was beyond angry and noted that he had then practiced the skill of cloning for all those 20 years. There was a voice behind Gon's back that from his lips sounded like a compliment. The hero only asked how he was going to cover up this whole mess now, to which he received the reply that he would deal with it when the time came. Moran said that now was the time to take care of Li Gong by using the crowd to his advantage. Gon froze in surprise and then began to understand. He cried out in horror that Moran was the one who had stabbed him in the tower. Rak laughed evilly and said he was too obsessed with finding the culprit. Who would have thought only the hero who saved the world would hold a grudge? For a man who hides behind clones, he was too chatty. They weren't just clones. Moran created them with all the life force of the journalists. And if you carelessly remove any of the clones, their lives will dissipate, and there's no guarantee that the person will survive. Moran stood surrounded by a crowd of his clones and prepared to deliver one last decisive blow. But Gon scattered them all aside with his tail. It was a new skill he had learned at Drachma. Only Jean-Louis Moran remained standing in front of him and he struck him a blow. Gon used the instead of me ability so he could summon a target of his choice to use as a shield of the Serpentine constellation. He could summon those he had recently made contact with and set up to 3 targets. Once Gon gets rid of Moran, the other clones will disappear immediately. Gon activated his 13th sense, thanks to which he could sense the opponent's weaknesses. Then he said that Cancer's methods were dirty and nefarious, and you'd have to be a fool not to notice. He was holding a core with sensory powers. Moran was horrified at how he had managed to do it, for even the Gemini constellation could not have found him. It was a fragment of the Cancer nucleus. The magic power of the dark stars had disappeared, and now it could be absorbed by the energy of the Cancer constellation. The journalists slowly began to come to their senses. They did not understand what had happened to them. Moran could only ask what happened to him in that tower. He felt the power of God that came from Gon. Gon noticed that despite such a beating, his opponent was too talkative. He laughed and said with the last of his strength that he still had cards up his sleeve, and he's still capable of causing the hero a lot of trouble. Gon was aware of Moran's character and knew he wouldn't give up so easily. Then the phone rang. Hugo yelled that there was no time to explain and that he had to get out of there immediately. Since Gon got rid of one of Moran's high-ranking Shizantes, a handful of missiles will fall right where he's standing now. The hero couldn't quite make out what his friend was yelling into his phone. After his disappearance, Capricorn and Gemini worked together to create a crucial catastrophic class weapon. As catastrophes began to appear that mankind could not cope with, he became humanity's trump card, sizzling catastrophes from his orbit. Gon only wondered why it was necessary to do something massive and pointless. Hugo shouted that this was done so that as soon as the life signals were interrupted, the rockets would launch automatically. He kept yelling that we had to get out of there immediately. Gon said running away won't do any good. The missiles would probably wipe out several cities. Hugo clutched his head. He didn't know what to do next. Gon thought for a moment. Then he looked away and saw Sophie Mard. Then he excitedly exclaimed that he had an idea, but it needed a little tweaking. Sophie looked at him questioningly. It was scary to imagine what Gon might be up to. Outside, they began announcing that a Mormont missile was targeting the city, and everyone needed to go to the shelter immediately. Panic set in. People did not understand how a disaster-class weapon could be aimed at the center of Seoul. A huge lizard appeared in the street and scared people even more. Gon grabbed Sophie in an armful and rushed forward. He activated the Gemini skill. Now he could walk through the air and use teleport. He teleported himself and Sophie Mard to the front of the Mormont rocket. She could turn anything into a liquid, and now Gon wanted her to melt that rocket. And if she doesn't, they will die. And all the people downstairs. Gon said she'd been fooling around for 20 years, and right now she needed to get on top of it. All he did was nudge Sophie and demand that she perform a miracle. The holy goddess of Aquarius came down and said that Gon was mad. She cursed him. Sophie screamed that now was not the time for this. They had to be rescued immediately. The saint used the goddess Tear skill and directed it towards the missile. A huge torrent of water was directed at the missile, shattering it into pieces. Sophie couldn't believe her eyes. She had done it. Gon realized that even here, Sophie didn't follow through. If the pieces fell, the surface of the earth would be a mess. He remembered talking to Hugo, who said it was all created by the twins. Gon contacted him immediately. Hugo started asking questions about the rocket. The hero said that there was no time to explain and asked to borrow the absolute goal skill. Hugo noticed that his friend was very scared, which meant that the situation was really dangerous. With this skill, you can immediately move objects to the desired location, and if used in tandem with a throwing weapon, the synergy will be huge. He sent his skill. Gon thanked him as the #1 slave. He used the skill he had learned and planned to send it all as a gift to Sophie. People noticed that the shards had disappeared, and Sunjae and Jung Yuha immediately realized that their idol had done it. Sun Hek, who was also outside, was amazed at how Gong managed to get rid of the missile fragments. He received a message from the Gemini Sanctuary from the Yin Yun Palace. He was immediately asked to explain what was going on. He was yelled at about where his credibility as a bishop was. Right now, the palace was being attacked by shards of Mormont missiles. After the newscast, a meeting was held at the president's Blue House. Everyone was compensated that Lee Gon disrupted the press conference, disposed of Saint Cancer, and blocked a Mormont missile fired in Korea. Their discussion was interrupted by Lee Gong's appearance. He asked what they were whispering about and what was bothering them. He showed up there because he wanted all his money back. He knew that everyone there had profited from the sale of his belongings. He wanted to access his bank account but was not allowed to do so. He wanted to do it using Hugo's authority since he was his confidant. But it was hard for the Korean government to trust Hugo. After Gong disappeared, they couldn't trust a foreign saint. On top of that, after many incidents, Sagittarius's strength has weakened a lot. Hugo Otos was unreliable and could not be trusted. Gon found out that they had chosen a purple witch, and it pissed him off a lot. He was the only one who could communicate with Hugo as he pleased. They're all nobodies to look down on his friend. Gonu tried to object and say that his friend was useless. That only made him angrier. No one has the right to treat Hugo Odos like that. Then he turned to his friend. How could he tolerate this and allow himself to be treated like this? Hugo mumbled that it was all his own fault and asked Gon to finish the whole mess. Anyway, he was there to get all his money back. Otherwise, he threatened to blow the place up while he looked for it himself. Everyone was on their knees in front of Gon and were ready to lay it all out. But then Sunghek heard a familiar voice and was extremely surprised. A purple-haired witch entered the hall. It was Haze's holy twin. The people breathed a sigh of relief. They were glad to see her. She claimed it was her own bank account, the assets of which were used to rebuild Yin Yang Palace. She guessed that it was Gon who had sent the shards of Mormoth's missiles to the palace. It made the palace look like a desert. The damage was too severe. Then she turned to Gong. How could he even have the nerve to go there after what he'd done? Gon listened patiently and then asked who she even was. She ordered him to be quiet and said she'd get rid of him right away. The magical power of the twins was bursting out. Everyone realized that they were going to get hit too. The spirit she summoned was an incredible divination of Gemini. Haza used a spirit call. The fairy queen Reliqueen answered her call. Gon watched eagerly to see what would happen next. This spirit was second only to heavenly bodies. Haze was convinced that Gon couldn't handle her. With a light sweep of his arm, Gon tossed and tossed her out of the building. Breaking through the ceiling, the fairy queen flew far above. Everyone watched in amazement at what was happening. No one could have expected such a thing. Gemini's magical power quickly began to fade. Fairy Queen Reliqueen is back where she came from. Haisa wanted to use her skill and stealthily evaporate, but Gon quickly grabbed her by the hair. He wasn't that stupid, and no one could sneak away from him that way. A message came back that the user had lost consciousness, and her magical control was removed. The transformation applied by Pisces was cancelled. The girl began to change her appearance, and everyone recognized her as the Gemini Saint. Gon turned to everyone and asked, didn't he say earlier that he was seeing her for the first time? He assumed that the saint was confident of her victory since she had the fairy queen on her side. Everyone looked at Gong in surprise. He only noticed that the Violet Witch's chance had been lost. The hero said it was a good time to get his money back. Naturally, no one could contradict him. All the money was returned. The friends left the Blue House, and Gon took a stack of documents with him. Since it was possible to get all the assets back now was a good time to grab a bite to eat. Hugo wondered why the real Heisei hadn't shown up. She was the kind of person who used the meteor downtown if she was in a bad mood. Gong thought it was strange too. He had destroyed Yin Yang Palace and she still hadn't shown up. That could only mean one thing. He guessed her whereabouts and decided to visit her. Meanwhile, everyone gathered at Sunjae's apartment and planned to have refreshments. Gon suggested that everyone eat hamburgers, which he had brought in stock. Sunjae immediately refused, saying he would eat other food. Everyone was wondering where Hugo had gone. Gon said he had sent him on an errand, so he would be a little late. He said it was time to start the interrogation. There was a display case in front of them. A message came through that it was the Reliqueen of Ares in the sturdiest of relic cabinets. Gon demanded that his questions be answered properly. Then he laughed and said it was better to stay in a glass display case than in a book. In his hands was a book that could hold anything. It stored the target in text and could be disguised. The Purple Witch still hadn't shown up, and it was very strange. She was stuck in Sun Jae's house. Ares Reliqueen agreed. Gon gave it another chance and demanded to be told exactly where. They were pointed to a statue of an angel that was on the nightstand. It was the same statue that broke the other day. Gon realized why he thought she was the one giving off the horrible smell. He turned to Sunjae, who said that it was the figure that the witch had kissed. It's likely that she used coordinate marking magic. Gon used the sense of the 13th. A message came that he could interfere with the spirit world. From the statue came a voice that was addressed to Reliqueen with indignation that she had told all. Mistress Hayes began to appear in front of them, the Holy Twin. She resented why she was caught by the worst possible guy. The day the Devil's Tower collapsed, everything went wrong. Haza was at home that day and felt an eerie energy. There was no doubt about it. Only Li Gong had that kind of energy, but he couldn't have survived. Of all places, he headed to Sunjae's apartment, which made things easier. The place was within the witch's reach. Using a teleporter, she was able to place her soul into the angel figurine that was in the guy's apartment, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. The possession of the statue went well, but then the unexpected happened. Gon counted the statue as an abomination and smashed it. If the target had been destroyed while taking the soul, she wouldn't have been able to escape. The witch didn't know what to do, but she knew she was trapped. But either way, it was a relic and shouldn't have been left like that. Undoubtedly, Hayes was happy about it. Even if a cheap rented skill was used to restore the figurine, it could save her. The statue was glued together with regular glue, and then became a piece of garbage. The witch was informed that she could not escape. She yelled for Reliquin to get out of the display case immediately. I was told that it was pointless and that Li Gong would catch her anyway. Gon smiled. He was glad that at least she knew her place. She ordered Sunjae to immediately attack Gong. Since he was a Gemini Templar, he had to fulfill her wish. She shouted that Gon and their sect have always been enemies. Naturally, Sunjae wasn't even going to do that. He said that even though he was a member of the Gemini sect, his hero was Li Gong. And if he has to feud with his idol just because he was one of the twins, then he'll just walk away. He pulled his badge out of his pocket and tossed it to the floor. Reports have begun to come in that the high-ranking Gemini Templar is leaning towards the Serpentine. The holy goddess of Gemini is unleashing divine punishment. The magical power of the holy goddess of Gemini crushes Sunjae. He fell headlong to the floor. His sister rushed to him. The witch said he's the candidate for her successor, and if he apologizes right now, the goddess will forgive him. But to do that, we need to attack Gon. Sunjae shouted from the last of his strength that all saints abandoned people for their own gain, and only Li Gong saved people who were in danger. All the saints are hypocrites who only said they were saving the world. But the hero among all has been and will be only one, and that is Li Gong. He was the one who helped and supported when needed, and he's not someone to look down on. After these words, the holy goddess of Gemini began to manifest. She increased the severity of her punishment to the highest degree. Combining her magic power, she ordered Sunjae to disappear along with his hero. But here, Li Gong had already intervened, and the abyss ruptured. At the same time, the Yin-Yang Palace was in total devastation. Everything was ablaze with fire. Bishop Ken said he would take control of the fire and told them to immediately gather everyone who knew how to use water-type spells. But he never managed to gather his magic power. No one could gather their magic power as they simply couldn't feel it. The bishop ordered that students from other districts be contacted, but they couldn't use teleportation. The teleportation gateway was completely gone. Students who were at the disasters meeting could not be contacted. It felt like Gemini's magic power had just completely disappeared. In Sunjae's apartment, everyone also noticed that the magic power of the holy goddess had disappeared. Gong turned to Sunjae and said that the guy was in danger, but now he's fine. He thanked the guy profusely for believing in him to the last. Sunjae didn't understand what had happened yet, but he was terribly pleased to hear such words from his idol. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by Heise's fierce shouts, which were addressed to Gon. She didn't understand why the power of the holy goddess had been severed from her. The connection between the Gemini saint Heise and the Gemini holy goddess Freya was completely cut off. Gods expend a great deal of resources and put themselves at great risk when they try to involve themselves in reality. Therefore, they give authority and their power to a trusted person, namely to the Holy One. The saints in turn distribute this power to their disciple. To put it another way, the Holy One is a power plant, and the saints are a transformer and a power transmission tower, and the students in turn electrical outlets and cords. The fact that the saints' power disappeared in an instant could only mean one thing. Gon turned to Saint with a smirk and asked how it felt to become powerless in an instant. Gon used the royal skill of Cancer. Thanks to it, he could tear apart anything he wanted. After mixing this skill with his Gon, got a rather interesting result, and now he could even break the saint's contact with the goddess. Action forbidden by God to break a relationship. The new ability will be formed after he masters the skill Action forbidden by God. Heise hissed that the holy goddess would never let that happen. It was to Gon's advantage. He was waiting for the goddess to show up. The holy goddess of Gemini has lost touch with her disciples. Now they will face the risks and exercise their influence directly. There was a whirlwind in the city. A violet light illuminated everything around. She appeared in front of Gong. He said ironically that her exit was definitely bright. And there before him stood Freya, the holy goddess of the twins. A warning came to Gon that the saint's natural power was wavering dangerously. He began to pull out an item he was saving for a special occasion. He used a fragment of the Cancer core that sucked out the power of the holy goddess. The holy goddess of Gemini is startled at the sight of a fragment of another holy god. Gon had one regret. He didn't have the punishment of heaven with him. If he had heavenly punishment with him, he could have just blown everyone away, whether it was God or someone else. He summoned the workshop of creation. The search for materials began. A fragment of the nucleus of Cancer was found. Lightning strike and storm of the holy goddess of Gemini. A brown abyss scythe was created that was forged from a fragment of the core of Cancer and the lightning of the holy goddess Gemini. Production skill had a low level compared to ingredients. That was why his expendable power was very low. Gong used his accumulated saint force and activated his war god instinct. It was super effective against the holy goddess of Gemini. She suffered pain and humiliation. No one could believe that Gong had managed to injure the goddess. The brown scythe of the abyss was destroyed right in the hero's hands. Next, the holy goddess of the twins, Freya, lost her mind. The holy goddess tried to gather all her power and descend into this world. She managed to muster all her strength and power. Everything was filled with fire, and some voice ordered her to stop immediately. To everyone's surprise, Hugo Otos stood before them. He said the invasion must stop now. Any further action would be considered a violation of the rules. Hugo reminded her that she couldn't interfere in this world with her true body. She laughed and asked what the fallen holy god and his saint could do to her. The humble Sagittarius couldn't stop her. Hugo mentally agreed that with Sagittarius's current strength, he didn't stand a chance. Then he turned to her and asked if she thought he was the only one unhappy with her interference. Countless beings watching the world stop the ascension of Gemini and express their displeasure. They're throwing back the twins' army to firmly mark their territory. Other holy gods are unhappy with the violation of the rules for activating restrictions. Freya has been informed if she interferes more than necessary, she will pay a large amount of faith and experience, as well as antagonizing the other holy gods. Hugo shouted that it would be a great shame to her. The holy goddess began to be enveloped in multicolored chains. Apparently, the other saint gods were not going to just watch this. Hugo wondered if she was really willing to take more risks. Gritting her teeth, Heis shouted that she would never forget this day. The hero was informed that he had completely crushed the holy goddess of Gemini and earned a reputation among the countless beings watching the world. He had received a great amount of God's throne experience. Now he must face a special test when he reaches the 10th level of God's throne. Hugo has had a special quest activated based on the Serpent Man's awakening order, but he was still pretty angry at the thought of what Freya had done to Sunjay. So much so that even putting an arrow through her head wouldn't be enough. Gon asked to wait a little longer. He planned to crush her and her brother soon. Hugo was very grateful to his friend. Then he remembered what he had stolen from Yin Yun's palace at his request and went into his pocket. And he held out the soul registry, the certificate that recorded the pact with the twin avatars. Gon wondered how he'd managed to get it. It was supposed to be kept at the highest level of secrecy. Hugo said that stealing and infiltration are basic archery skills, not to mention the badge that Li Gong gave him. The hero opened the soul registry and looked through the list of avatars. Yetun, a giant of this king of giants, had a legendary class. Warrior King Jarl, the light of the white god himself. The avatars of the twins were completely subservient to the Serpent King. The commander's avatar stuck deep in the sea below the Yin Yan Palace was also surrendering. Gon could take avatars who surrendered as his own avatars or as prisoners. He didn't understand why he had to believe the avatars had surrendered, so he demanded to prove his sincerity first. Unexpectedly, the holy goddess of the twins, Heisi, appeared. Gemini's avatars suggested using her body. Gon laughed as hard as he could and naturally agreed. He accepted the surrender of the Gemini avatars. The avatars migrated to the Serpentine. He was too lazy to come up with everyone's names and called them Guy 1, Guy 2, Guy 3. Heisa screamed that this couldn't be happening and it was just a nightmare. Gon reminded her that everyone had abandoned her and her holy goddess had run away. And now was as good a time as any to answer his question. Who stabbed him in that tower? She pretended she didn't know anything and didn't know what it was about at all. He grabbed her by the neck and screamed, "Can't she feel that he could fry even her soul?" Gon shouted that there was no need to pretend. It was the right time to come clean. He said, "Does she really want to die during torture in her spiritual state?" Out of her last strength, Hai screamed that it was most likely a maiden since she has judgment from heaven. Gon said that if she had spoken up in the first place, it would have been painless, and promised to return her body to her as a token of gratitude for such information. And he accidentally gave her body to Reliquin, but even for that, Heis was immensely grateful and threw herself at his neck. Then everyone headed to Hugo's house to deal with the contracts. Reliquin volunteered to put the papers in order and make them all top-notch. The soul contract was created by a sect of experts. Li Gong took everything Yang Wei monopolized. Another new skill, Snake Contract, has become available to the hero. The avatars cheered. They were honored to be Li Gong's avatars. Hugo was surprised at this behavior. The avatars were usually quite proud. The avatars went after Hugo. He had no right to interfere because he was only Gon's servant. The hero quickly put them in their place and told them they had the wrong idea. Then he laughed and said he wasn't a servant at all, but a slave. But the avatars didn't stop and said, "How dare a slave speak as if he knew something in front of Sir Li Gong?" Gon asked them to tell us about themselves. In particular, why they left the twins and came here. It was simple. They couldn't handle the tyranny of the holy goddess Gemini, and the biggest reason was that they saw Gon take out the holy goddess. As it turned out, not only them but the other avatars wanted to surrender to him, and even their commander. only he was stuck under the holy region and couldn't come. Humanity has now lost more than half of its Earth from the mysterious civilization catastrophes. At first glance, it might seem like the saints and the catastrophes are equals. But in reality, they couldn't even try to reclaim the Earth they lost to the mysterious civilization. Gong pondered that the deep sea near Yin Yang Palace turns out it must be in the Pacific Ocean. This would be near the territory of the mysterious civilization, and Gon decided to pay a visit to see a glimpse of the current state of affairs. The avatars said if they bowed to him, they swore life and loyalty. Gon was pleased and said he was counting on them. He called them the Three Brothers. Sungjae enthusiastically said that even these high-class avatars were afraid of his uncle, and his sister, in turn, was delighted to have proposed to her uncle. Hugo was horrified and asked what his daughter was talking about. He grabbed his bow. Gon tried to calm him down and explain everything. Hugo was offended since his daughter had never told him she loved him. He was more than a little angry. Gon tried again to calm him down. Then he apologized to his friend and said he wished he was dead now and used his stealth. Gon used the skill of fixing God's gaze. Hugo Oto's magic powers began to be revealed. He tried to stop his friend. He got a message that he had humiliated Sagittarius. Hugo was already starting to go overboard. He wanted to use the sovereign's skill, the Ring of the Sun God. The holy god of Sagittarius, Apollo, was puzzled that all that was happening was not normal. Hugo's children were also shocked by this behavior of their father and tried to stop him. They were screaming that he just didn't stand a chance against Gon. But with those words, they only made their father angrier. Gon was just as shocked, but he still managed to stop his comrade. When Hugo came to his senses, he had a huge bump on his head. Gon tried to find out why he was so angry that he had almost destroyed his own house. The hero cautiously wondered if he looked like a guy who could seduce his daughter. Then he said the kids were just shy about expressing their feelings to him. But even so, we bought him a gift to cheer him up. Meanwhile, the kids brought his favorite coffee and strawberry cake. It was so sweet that Hugo couldn't hold back the tears. He was happy now and threw his arms around his children. Sunjae walked over to Gong and quietly said that he had sent the video to the reporters as he had requested. Hugo heard his son enthusiastically say he wouldn't wash his hair again because his uncle had patted his head. Trailing off, he started treating him to strawberry cake and coffee. Hugo wondered why there were no strawberries on his piece of cake. Turns out Yuha put all the strawberries on the piece of cake they gave to Gong. Tearing down everything in his path, Hugo pounced on Li Gong. Watching this, Relequin only smirked at the terrible upbringing the children had. Word has come through that a red-class calamity has appeared. All Templars should have responded to the mobilization order. Capital of the Philippines, coastline near Manila. A huge army had gathered. Everyone realized they didn't stand a chance. One man tried to be very supportive. He said there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, a crisis is also an opportunity. He said they would surely defeat the impending red-class trouble and prove that the lions are still strong, and that humanity could once again leap forward. Jung Yuha only dreamed of one thing, to return home to her uncle's house. Hugo's assistant came to Hugo's house. His name was Un Yerin. When he saw that his house was missing a roof and everything was in ruins, he asked what had happened. They went into the house. The news was already talking about the coming disaster. Hugo asked the assistant what the box in his hands was. It turned out to be standing in front of the door. Jaren thought it was a package and took it. The two of them seemed to be thrown from the box. Hugo called out to Gon in horror. The material broke during crafting from the low grade. Gon was outraged because it wasn't the first time he'd broken down. A higher grade crafting tool was required to create the desired tool. Gon had been told earlier that he had lost his hammer performing achievements. He couldn't figure out where it had gone for the past 20 years. He thought it was difficult to create relics larger than the average size out of lime. He needed to prepare the best weapons for the battle with the maiden. Gon was notified that a contractor from another constellation had sneaked into the sacred domain of the great Serpentor and humble Sagittarius. The box fell open. Inside was Reliquia, who introduced herself as Sergeyevich. Hugo was outraged. He said that only Yang Wei was capable of such jokes. Gon went with interest to find out who had snuck into the holy domain and discovered that it was Capricorn. A voice came from the box saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was glad to see Li Gong in good health. He introduced himself again as Capricorn Vladimir Sergeyevich Ivanov. It was Capricorn who, like Gon, specialized in crafting. After Gon disappeared, there were no weapons left in the world that he hadn't touched. He said he was glad Gon was doing well anyway and wanted to give the reason for his appearance. He was here because he wanted to apologize for past mistakes, build new relationships, and also start collaborating. Gon tossed him up and tossed him aside. He said the whole thing wasn't worth his time. Trump was sure Gon would be shaken because he didn't want to share the material with him. The Castellan thought Gon was too hot-tempered. He always was. He was then approached and told it was time to go. It was that Capricorn Vladimir Sergeyevich Ivanov. He decided it was time to see what 1,000 legs looked like. The news was broadcasting the Philippines and planned to talk about the upcoming raid on the Red Class Calamity. The 1,000 feet is the giant disaster that Li Gong exterminated 20 years ago, and now a relative of that disaster will appear on the shores of Manila. Since it's a Red Class Calamity raid, there are several powerful sects gathered there. Lions, led by Vice Castellan Cheon Yuha, and Bishop Oliver. The Pisces are masters of water combat specializing in transformation magic. Taurus, who have been an indestructible defensive front line. Aquarians are able to defend even against a nuclear missile with their own forces. Capricorns responsible for making and modernizing weapons necessary for battle. Several sects sent troops on a joint mission. And as for the Capricorns from the Holy One appearing in person. Watching everything on TV, Gon was surprised to see him there. Vladimir Sergeyevich summoned the relic of the Capricorn sovereign, the Hammer of Accomplishment. Seeing this, the friends immediately realized to whom this relic belonged. Saint Capricorn was an expert at crafting. He upgraded relics before the battle began. The whole world knew about this ability of his. Gon was furious when he heard all this on TV. Not only did he take Gon's stuff, he bragged about it. Gon said he had to punish him immediately. He decided to deal with him before he dealt with Maiden. The news has announced that far out in the ocean, something has begun to rise, and it's not long before disaster strikes. It was the same calamity of 1,000 feet. Its hazard class was red. Everyone noticed that at the end of its tentacles hung something incomprehensible. To everyone's surprise, it was Steven. He couldn't get his bone away from the monster. People in the crowd remarked that for the amount of money he had purchased this bone when portraying it, one might as well go crazy. Steven was obsessed with the bone. They started begging him to come down immediately. Saint Capricorn clarified, "Is everyone going to stay in their seats when 1,000 feet and Steven are fighting there?" The Lions were instructed to use a potion that Capricorn gave them to strengthen their physical abilities. The fish had to use a spell to improve maneuverability. Aquarians to focus on buffs oriented towards combat and survival. The Taurus should stand in a defensive formation in the rear in case Calamity makes landfall. The Lions had the offense on alert and were already planning to attack. They activated the Lion's skill of bestiality and gained the strength of a wild beast. Zhang Yuha said indignantly that the entire Lion battle squad had used mischief. She turned to her squad to unleash their magic, and they applied the Divine Cadre Alliance skill. There was a complex and fierce battle going on. The beast was planned to be torn to pieces. Steven yelled for everyone to stand still until he snatched his bone. He's been told to cut the crap. Yuha saw how pathetic everyone was and decided it was time for her to step up. They tried to stop her from getting the buffs to begin with, but she didn't need them. She activated divine speed and rushed into battle. With ease, she ripped Steven from the monster's tentacles and he flew off with the bone to the side. Everyone was shocked. Yuha crossed the sea in one leap and ripped apart the monster's thick tentacles. Now that the Lion Saint had been saved, the army had to deal with the Calamity rank monster. Aiming for the monster's weak points and then grabbing the torso, Calamity's movements slowed. Suddenly, a tsunami began to form in the ocean. The Taurus disciples, who were on the front lines, used the Iron Wall formation. But then came the super big disaster rank 10,000 feet. The risk ranking is red. Vladimir Sergeyevich realized that there was nothing they could do with a monster of such rank. Turns out he set up the Mormet and laid it out in the nearby waters. But he could do nothing further. His hand was pierced by a knife. That's when Li Gong showed up. Without him, no one could handle the octopus group. It's time for the first extra class in 20 years. Everyone was getting pretty tired of attacking 1,000 feet with what they had. The hero wanted to deal with the strongest first and then proceed to the little ones. Zhang Yuha has watched the video of Gong raiding 1,000 feet so many times that she has already memorized it. The hero has survived countless disasters in the past. Among them was an indomitable record that even the Templars who envied him considered the Bible. This was the raid on 1,000 feet. In that very recording, Gon was breaking through the smaller tentacles using speed. Then cut down those tentacles he couldn't ignore. And as soon as he managed to get close to its body, he shoved the weapon between the monster's eyes. Going over all of this in her head, Yuha wanted to do the same thing. Then used the Lotus Flash to blind the monster. But the monster blocked her and snatched her weapon with its tentacles. Yuha flew off to the side, but Steven caught her in time to save her. The girl thought about what Li Gong would do in such a situation. Just then her idol appeared holding a two-handed sword. He threw himself at the monster using the Great Mountain Piercing skill. Using his power, he demolished 1,000 feet in an instant. The decapitated monster fell into the ocean. The people watched and could not hide their amazement. Then everyone realized it was Li Gong and asked how he got here. He came to give a demonstration because everyone had been fighting the octopus for too long, but everyone decided they could do it without him. He came out of nowhere and struck last, but then suddenly Gon was grabbed by huge tentacles. Was there anyone out there who could defeat that monster? But Gon was able to fend for himself. He used the Catastrophe Lotus skill. After that, the hero used the skill Baptizing with Blade. The hero thought the good thing about big enemies was that you could cut them up as much as you wanted. By the end of the day, it didn't matter how many legs the monster had, 1,000 or 10,000. It was just an octopus. Gon said he cut the beast into nice pieces and let everyone else figure out what to do with them. People who didn't know him watched with awe and respect. The reporter turned to the audience and said that now there was an event that will be talked about for a long time. Li Gong is the returning hero who defeated 1,000 feet. Inspiring stories and epic battles that will make people never forget the hero. The Serpentine Bible was created. All accomplishments would be recorded there and passed on to the people. A happy Seon Yuha ran up to Gong. He saw the relic behind her back and asked if she had stolen it. The girl smiled sweetly and replied that she didn't know what she was talking about. Gon said he broke her spear, but he promised to make her a new weapon soon. The girl was delighted. Uncle Gong's weapon was the top of her dreams. But then a joyous Stephen appeared. He was the Lion Cardinal. Yuha was his direct subordinate. And since Gon promised to make a gun for her, he'll make one for Stephen too. And Stephen couldn't help but be excited about a new weapon. And if it was made by Gon himself. 20 years ago, Gon was a master craftsman of weapons for the Saints. And since he had broken the big bone Stephen had bought, he had to make a new weapon for him. There was a massive explosion that swept away all the men on the front lines. The Lion squad began to attack the Taurus, but the origin of the explosion was still not clear. It was a shining flash of Mormont that Trump did. He regretted that the explosion was weak since there wasn't much of a bomb. Stephen and Gon were furious. How could a bomb be planted where people were fighting? Turns out this explosion was a small salute compared to the main performance. Gon said he wouldn't be surprised if all the lions caught in the blast went crazy. Vladimir Sergeyevich noticed that Gon is as quick-witted as usual, and said that a much more interesting spectacle was about to begin. The furious lions pounced on Gon and tackled him. Capricorn thought he had fought the calamity mindlessly, and now he had no strength left to fight back. Gon and Juhu were thrown to the ground. Only Stephen was left standing in front of Capricorn. He didn't understand what was happening to his subordinates and why they weren't following his orders. The potion they drank responded well to Mormont, and in this state, the subordinate will only do what Capricorn commands. And if Stephen wanted to get them back to normal, he had to listen to the end of it all. Capricorn showed the sword that Li Gong had made and demanded that Stephen use it to slay the hero. Stephen didn't understand why he had to follow this order, or why he had to get rid of Gon in the first place. But it was the only chance I had to get my subordinates back. Capricorn continued his story. Now, they were in a position where they could understand each other. He believed that the two of them had inferiority complexes about Li Gong, and the fact that Stephen was obsessed with Gon's gun only confirmed all of those speculations. He screamed that this was the only chance of his life and there would never be another. In return, he promised to create the most powerful weapon that had never even existed before. If they join forces, they can surpass Li Gong. And now Stephen had to draw his sword and dispose of his opponent. Yuha tried to stop him. Everyone knew that Sergeyevich was not someone to be trusted. At the girls' shouts, Stephen came quite close to Gon. Trump, meanwhile, kept nudging him and demanding that he hurry up. But suddenly, Stephen turned around and pointed his sword toward Capricorn. He screamed that this was the only opportunity of his life and he couldn't let it go. That made Stephen even angrier. He wasn't going to listen to whoever had done this to his named brothers. He had bet everything to surpass Gon and couldn't waste time feeling inferior to him. And he had not the slightest intention of taking his place by getting rid of the hero with such tactics. No sooner had Gon breathed a sigh of relief than he heard what Stephen thought had already surpassed him. How can a man who can't outdo Li Gong can promise to make guns? How can a weapon made by Trump be better than a weapon made by Gon? The old man was furious and said that the lion would answer for his words. Stephen threw his fists at him, but he made a full launch of the rocket launcher. The almighty lion was nothing in front of such a mighty setup. 20 years ago, Stephen faced a severe inferiority complex. However, he was able to overcome it and break the past while experiencing many limits. And he activated the Thunderclaw skill and dashingly dispersed the opponent's armor. Then he pinned the old man to the ground and said his armor was too thick. He fought all the disasters without a single piece of armor and demanded the same of Trump. Gon was getting tired of watching all this and asked if they planned to finish soon. The beasts turned out to be weaklings. Gon let himself be grabbed only to see what Sebastian was going to do. But they chatted so much that Gon got bored of it and stood up. He had a lot of questions and offered to chat. 20 years ago, before the raid on the tower, Li Gong should have been killed. It was a simple prophecy that foretold the future, and a certain man was planning to make this prophecy a reality. It was the chance of a lifetime, a chance to dissect the body and take the abilities. Gon wasn't going to listen to all this reminiscing. He demanded the name of the one who wanted to get rid of him. Trump was willing to say who it was in return for his safety. Gon said it wasn't his place to dictate terms. There was no place for him at the negotiating table. And if everything said is nonsense and he's just wasting his time, then Capricorn is clearly in trouble. By now, the answer wasn't long in coming. It was Virgo. It was consistent with what the Purple Witch said. But was the maiden really behind it all? Gong decided that he needed to see Jinmin again. He needed to hear the results of the evaluation of the dagger that had wounded him. Next, he demanded the return of his belongings, a hammer filled with accomplishments. Saint Capricorn. Sebastian presented the relic to the present owner. He was shaking with rage and deeply regretted such a loss. Gon asked what he was unhappy about and why he had such a sour face. Then he called the three brothers over. He asked me to take Sebastian to his dimension, and if he resisted, we could tear off a couple of his limbs. Capricorn was extremely surprised that Gon had avatars under his command, and then it began to dawn on him. Instead of being a saint, Gon had become the god of a new constellation. Lion's subordinates began to come to their senses. They had no memory of what had happened to them. The bishop was asked what should be done next. The plan was to blow everyone up and send them to hell. Gon only smirked that there was too much talk about Mormouth and showed his toy. He used the hammer to upgrade or change the target to fit the requirements. All he had to do was select a target. Gon changed the target and successfully turned Mormont into a firework. Leo's subordinates had already fully come to their senses and were not happy about being used. With such weak explosions, there wasn't even a scratch left of Mormouth. Stephen wasn't about to just let his opponent go and asked Gon for a sturdy and powerful weapon. Gon said he had just such a thing and looked at Lion with interest. Then he grabbed his leg and swung it above his head. Without waiting for it to continue, everyone ran away. Gon decided he was doing well and should go bowling. Holding Stephen's foot, he turned his attention to the mark on his foot. National European Union of Humanity, Western Defense, the edge of the dome red zone. The captain of the search for Maiden Jane was alert. If calamity popped out at any moment, he would not be much surprised since there was an unpleasant odor. The search party discussed Li Gong, who defeated the 1,000-foot disaster in the Philippines. He single-handedly dealt with him, and the official raiding parties ended up being mere masses. And there was also talk of Leo getting into a fight with Capricorn, and it ended in a huge loss. Jane interrupted the discussions and said that talking while on assignment was not the norm. We shouldn't have forgotten that they were looking for people who disappeared yesterday on the outskirts of the dome. There was a red fog, and so it was harder to look. We need to be more attentive and not get distracted. Then they all heard a call for help. They tried to understand where the voice was coming from. The voice sounded like it was echoing throughout the city. It felt like it was being repeated mechanically, like it was a recording. There was an order for everyone to stop immediately. The voice continued to plead for help. The captain began to be enveloped by dry tree branches, and already he was beginning to beg for help. It had been a few days since the Li Gong had defeated 1,000 feet. He was at Hugo's house watching the news. In the Philippines, the scene was being cleaned up with a crane. On the news, they admired Li Gong. He took care of the octopus himself, making the joint mission of all the sects pointless. The hero had seen the news and didn't understand why everyone was so impressed that he had dealt with several octopuses. He decided it was time to call it a day since he had better things to do. He was notified of a new challenge. He had to destroy the God-Eater monster, but you couldn't use your fighter instinct. For the intelligence test, you had to purchase a voice recorder. For the lava test, use a human avatar as your Templar. Gon took advantage of God's gaze and upgraded his level. Additional features were included. He could see the level of a person's faith level by looking at him with God's eyes. When taking the avatar, if the Templar's faith level was not 100%, the power of the constellation was reduced. There was a note about the Templar's level of faith. It said that Gon had to be careful what he chose. But there was no problem with that. The hero was sure that Sunjae and Yuha would gladly become his Templars. Hugo had to agree too. He wanted to test their faith level right now, but no one was home. And the hero decided that now would be a good time to contact the Jin Man. Sunjae had a dream with a memory. In another disaster, people were crushed by debris. His mom begged him to hide in the car until his dad came. She said to pretend it was a game of hide and seek. Daddy was going to come in soon and take out the monster with one shot. And she took a promise from her son that he would be good and brave. He opened his eyes in horror. He was glad to see his mother for the first time in a long time. Yuha was worried that the divine punishment her brother received might have side effects. He said he was fine, but he was just tired. Yuha held out a birthday present to her brother. It was a relic with which Song Jae would be able to store the Gemini's magic power. He was now in a position to fill the sex contribution points. The girl was glad she could please her brother with the gift. Sunjae thanked him for his concern, but it still didn't lift his mood much. Hugo said that their mom will be sad if Sunjae has a gloomy expression on her birthday. You have to go to your mom's house with a smile. And he gripped the steering wheel tightly. He tried his best to cheer up the children, though it was hard for him to do so. They arrived at the clinic where their mom had been for a long time. The children were excitedly telling her about Li Gong and all his accomplishments. Yuha said that when mom wakes up, they have a lot more to talk about. They held her hand and wished she would come to her senses as soon as possible. Hugo watched the children bitterly through the window in the hospital room. His phone rang and he went outside to talk. He was surprised by this call. But today was an important day, and he would like to avoid work. He was surprised that he got a call about the extermination of one simple calamity. But it didn't turn out to be that simple. Virgo refused to fight this catastrophe. Besides, Hugo was already familiar with this calamity. It was the one who showed up in Korea 10 years ago and rolled through the airport grounds. It was called the Blood Mist, and it appeared once again. Meanwhile, in Belgium, in the nation of S, under the jurisdiction of Virgo, Gon was upset that it rained heavily at the worst possible time. He was just planning his first meeting, but the weather turned bad. Gong wrote to Sunjae and offered to become his Templar, but he suddenly got a dubious response. He wasn't sure he could do it. It was Sunjae's birthday today, and he deliberately didn't say anything about it. Maybe he had some unpleasant memories from that day. But his musings were interrupted. Jin Mu-jung approached him. It was an appraiser attached to the maiden, one of the cardinals. He apologized for making him wait so long. Gon replied that it was no big deal. He had business with Maiden anyway, and it wasn't hard to get there. He understood that this country was under the Maiden's influence, but was everything in this country so closely tied to her? Culturally, Europe has always been heavily influenced by religion. After the appearance of the holy gods, sex appeared in the world. Europe has been transformed from a continent into one big religious nation. But what was even more important, you can't help but become more godly, seeing the dome that protects you every day. Given how proudly the interlocutor told the story, Gon concluded that his faith was severely weakened. He looked at Jinmo with God's gaze and saw his level of faith. Something more had to happen for a man with the trait of a fanatic to lose faith. Gon assumed that what he wanted to talk to him about was closely related to his sect. The cardinal replied that he was no longer surprised that it was impossible to hide anything from Gon. He used the sound barrier skill rented from Aquarius and blocked the sound from coming out of the barrier with water energy. All of this even surprised the hero a bit. Meanwhile, Jinmu had gotten to the point. He took out the dagger Gong had asked him to check. The dagger was clouded with the energy of doom. The information about the dagger was destroyed by the sinister power. But he was able to discern fragments of remaining memory in this dagger. From analyzing fragments of memories, the one who pierced Gon in the tower of the demon Saint Maiden with whom he was closely associated, Kevin Azar, the holy region of Sagittarius, the home of Hugo Otos. Gon communicated with Reliquin. Sunjae rejected the Templar's recruitment offer and decided to stay with the twins, even after what he's been through. And there must be a reason for that. He told Reliquin to find out why Sunjae joined the twins and what happened to him in the past. She also had to learn what a tape recorder was. She decided to find out about the last errand later. She decided to talk to the boy first. Fortunately, Sunjae himself approached her and wanted to ask a favor. He asked to be shown the way to the secret archive in Gemini's magical library. This library had a collection of magical knowledge from all over the world, including Gemini. In its deepest part was a secret archive with restricted access books that only the highest Templars could read. Since the guy threw away his sect badge, he can't get in now, not to mention that Templars of his class are not allowed in the archives. But there was one thing he needed to learn, and he begged for help. Reliquin said it wasn't difficult at all and opened the entrance to the archive of infinite knowledge for him, but he had to have permission. The secret library was filled with mystery, dangerous and forbidden magic, and the girl asked him to tell why he was going there and what he wanted to find. It was the skill of summoning a creature from another world, soul summoning. Meanwhile, Gon was checking records for the past few years. A few similar swords were auctioned off every few years. It was Jinmu's predecessor who made the assessment, and it was likely that he also felt the disturbing energy of this dagger. He tried to trace its origins, and unfortunately the results were sad. Gon clarified the fact that the dagger belonged to the Maiden. It was in the Maiden's weapon vault. There were several weapons with the same energy as this dagger. The reason they were auctioned off was to gradually get rid of them. His predecessor was suddenly killed while searching for the source of the dagger. Ironically, the same dagger he was researching. The dagger bore the marks of artificial manipulation. In addition to its sinister energy, it silenced those who looked at it, and had a powerful curse, which probably neutralized Gon. There was a powerful evil entity involved, one capable of harming not only a saint but even a holy god. Curses are Moran's specialty, but his curses don't work on the holy gods. This sinister energy definitely didn't belong to any of the holy gods. Even the energy of Cancer looked ridiculous compared to the energy of this dagger. Whoever stabbed Gon must have been closely related to the calamity of the mysterious civilization. To begin with, the hero had to take care of the challenge since he had time constraints. And then he planned to start on Virgo. The information he'd received made him dizzy. A train arrived at the station. One by one, the elite forces of Saint Sagittarius, led by Hugo Otos, began to appear. By the end of the day, minor disasters in the area were to be dealt with. No one mentioned what was wrong with the vines that were everywhere. They made it very difficult to move around. Headquarters of the European Union Parliament for Disaster Management. Blood mist is a monster that releases a red mist and absorbs the life force and souls of creatures nearby. It appeared about 10 days ago. Hugo wondered why there was such a reaction to a dangerous monster. We should ask the Sex to gather troops as usual. It turns out that this blood mist is a scourge that has been publicly supposedly conquered. Its reappearance is something that shouldn't happen. Hugo was outraged. After all, he had already absorbed about 5,000 people. It's been decades since Sex simply disregarded victims as a numbers game. Hugo continued to wonder why the maidens are still being left out, why Saint Kevin Azar does nothing. Turns out the maiden had already tried to make a move. They've sent in troops of high-ranking Templars several times, but they all failed. Blood mist emits a red mist causing a powerful status effect. This calamity is most detrimental to maidens specializing in close combat. Maiden also went on an expedition to the North Sea to take care of a mishap of the same class as blood mist. And right now, they weren't in a position to return quickly. That's why it was decided to break the custom and send a request to another sect. After researching the various sects, Sagittarius was chosen, as they are a mercenary sect relatively free of power dynamics between sects. They were also now working with Li Gong. His work in the Philippines was very inspiring. Based on the above, I wish they were the ones to track down the red mist. Hugo realized that everything he had just heard was a lie. Kevin would never let outside forces take care of a disaster on his own turf. It was probably a plan to get rid of him and Gon by using the red mist. Hearing that name, Hugo could never turn down the job, because it was from the red mist that he lost his mistress. Cheonju is the saint's wife. She's also the mother of Yuhi and Sunjae. They met after Gong was in the Demon Tower. While she was trying to protect Songjae from the blood mist, the monster got rid of the man who was the first Templar and Bishop of Sagittarius. Now Gon understood why Hugo had so avoided talking about his family and the past. Hugo was discussed at the scene. He was already too weak and unreliable. He used to have a lot to teach, and he was one of the few people you could trust. In the past, he was one of the strongest of the 12 saints. Gon demanded to know everything that had happened to his friend. It was a hard story to tell, but they were willing to tell it. This terrible event happened 10 years ago during Sunjae's birthday. Cheonju was planning to make a prototype weapon against major disasters, thanks to Li Gong's data and the weapon Hugo obtained. Thanks to Jevon, the guy came all the way to the airport to meet his mom. Li Jevon was the first Templar and Bishop of Sagittarius. Sunjae said he was very hungry. The bishop said he would go get burgers and let the boy and his mom wait for him. Sunjae overheard two men talking. One of them had released something, and now they had to leave immediately or they would be killed. The boy was anxious. Mom reminded him that they were waiting for Jevon, who had promised to bring them burgers. The airport suddenly went dark. People started to resent the blackout. But then a red mist began to envelop everything around them. Cheonju held her son tightly against her. She knew they were in trouble. The blood mist appeared. Jevon tried to stop the disaster and save everyone. Mom held on to Sunjae tightly and told him not to let go of her hand no matter what. At that time, there were already a lot of injured people. People were in the wreckage and could not get out on their own. When things had already gone too far, Cheonju told her son to hide in the car until his dad came. Hugo had to take care of the monster with one shot as soon as he got to the airport, and she asked that her son promise her to be good and brave. Sunjae dreamed of spending his birthday together for the first time in a long time. He dreamed of telling many funny stories to everyone. He just wanted to see his mom early, so he asked Jevon to escort him to the airport. Then Hugo Oto showed up. He came to the car to see if his son was all right. Hugo saw the people that grabbed on the back of the disaster. His wife was there too. He tried to think of a way to save her and decided if he ripped her out by force, it was the only option. But it didn't work. Dry branches enveloped him from all sides. Using his skills, he was able to free himself. That's when the maiden appeared. She saved everyone who was tied to the tree with her protection spell. The saints have already gathered at the airport to deal with the disaster. Hugo was extremely surprised to see them all there. Haley the Scorpio Saint came over and helped him up. Turns out she was the one who gathered everyone as soon as she heard about the big disaster. Everyone arrived onto the scene immediately. None of them wanted such a disaster to come to their territory. All saints, using their skills, showered the monster with powerful attacks. But it was more complicated than that. The calamity swallowed all the forces that were directed at it and healed all the wounds on itself. Hagi Barrier used the skill magic veil. Giselle Lawrence, the Libra saint, reminded us that they are all saints and should not let such things go astray. Hugo was surprised that the Libra saint was there too, but as it turned out, she wasn't even called. She instructed the twins to get rid of this disaster with a teleporter. The saints couldn't beat calamity with their current powers, otherwise they could even potentially lose them as a Sagittarius. Whether it was the depths of the sea or boiling magma, the best solution was to send this monster away. The maiden objected because it could reappear later. But that didn't bother Giselle. She was determined to get rid of the calamity, at least for a while. Hugo objected. The monster absorbed people's souls. The saved people were shells without souls. It had to be defeated and the souls extracted. Besides, there could be more people whose bodies could not be saved. Hugo offered his help to defeat the disaster together. But Giselle was adamant. She demanded that the teleportation be used as soon as possible. Hagi Barrier obeyed and used her skill. Hugo screamed. He tried to stop her, but he failed. The teleportation was complete. That day, everyone criticized Hugo and praised the saints for sending calamity to an unknown destination. The news was saying that the blood fog destroyed the airport, but it was eventually stopped by the saints. Before their arrival, however, the number of casualties exceeded dozens. Giselle Lawrence said in an interview that they only did what they had to do, and she is sorry that they could not reduce the number of victims. The Sagittarius who defended Korea was criticized by the citizens. He did not stop the disaster and did not handle the situation in time, causing more casualties. People talked about how he couldn't save his family and was injured. How could that speak to his competence? People no longer had confidence in him. After Saint Sagittarius Hugo Otos apologized to the entire country, he visited the altar set up in memory of the victims. But even after that, citizens continued to sharply criticize him. People talked behind his back about trusting him to protect them. Their loved ones died, and he had no idea what he was doing before the other saints came. Then a crowd of people literally threw themselves at him. They were outraged that he had dared to come to the altar. They demanded that Hugo bring their loved ones back alive. The saints watched the action on the television. Then Leo couldn't stand it any longer and turned it off. He felt that what was happening to Hugo was too much. John Way that it's unfortunate, but someone still has to take responsibility for the victims. If the influence of Sagittarius is affected, then it will be easier for other divine cadres to enter Korea. Ivan Kruger St. Taurus called Hugo a lunatic because he couldn't do anything. He didn't even have royal and divine artifacts. And if Sagittarius wasn't capable enough, he had to ask other saints for help. The saints continued their taunts about Hugo and suggested that he had become insane since the blood mist had consumed half his powers. Stephen couldn't listen to any more of this. All this talk made him mad. He continued to communicate with Hagi. She was concerned about Hugo's condition. Stephen was surprised by this reaction. He thought she was jealous of Jung Ji-woo. Even though Hagi really hated Hugo's wife, she didn't want that fate for her. Stephen felt sorry for Hugo too, but he felt even worse when he thought of his children. Hugo was surrounded by journalists. Everyone was interested in whether he repented of what he had done despite the criticism against him. There were rumors that the victims were sent to Scorpio Hospital to cover up the incident, and Hugo was asked to explain the case. Security stopped the reporters, promising that Hugo would answer all questions at the conference. Now he's on his way to see the patients. Sagittarius wondered where Javon was. Turns out his body had been discovered much later and was due to be brought in soon. The disaster sprayed its victims it couldn't swallow. Hugo was trying to be reassuring. He shouldn't have taken all the blame. He should not have kept silent but told everyone what had really happened. To tell you that people couldn't be saved, but if you grab the blood mist, you can bring the souls back. Hugo didn't understand how it could be done. He had lost almost all of his power. After all, even the other saints couldn't deal with the calamity. That was why they sent the monster to an unknown destination. They had no other options. Who among the saints would risk their strength and their lives to recover the souls of their victims? Even if you could find a monster to stand up to. Even though Hugo had done nothing wrong, everyone hated him. He really felt guilty. He was weak and couldn't save people. He could not keep his promise to Lee Gong and protect Korea. No matter how much criticism and hatred was directed at him, he had nothing to say. He thanked Aaron for his concern and added that he just needs to get it all out. The girl was stopped by a deputy. He said that Saint had moved all the victims to the hospital instead of burying them because he believed they would wake up. But there was no way to save all those people now. But Hugo couldn't give them up. The moment he refused to save these victims, it would mean he had abandoned his mistress and captain. Sagittarius went to the room where his wife was lying. When he opened the door, he heard crying. Seong-jae sat in the chair and apologized. He thought he was to blame for what happened. He said he was hungry and that's why they were delayed at the airport. If they had left right away with his mom and Javon, everything would have been fine. Then his daddy would defeat the calamity and everyone was saved. Time after time he said it was his fault and apologized. It hurt Hugo unbearably to hear all this. Tears sprang from his eyes. He knew he should have told his son that it wasn't his fault, but he still couldn't show his broken side. Sunjae probably still thought that everything that happened was his fault. Hugo was a little confused when he came in after work and Gon asked to talk about his past. In any case, now that Blood Mist had reappeared, they needed to pay off the old debt. Hugo wanted to get rid of him once and for all. This time, he was ready to take care of it. The remaining Sagittarius forces came to him by themselves, just as Snake's forces had also come to this place. Hugo ordered all the calamity birds to be collected and burned, otherwise they could cause them trouble later. He was handed a can of soda and offered a drink. Then they offered him some sweets while he was busy working. Immediately, he began to be literally pelted with gifts from all sides. Sagittarius didn't understand what was wrong and decided it had to do with the story he had told earlier. While Li Gong was munching on the sweets, he heard Reliquin's voice. She said that she had just gotten to talk to Sunjae and was ready to spill everything she'd learned about the guy. Sunjae entered the secret archive of the Gemini Magic Library. What he wanted to find in the library was spirit summoning. It's a skill that can summon a being from another world. Since he still belonged to Gemini, he wanted to master this skill. If this skill could summon beings of another world, then it should also summon the souls of humans. He was ready to do whatever he could. His mom and Javon, who had protected the boy then, were unconscious now. And all those people who were sacrificed that day too. Seong-jae had only dreamed of this for all these 10 years, to save them all. Reliquin confirmed the authorization, and now with her credentials, the entrance to the magical library was opened. She supported the guy and said she understood how difficult it was for him to tell the story. The current sect contribution points were not enough to view the book. To get more points, they could be exchanged for relics. Sunjae didn't hesitate to take off the bracelet his sister had given him and was ready to exchange it. He had obtained enough points to open the World Tree Grimoire. There were even some points left on his sect's deposit. Immediately, he opened the book. The knowledge that was in the book began to come out. He knew what page the part he needed was on and summoned a spirit to speak to the dead man. Unexpectedly, Yoon Shu appeared and snatched the book from his hands. Sunjae was furious at this behavior. He said he didn't have time to argue now and demanded that the book be returned to him immediately. Yoon Shu assumed that the reason for his arrogant and confident behavior was Li Gong. Then he reached forward clutching the cross and said that pretty soon his uncle and father would be torn apart. Hugo launched an arrow upward, thus signaling the others. That was the signal to return. It had to end for today. All scouts needed to return immediately to make a tally of each group. There were no problems with the first group. Everyone was in place. The second one was in obvious trouble. There was a cry for help. Hugo got angry. Gon asked him to calm down and keep his cool. It was impossible to let anger control them. Hugo was having a hard time with it, but he promised he'd keep his cool. This was revenge after a long 10 years and one had to prepare for it. A red mist enveloped the city. Passers-by were surprised at how early the leaves had turned red. The friends heard a strange sound that came from inside the dome. Blood mist appeared in front of Gon. He was surprised that it was the one who had made his friend and nephew weep. With all his might, he kicked Calamity, but it wasn't that easy. In the same second, dry branches began to wrap around his leg. Meanwhile, Yoon Shu, with the help of the cross, was able to show Song-jae what was happening to his uncle and father at that moment. The boy was horrified to recognize Blood Mist. His opponent continued to sneer. He recalled what he had already said about their deaths. For Calamity is very fond of absorbing the powers of the saints. The Blood Mist said that it would absorb all the power Li Gong possesses. The hero was amused by this statement. He said he could only dream about it. Gon freed his leg from the branches and used the super regeneration skill to heal all the wounds. Trey summoned a divine artifact, a hammer of accomplishment. Then I reminded the monster that he ate something he shouldn't have, and now his stomach would be ripped to shreds. Li Gong multiplied the hammer performing achievements and delivered a powerful blow to the Blood Mist. The monster let out a loud scream. Hugo watched the whole thing and was glad it worked. Then turned to his squad to have them prepare a second round of arrows. Ares' rented spatial weapon storage skill was used. But the monster had absorbed the saint's mana. We had to use divine artifacts instead of weapons. Gon realized that this was too little too late and summoned a divine artifact lump of slime. He then fought the monster with his weapons and skills. The bloody fog has descended with a resounding crash. The victory was much easier than anyone expected. Maybe it was because Li Gong possessed incredible strength, but Hugo had his doubts. It couldn't have been that easy. The strange phenomenon that came with the calamity never went away. Sunjae, who was watching the whole thing, rejoiced. After all, his uncle and dad had smashed the monster to smithereens. He turned to his detractor and said that he had put a lot of effort in vain to plan it all. But Yoon Shu replied that the real battle hadn't even started yet. He asked Sunjae if he knew why Blood Mist was so obsessed with food. It's because everything in his stomach turns into his power. And then offered to enjoy the spectacle again. The monster seemed to do the impossible. It regenerated itself. Everyone noticed that the dome was beginning to collapse, but no one understood why. Li Gong noticed that the monster was quite cunning and managed to sneak past the dome. He took advantage of the roots to indirectly absorb it. The monster roared that it was hungry and needed as much food as it could get. Yoon Shu rejoiced. Now the city was no longer a haven for people, but rather a food storehouse for the monster. And it's a lot more crowded than the airport was that time. Now the dome was no longer a shelter for humanity, but a food warehouse for the Blood Mist. Sunjae was surprised. Those words sounded like the incident at the airport was Yang Shiwu's doing. The guy remembered that conversation at the airport that he overheard by chance and realized that it was Yang Shiwu then. But it only amused him. He said he was tired of keeping that secret for 10 years. Then Yang Shiwu angrily said that his father must have known who was involved. But what could a useless fellow oppose the son of Saint Libra? Sunjae didn't understand how one could not feel guilty since countless people had died that day. He couldn't listen to any more of this, and summoned the relic with which Li Gong had appeared the last time they had met. Yoon Shivu tried to stop him and reminded him of the battle with Blood Mist. Sunjae made his opponent confused for a few seconds and then drove straight into his head with all his might. Turns out, it was just an ordinary light spell. Sunjae grabbed the grimoires and planned to make a quick escape. Then his gaze fell on the cross that Yang Shiva was clutching in his hand and decided to bring it with him. If Yang Shiva brought back the Blood Mist with this thing, then it can also be used for the reverse. In order to do that, it was necessary to go to Europe to where the monster was. But Sunjae couldn't use the skills without the relics. Then he thought he could teleport using the grimoire. The squad used the fire rainstorm and aimed at the monster. Gon realized that all of this was not enough and used the cut-off skill. He struck Blood Mist and then proudly inspected what a perfect cut he had made. Gon's left arm was injured. The misfortune involved lowered his physical abilities. Regeneration was cut in half. Afterward, Hugo noticed that there was an ominous energy coming from it. The energy of the Red-Eyed Army. That's what Gon felt back then in the tower. 20 years ago, the demonic tower appeared along with the Red-Eyed Invasion. There were many theories calling it the Ark of All Misfortunes, or an outpost of a mystical civilization, and many more. But only knew one thing. The enticements within her were on a whole other level. The red and black classes looked meager in comparison. Gon activated the essence of the 13th and began searching for the enemy's weaknesses. With this skill, he discovered that the monster had 3 cores. The most active core combined the souls and powers it consumed. A monster had taken over the dome and was using it as a vault. You had to break through the dome, which was basically like a prison with people trapped in it. Hugo ordered all Sagittarius units to focus fire on the dome and destroy it. The monster mimicked the people it had managed to devour. There were cries for help everywhere. The rosary that belonged to Libra had changed coordinates, and now Sunjae didn't know where he was. He was standing near a huge red tree that was releasing a red mist. There were unconscious people lying everywhere. The rosary he was holding blocked out the red mist. There was chaos in the territory of the western part of the protective dome. It was all caused by the sudden appearance of the Misfortune Maker. The enticement is defined as a blood mist that has claimed many victims in the past. It was also the prime suspect in the recent disappearance in the sacred dome of the Branching Maiden. Now, the dome was filled with poisoned gas. The rescue team could not operate there as other poisonous elements may be present in the gas. At this point, it was impossible to estimate the number of potential victims. The news team's drone was recording everything going on inside the dome. The monster destroyed the relic Hugo Stormwind of Spider Silk. Gon rushed to his friend's aid, but the branches that were everywhere got in the way. Sunjae destroyed the tree because he realized that everything that happened was because of him. At the same moment, the monster began to let out a wild roar. No one understood what was happening to it. Blood Mist rushed straight for the dome, but not before Hugo fired a column-sized arrow at him. He couldn't use it before because he was afraid he would interfere with Li Gong. Following that, the huge beast was pierced by hundreds of fiery arrows. With these arrows, the squad restrained the monster. It was so huge and powerful that they could hardly contain it. The blood mist was slowly being restored, and if it couldn't be destroyed, it could be delayed. Libra's magical power and Gemini's magical power repelled each other. The arrow Hugo fired pierced the monster. It was losing all the power it had gathered. He also started losing all the souls he needed for the deal. Around the dry branches, ghosts began to disappear because the dome was destroyed. Sunjae was lying on the ground clutching a cross in his hand. The tree was also destroyed. His hand was shattered from hitting the wood, and the relic of the scales was destroyed. He looked up at the sky and was just happy he'd made it. He stood up and saw the fire between the buildings. The power of the sun god was bursting out. Song-jae blocked the dangerous heat ray. The snake scale barrier dispersed after fulfilling its function. The boy didn't understand what the beam was. It was similar to his father's fire, but it felt different. A huge beam of fire was melting the city and approaching the squad. This was one of the Sagittarius skills that Hugo God's Eye could use. But he had a very different energy than usual. Hugo saw his son and realized who really broke the dome. The monster was approaching Sunjae and roared that it was about to destroy him. Literally in a second, Hugo was at his side and grabbed the monster by the jaws. The mystical, sinister energy of unknown origin grew stronger and stronger. In a split second, the blood mist swallowed Hugo. Song-jae stood there, terrified and unsure of how to proceed. The monster rejoiced. He had finally obtained all the power of the sun god. Hugo was in the monster's stomach and regretted that there was nothing he could do. He had never gotten his revenge. He saw in front of him the power he wanted so badly to regain, but there was nothing he could do. If he had it, he could have continued to fight the monster. Hugo began to lose consciousness. His memories began to fade. Memories of past years where he was so happy with his family began to surface in his mind. How would he look into the eyes of his family and Li Gong after that and decide to fight to the last? Literally out of his last strength, he reached for his power. There was a contact with the fragment of the holy god Sagittarius. The fragment of the sun returned to the source of its power. The sun fragment had been under the influence of a mystical civilization for too long and had to be careful of the rejection reaction. But then Li Gong showed up and said that there was still a lot of work to be done. He held out his hands to his friend and told him to hold on as tightly as he could. Saudi Arabia 30 years ago, Hugo was already in the monster's stomach and had no plans to die. He didn't want to believe he'd die before he got married. Just like now, Li Gong appeared and extended his hand. Gon stood with a frown as he did then, and just as he did then, he reached out to help. He pulled his friend out. Sunjae ran over to them and took his father in his arms. He was unconscious. Gon activated the sense of the 13th. The target absorbed the sun fragment contaminated with the energy of the mystical civilization. Side effects are possible until the remaining power is fully absorbed and the energy is cleansed. Gon realized that by being in the stomach of a toad, his friend was able to regain his stolen power. He said not to worry, and it wouldn't be long before Hugo was better. Gong said that Hugo wasn't the kind of person who would die from this, but he told him to have Sunjae look after his father. He ran towards the monster and decided it was about time to deal with it. Gon yelled at the monster for making his friend the laughingstock of the world and ruining his nephew's birthday. Now it was time to pay for it. Blood Mist was running out of strength and could barely regenerate. Gon activated the relic of the Hammer of Achievement. There was only one core left to destroy. The monster's roots are still everywhere. He said that even if the hero survived, his friend Sagittarius would die under the rubble of this city. Gon will reply that Hugo may lack a couple of skills to be perfect, but he's far from weak. A powerful pillar of fire continued to burst out of the ruin. The sovereign skill of the Sun God Ring was activated. Even though it was night, the surroundings became bright. Yuha ran into Haley's room with the words that her father and Gon were in Europe. She already knew about it and was watching right now. Hugo made it through trials and tribulations and got all his strength back. The monster roared that it was his powers and demanded it back. Hugo was annoyed by the roots that were everywhere and activated the sunshine skill with which he could burn all infected objects. Gon activated the punch skill for him. It could have switched places between him and someone he had recently touched. Hugo struck the monster with a powerful blow. In his mind, he turned to his son and told him that he was not to blame for what had happened to his mother. The blood mist had been destroyed. There was utter devastation all around. The friends didn't think it would come to this. Hugo asked if it was all over. They destroyed all of the monster's cores, and its body turned to dust. The friends thanked each other. They worked well together. Gon pulled a huge thing out of his pocket and said he discovered it during the battle. Gong simultaneously activated the god's eye skill and the 13th's senses. In his hands was an orb that sealed and absorbed souls. He had filled it with the power of the serpentine. There's a high probability that the sphere can't handle this power. It began to crack and could no longer hold the souls inside it. All the trapped souls were now released. All absorbed souls have been released. Now, everyone had to wake up as soon as the souls returned to their original places. Sanjay couldn't believe what he just heard. Tears appeared in his eyes. Stephen woke up in a hospital room. He'd passed out after the thousand-legged hunt and Li Gong's ambush. He demanded that a large bone be brought to him immediately from Zhang Yuhi's room. Everyone was outraged at such a request and decided they needed to knock him out again before he caused more trouble. People who had been sleeping for 10 years began to wake up and regain consciousness. The news reported that people around the world are waking up after the blood mist incident. After a long and exhausting battle, Li Gong and Sagittarius Vetting destroyed the monster. It was hoped that those who had not yet awakened would surely recover. Yun Tae Wu, the scale's attendant, had a serious talk with his son. He lost the Rosario scale his mother gave him, caused a riot by letting the blood mist get out of hand. And when he got his hands on the most important item in the world, the grimoire of the twins, it was stolen. How he let Sanjay, who was constantly bullied, take the most important thing from him. Yun Dae Woo threw a bottle at his son and said that he constantly disappoints his mom. If those who wake up start talking, they will surely be exposed. It was necessary to follow Li Gong, and in the meantime, clean up all traces. Meanwhile, Libra's minister was about to go to Scorpio Hospital. If taken care of the people who got into Korea, they could cover what happened at the airport. European Union, the edge of the Western Protective Dome. There was a phone call. On the phone, Hugo was told that people were slowly starting to wake up. Ji Woo and Jae Won were still unconscious. The speed of their return depended on the time they had been imprisoned. Gon imbued them with his energy and was sure they would wake up. He approached Sanjay about coming back to see his mom and Jae Won. But the boy planned to stay. He didn't want to leave his father and uncle. When Hugo heard this, tears welled up in his eyes. He was touched that his son was worried about him. He said he and Gong still had business to attend to and needed to stay. Sanjay agreed. After all, the most awaited meeting with mom was going to happen. He used teleportation and found himself on the doorstep of the hospital. The boy thought it was wrong to go to his mom empty-handed. Sanjay decided that flowers were a great option and came back with a bouquet. Many reporters gathered around the European Western Defense Dome. Work was started to remove the body of the misfortune involver. There were many wounded. They were given all the help they needed. Gon passed the test of power. The reward was the evolution of a human body into a god's body. Now he had to be careful of the side effects. That left the test of fame and the test of intelligence, where you had to get a Templar and records. In the core, he found a fragment that looked like the blade of a mystical civilization. This is what was inside the monster. It was possible that whoever hit Gong and the Demon Tower controlled the blood mist. All the evidence pointed to Virgo, but in this case, things were working out too well. He figured he'd get the answers to his questions as soon as he beat the crap out of them. The town was more or less cleaned up, and Gon was about to leave. Hugo stopped him and said he needed some rest. Gon resented that people were too weak now. In his time, there were so many misfortune drivers that he didn't even have time to catch his breath. Gon asked his friend why he didn't go with his son. Hugo replied that he had no right to see his wife and minister for the time being. There was much to prepare and much to find out. There were still problems with Virgo and with Libra. Those problems were part of the happy ending. We had to find out who was responsible for all this. Hugo said he would get revenge on everyone who hurt his family. Gon was glad that his friend was finally angry and ready for revenge. He turned to the others and said they could go back to Korea. Gon said that in fighting Maiden they would only get in the way and so they should leave. Everyone can come back except Mr. Zaches. He was glad to have his power recognized. Besides, Sanjay went to Korea alone and that was dangerous. But Goazin took care of that too. He set up a defender. He gave it to Sanjay and said it was his birthday present. In addition, he used God's gaze and revealed that the guy was quite independent. The candidate who received the coin must have received and completed the circulation task. Upon its completion, a large reward will be received. Sanjay walked to his mom's house and twirled the coin in his hands, remembering Gong's words that he would need it. Walking into the hospital, he saw the happy faces of people whose loved ones had already recovered. But then Yoon Tae-woo appeared in front of him, saying that he had been looking for him for a long time. He threw himself into the fight, but Sanjay stopped him with the words that this is a hospital and there are a lot of people here. This wing is all the people who blacked out from the blood fog. If they wake up, they're going to cause a lot of trouble. That's why we need to keep them asleep. Rapid Response Headquarters for the European Parliaments involving misfortune. If everything went right, not only could they get rid of Li Gong and Sagittarius, but they could also capture the Holy Maiden. But there was a silver lining. This event ruined Virgo's reputation. Kevin Azar burst into the room with the words, "Why Gon has dealt with the involving misfortune in Maiden territory." Kevin Azar, the faction of the Maidens, which glorifies the saint with various titles, also known for its power and scale comparable to the strongest faction of Libra. Looks like nothing to complain about. Pedigree and skills, strength and good looks. But there were things that hurt his pride, and one of them was Li Gong. He demanded to know how Gon dared to trespass on her territory. Wasn't it enough for him to be hailed as a hero for 20 years after his death in the tower? The saint has always had a beef with Gon. On the surface, it seems like a friendly competition, but in reality, Saint has never managed to beat Gong. Whether it's the glory from the destruction of the involving misfortune, or all the attention on the interview after it happened, even when it comes to the karaoke score at Saint Gon, has always pulled all the attention to himself. They tried to calm him down. The Inquisitors had already been dispatched to search for Gon. Azar said he'd find him himself. They hadn't been able to come to a conclusion 20 years ago, but this time he wanted to take him down personally by all means. There was even a list of potential places Gon could go. The Inquisitors of the Maiden faction immediately went to search for him. It was unimaginable on the street. People were cheering and shouting words of encouragement to Gong and Hugo, repeating their names over and over. The Davis' squad became furious at what they saw. You couldn't praise yourself in another faction's territory. They wanted to finish this dirty act and show who's boss. But then one of his charges got punched in the face. Naturally, this angered everyone even more. Thanks to Sagittarius's fantastically absurd performance, people were filled with faith. Serpentor's power increased. Gon got angry that he was interrupted and told everyone to get out of here immediately. But despite being a saint, he could not be allowed to praise another man's church in virgin territory. A man in a hooded cloak appeared and said that they were not here to fight. It was worth forgetting about inquisitorial duties for a while. Dropping his hood, he apologized to Gon for his ward's rudeness. It was the head of the Inquisitors of the Davis faction, one of the bishops of Perio. He said there wasn't much time and suggested they get right down to business. They needed Gon's help. Meanwhile, Kevin Azar continued his search for Gon, but so far it had been fruitless. He was called out from behind with the words that Gon wasn't here and needed to leave. Kevin turned his attention to the guy's eyes. He used the rented scorpion skill of the Wanderer's eyes. Turns out, the guy was using a scorpion lens. It was a skill that makes you get lost. Kevin assumed the guy was just trying to buy time so the Inquisitors could find Gon sooner. He demanded an immediate explanation as to why and what was the point of it all. Meanwhile, at the Maiden's sacred estate, Lady Ul's palace, Li Gong appeared and started a whole battle, throwing everyone in different directions. He quickly dispersed the Maiden avatar, and his divine throne experience was increased. He obtained the skill of top-quality cloth. At the moment, the Maiden faction had split into two, causing chaos. Kevin had long since lost people's trust with his arbitrary actions. That's why Perio turned to Gong for help. Virgo's situation was quite sad. Gon's masterpiece symbolizing him was supposedly lost in the battle with Red Eye. But Gemini said it was in Virgo, and it seems to be right. And so Virgo had the judgment of heaven. Since Gon had destroyed the avatars of the Devas, the doors to the vault were open. Kevin appeared behind him and demanded he stop immediately. It had been 20 years, and he was surprised he would be so happy to see Gon. Then he turned to Hugo, who was also there, and said he was glad to see him too. Then he turned to Perio and told him that he and his men had betrayed him, and now Kevin was going to take them all down at once. His gaze fell on the avatars, all of whom had been destroyed. It made him furious, and he wanted to know who did it. When he found out Gon had done it, he said he now had one more reason to deal with him. But Hugo stopped him. Before fighting his friend, Kevin had to deal with him first. Virgo has heard that Sagittarius has regained his powers, but that won't help stop him. Hugo used the Axis arrow skill from the armory, and added that until they try it, they won't know. Kevin shouted out, "Did he really come out against him with that kind of garbage?" Gon was on the phone and said he didn't have time to explain anything. They're in the relic vault and they're worth joining. Since there's a big battle looming, he asked everyone to disperse. And since Kevin wanted to, Gon was ready to fight him. Azar said no one should interfere because it was their battle. For 20 years, he'd been looking forward to fighting Gong. Gon improved his strength in the process, but from the side effects, he couldn't use his full strength. Kevin encouraged him. He told the hero to show all his power, and if he wasn't in the mood, he was ready to show it all himself. Gon used the skill of piercing cold. The scissors tearing the ground could not withstand the cold and broke. Then he used his feet to change the direction of his opponent's sword. Trace pulled out the Hammer of Achievement. Kevin was shocked at how he managed to use skills and change weapons so quickly. Gon shouted for the enemy to finally use his power. Was this really all he had accomplished in 20 years? Those words had infuriated Dev, and now he was ready to fight to the fullest. Gon saw the relic in his hands and asked why he had fought all sorts of trash before. Kevin replied that everything had its time and such things were not to be used thoughtlessly. He had a royal relic in his hands and applied the Frost Winter skill. This skill could freeze not only the surroundings but also the relics. He said Gon had become too careless. 20 years of confinement had dulled his skills. He pointed his sword at Gon, but he used the skill got hit for me. The sword went straight to Perio. Whoever wanted to set the faction on the right path was too treacherous. Next came the judgment of heaven. The doors to the vault opened, and Gon saw the very relic. Hugo was outraged. He couldn't believe that Gon had been betrayed by his own subordinates in the tower. He shouted that it was Kevin who stabbed Gon in the back and threw him into the abyss. But Virgo tried to justify himself and said that Sagittarius just wants to set him up. That was why it was necessary to end everything with blood mist. The unique skill of Libra equal exchange was activated. It was necessary to choose what to give in return. Perio had no hesitation in deciding that he would give Kevin Azar in return. The maiden tried to fight to the last and applied the Frost Winter skill once more. Kevin instantly decided to chop off his own arm, much to the horror of those around him. Perio laughed and said it was a masterpiece. Azar was able to avoid the fate of becoming an offering to the deity. The skill Equal Exchange has been activated. Kevin Azar's right hand was accepted as an offering. Meanwhile, Gon delivered a mighty blow with the Hammer of Achievement. Perio said it was too late and they were in a mystical space. Gon said he had felt this unsettling and dreary atmosphere before. Perio spread his arms and said they were all in hell. This place would be their grave. The virgin subjects were outraged. Not only did he force the saint to cut off his hand, but he gave it to the deity. And now he has to pay for all his sins. The frosty north wind was Virgo's strongest skill. The connection with the deity had been severed. They could no longer use their powers. Hugo was perplexed. How an ordinary believer could use such a powerful skill? This isolated area was created by the forces of Libra. Perio laughed. Here, no one could use their magnificent divine powers. Gon tried to use his powers, but everything seemed so pointless. Those hands reminded him strongly of the troublemaker. Perio suggested that Gon say hello to his old enemies. He gloated. Had the hero forgotten those who had been his friends for 20 years? Those guys had dragged him away in the Demon Tower. These weren't just wannabe black-class misfortune invaders deliberately increasing their strength like red mist. These were real black-class tribulation involvers like the ones that dwelled in the demonic tower. South Korea, Scorpion Territory, the special hospital for incidents of misfortune. Sunjae's opponent had blocked all of his skills. It seemed like there was nothing he could do. He was tossed aside and ended up in his mom's room. Yan Shivu held the grimoire in his hands and continued to sneer at the guy. He snickered and offered to hold his mommy's hand before he died. Sunjae was trying to figure out what to do next. The blade his uncle had given him had already used up its abilities. He had no grimoire, and his magical powers were at their limit. There was no one here to ask for help. He hugged his mom and realized that he just needed to work things out for himself. Uncle didn't surrender in the Demon Tower like his father in the belly of the Blood Mist, so he couldn't give up either. And he decided he had to protect his mom himself. Serpentine was happy to have people with such indomitable spirits. Sunjae was given the right to take the Serpent's entrance test. He needed to take the power of immortality to fight the enemy. Yan Shivu was extremely surprised that the guy still had magic power and was able to survive the fall. Perio turned to Gon whether he was ready to fight or whether he wanted to surrender at once. Gon never gave up. He fought without the support of the gods. He fought desperately against Red Eye. Even when alone in the tower, he fought to the last man. Meanwhile, Sunjae used the power given to him and fought back against his enemy. He was tired of losing everything hopelessly, and now he just couldn't give up. And now he was ready to protect everyone he cared about on his own. He succeeded in the test of glory. The first believer in the Serpent King was born and was listed in the Bible Gospel of Li Gong. And now he could look through the records of the Bible with his ability. Gon unclenched the hand that clutched him tightly and lunged upward. Everyone was shocked at how he managed to do it. After all, no one had been able to use their skills in this place. The hero turned to Perio with the words that he is ready to fight him. But first, we need to take care of something. When the space ripped open, a relic vault appeared. Condemnation of Heaven was one of Li Gong's 8 relics and his best masterpiece. The hero asked Perio if he would give up right away or try to do something. He in turn tried to use his skills and ordered the Involver to stop Gon immediately. Sagittarius and Virgo applied a combination of their skills. The connection to the gods was restored when a breach in mystical space was created. By now, all the saints were able to use their skills again. Perio didn't understand where Li Gong got so much power from. His connection with God had to be broken. Kevin Azar threw the first punch with the words that it was for his right hand. The image of Jean-Louis Morin, who wanted to know something important, appeared right above Perio. He turned to Perio and said that he would pay homage to his god if he became the invader and accomplished his mission. Moran, Saint of Cancer, activated the rented skill Libra Equal Exchange. Gong's body was overflowing with energy from the increase in his physical strength. The side effects were removed. He had swung his relic lightly that time, and it had been a pretty powerful blow. Now he wanted to hit harder. Standing on the doorstep of Lady Ul Manor was Jin Man. He had come at Gong's request. He was called from behind, asking if this building was the Virgin's sacred domain. Gong was surprised that it had gotten so strong that it was already hard to control it all. Maiden became homeless. His estate was trashed. Moran realized that their plan had failed. He didn't think Gon would be able to destroy the Black-class dragon so easily. Kevin Azar will probably want to plead not guilty, so they'll go to Scorpio next. Azar was sure that Scorpius had been involved in what had happened in the tower. If Kevin wanted to beat Gon back then, he would have done it where everyone could see it. He was well acquainted with the clique of mystical civilization that was as evidence, so he did some investigations in a couple of factions, and was able to identify an enemy among the saints. He was also able to find something. He discovered these things 5 years ago when he was researching the Scorpion faction. All these things were connected to a mystical civilization. One could conclude that Scorpius was very dangerous. Footsteps were heard. Yuha stood on the doorstep, followed by Jin Man. Everyone was extremely surprised to see a girl there. Virgo exclaimed in surprise that it was the daughter of Sagittarius. She was unsure if Scorpius was dangerous. She'd been to his sacred estate before she came. Haley helped her and seemed like a good person. It was clear that everyone had jumped to conclusions about her. Gon just said it was time for lunch. They arrived at the cafe, and when he took the glass, it immediately burst in his hand. Gon was starting to get annoyed that he couldn't control his powers. Diva was furious at this, and only Yuha was looking at Gong with loving eyes. Then he handed Gong the wooden fountain pen Haley had asked him to give him. This pen couldn't write lies. This pen was also one of Gong's 8 relics. He needed to create a record to record Serpentor's accomplishments. Scorpio was always hiding from him. Then how could she have that pen? It wasn't like she hated him. The appraiser checked out the items from the vault. Some of them were connected to a mystical civilization, and also to Scorpion. These words only confirmed what Kevin Azar said earlier. He was also certain that Scorpius was communicating with a being from a mystical civilization. Besides, he'd seen Haley 20 years ago when she poisoned all of Li Gong's food. Kevin could also deduce from this that she was the one who wanted to take out the hero. At this moment, he began to pour some sort of liquid into Gong's plate. Kevin said that Gon had always fought the invaders with his body alone, without the support of God. The diva always put medicine in his food. That was why Gong could never show his full power in a battle with him. From the beginning, things seemed strange to Gon. Perio tried to rebel but didn't even try to defeat the bishop. He had no power in the faction. He even managed to split his own inquisitors into 2. This whole rebellion was nothing more than an attempt to get the saints to fight. All the information Gon had gathered pointed to Virgo, so much so that it seemed obvious. Since from that day the hero had only a fraction of memories, he was not sure of the color of the perpetrator's hair, which meant checking out everyone he suspected. And now he wanted to see Scorpius after all. Gong said that he had finally succeeded in making Sunjae his believer. His sister and father were horrified by those words. The girl was shocked that Gong didn't choose her and decided to ask Sunjae about it. She started calling and texting her brother, but he wouldn't answer her. Meanwhile, he had managed to defeat Yang Taewoo. He couldn't believe that he had managed to defeat the class follower of Libra. An unfamiliar girl appeared in front of him, holding a grimoire in her hands. She wondered if her reincarnation was so perfect. The lease of the fish reincarnation skill was terminated. It was the bishop of the twins, Choi Soon-hyuk. He said that the grimoire that Soon-jae stole contained something that the guy couldn't handle. The guy said he didn't need the grimoire anymore and the bishop could have it. He couldn't let Song-jae go because Lady Heiji wanted to talk to the Gemini trader about a lot of things. That was why Sun-jae had to go to her with Bishop. But the guy wasn't going to listen to any of this, and he told the Bishop not to be stupid. The Gemini skill spirit summoning was activated. It was necessary to apprehend Sun-jae immediately. But he wasn't the same now. He channeled his magic and absorbed the energy. The twins were at a loss. It was not the spirit they wanted to summon. A spirit that even Lady Heiji couldn't summon appeared in front of them. Elysian is the first and strongest spirit king in history. In response, they heard that the call was started by the ministers of the holy sign of the twins, but it was the energy of this boy that brought him here. He then turned to Sunjae and asked what this incredible power was. His energy was so enticing that Elysian thought about changing his faith. Choi Soon-hyuk shouted that how could he say such a thing being the avatar of the twins? The connection with the Gemini deity was cut off, and no one knew where the saint was. While the contract was still pending, Bishop planned to apprehend the Spirit King at all costs. He gave the order to attack and kill Sunjae. He's a guy who was ready for anything. He was confident in his abilities. But the energy borrowed from the Serpentor suddenly ran out. The Spirit King had absorbed all of his energy. Sunjae demanded that the old man fix it immediately. Elysian replied that they were not yet under contract and were not in the right relationship to ask for help. Choi Soon-hek cheered and offered to give up the contract and go after them. A man nobody knew appeared. He scattered everyone to the sides and stood up for Sunjae, saying who dared to offend young master. It was the Bishop of Sagittarius, who had fallen into a coma from the blood mist. Everyone was amazed that a man who had been in a coma for 10 years could move like that. He received the protection of the serpent's edge that was stored in his soul. He was given super regeneration for a short period of time. But the twins were sure they had the advantage, if only because they were outnumbered. An entire army of Sagittarius servants appeared and ordered immediate surrender. The mission to retrieve the grimoire was a failure. The twins should have returned immediately. Using the teleportation skill, Gemini disappeared in the same second. Bishop Sagittarius turned to Sungjae. He had grown up enough. In his memories, he was a little boy. And now, there was a grown guy standing in front of him who was as tall as he was. Sunjae didn't know where to start the conversation. He was very happy that Jae-won was awake. Elysian noticed the grimoire lying on the floor. The twins ran away and left the book behind. Sunjae heard a familiar voice. It was his sister standing behind him. Yuha laughed and asked why he was so surprised. Was he really something to worry about? Afterward, she indignantly added that she was aware that he had become a follower of Li Gong. Then she shifted her gaze to Jae-won and couldn't believe her eyes. The Spirit King approached Sunjae with an offer to join his faction. The boy made a contract with him. Allison was moved to the Serpent King, after which the boy rushed away. The sister was indignant and couldn't understand why he had decided to run away. He shouted that even though she had been born earlier, she still couldn't get to her uncle before him. Yuha ran after him and shouted indignantly, but it was as if Sunjae didn't hear her anymore. He saw his mom. The girl stopped beside him and couldn't believe what she saw. Mom said she was happy to see them so awake and grown up. At the Virgin Teleportation Station, Li Gong was extremely surprised that such places still existed. Other factions had similar stations, but they didn't use them because they weren't as effective as the Gemini stations. However, when the twins went crazy, this station was a revelation. Hugo got a call from her daughter telling her about seeing her mom, but she went back to sleep because she had not yet fully recovered. He also said that Sunjae and the Sagittarius followers chased away the twins, and Yang Taewoo has disappeared. So the sons of the Holy Libra were behind the blood mist crime, Yoon Taewoo and Yoon Shivu, and Hugo wanted to ask the saint to take responsibility. She was the one who led the countermeasures during the fog, and Hugo had all the research documents that Saint tried to hide. Special class cargo carried by Libra, her sons were listed as passengers, and there were testimonies from the victims. Hugo demanded that he be told immediately that everything that had happened had to do with her sons. The Saint of Libra was not confused. She said Hugo couldn't do anything anyway. He's so weak that he's hardly even a saint. Then she added that she was sorry for her son's mistakes and would surely punish them later. These words horrified Hugo. Afterwards, Saint said that it was his own fault for not being able to defeat Blood Mist. Sagittarius was the only one who couldn't protect Korea, even though Li Gong entrusted it to him. And now she was ready to give Hugo a chance and work things out. And now I've given him a choice. If he's sure he can handle the consequences, then let him expose the truth and go to war with them. But if not, and he wants to settle this personally, then let him forgive her children. The saint said he's a father himself and should realize that children often make mistakes. Then she told him to decide faster since she didn't have much time. And when Saint mentioned the children's name, there was no choice. No one knew what Libra was capable of, while Hugo's faction and he himself had lost power. So Hugo took it upon himself to keep the kids safe. And now Gon finally understood why his friend had sent his children to other factions. He couldn't guarantee their safety in the weakened Sagittarius faction. Gong remembered that after Song Jae became his follower, he had a task. He had to create an emblem and appoint the Holy Serpent. Hugo thanked his friend for advising him to send the faction men to Korea. Now there was no problem there. Gon invited a friend to join his faction, promising to make him a saint. Apollo, the holy deity of Sagittarius, was alert. He warned Gon to stop poaching his contractor. Cheon Yuha couldn't reach her brother. He didn't answer her messages either. She decided to return to Korea immediately. She was reassured and promised to tell her how she could get to Korea quickly. We had to go to the teleportation station. It was the fastest way. The appraiser said that this meeting was fated and held out a teleportation scroll. The girl teleported. She was next to Li Gong and asked him if he was going to go to the Scorpion. Scorpius was a recluse and therefore difficult to access. His mystical civilization blocked all methods of transportation by water and air. That was why people usually passed through Lion territory. Yuha planned to finish her business in Korea and go there. Then she thanked Gon and her father for their hard work. She watched from the sidelines as they fought the blood mist. Gon said with a smile, "So that's what children are for." Hugo replied that no matter how tired he was, the children's faces relieved all the stress. Gon was surprised that Kevin would go with them, but Hugo insisted he needed to verify the information. Kevin promised that he'd fight off anyone who came near Gon. They started. First, the coordinates had to be established. The destination was Washington, D.C. Information had reached the Saint Lion that Li Gong had arrived in America, and they intended to prepare a grand meeting for him. In the United States, an arena was prepared for the occasion. Saint welcomed everyone and announced that tonight would be the battle of the century between Stephen Mark and Li Gong. A few hours earlier, Gon and Hugo and Kevin had arrived in Washington. The friends were surprised to see that Stephen had built a statue of himself. Kevin, on the other hand, was thrilled with what he saw. He immediately wanted to build his own statue. They were greeted at the entrance by the St. Leo's welcome team and told to follow them. Everyone was surprised to see Gon in such an entourage. They assumed that he had made an alliance with them because it would be impossible to defeat the lion alone. Gon wasn't going to follow them. It was obvious to him that Lion would ask for weapons again and asked him not to stand in their way. He was stopped and told they were here to formally invite the lions to the arena. No-holds-barred battles between superhumans taking place all over the states. Faction, class, and age made no difference. Such battles were fought to determine the strongest. Fighting between the saints has reached an unprecedented peak in popularity. The only one of its kind was 30 years ago, and it was between 13th Saint Li Gong and Lion Saint Stephen Marker. And now they were planning to recreate this great fight. Leo wondered who had come up with all this. He was reminded of how Gon had humiliated him during the incident with Involved, and he did it to avenge his loss 30 years ago. And they got the news that Li Gong had agreed to the fight. So they tried to gather journalists and politicians. People from all over the world gathered to watch this epic battle. The record for online viewing of the fight has already been broken. Stephen went to the bathroom to wash his face and saw Gon in the reflection in the mirror. The hero is surprised to ask if he really thinks he can hold out against him. Stephen replied, "What was difficult was enduring his demise 20 years ago. In those days, the Gon was a symbol of faith that humanity would finally triumph. However, when everyone learned that he had died in the tower, humanity was devastated, just as Stephen himself was devastated." Gon replied that it was all nonsense. Such a person would not claim that he had dealt with Red Eye and recovered the Lost Lands. Lion said he had no other choice. He couldn't show the people that the Saints had been defeated, and now he must endure everything in his path to keep humanity from collapsing. It's worse for mankind to despair than to be blamed for being powerless. But if it happens when all the entanglements are gone, he can endure it. Gon said he was talking too much and asked what he really wanted to say. Stephen replied that the arena is just entertainment. It's just a training system for people with the Involved, and they shouldn't be using this place to fight on display with a bunch of spectators. Gon was getting angry and asked to get to the point. Stephen suggested that we just call a draw. Stephen Marker and Li Gong finally made their way into the arena. The spectators were eagerly waiting for the fight to start. Gon has announced that he is ready to fight every fighter in the arena. It turns out he only agreed to the Lion's terms if he brought to the arena the men he had chosen to meet with the invader. Stephen guessed that Gon had decided to make it look like he was being overwhelmed by numbers and turn a one-on-one fight into an all-star match. Now there's more attention on the event itself than on who's going to win the fight. And if everything goes right, everybody wins. Stephen was ready to have so much fun. Before the beginning, they offered to watch the footage of the legendary battle that took place 30 years ago. Li Gong was furious, but Lion said he was unaware of the idea. The fight was being broadcast on the screens. The announcer once again said that 30 years ago, Li Gong had lost to Stephen Marker, and it was an undeniable fact. Gon was furious. It turns out Stephen had paid for the production at the time and still brags about it. Lion thought he was doing the right thing. After all, he had given Gon $50,000 and had the right to talk about it. The audience was shocked at what they heard. Was that legendary fight really unfair? Kevin shouted, "Why?" Then the hero avoided fighting him and was willing to pay for it too. The audience was extremely outraged. They had bet huge sums of money on this fight. The arena was in complete chaos. Bishop Oliver was sitting in the VIP seat and didn't understand whether it was planned or not. Bishop asked Yuha where she had been during such an important event. Turns out, he'd forgotten the girl was doing his bidding. Zhang Yuha was extremely resentful of such formal communication. Getting even more angry, she asked her interlocutor who he really was. The arena continued to be chaotic. Stephen shouted that the fight was a complete failure and called Oliver to find out why he had prepared the guards so poorly. Meanwhile, Gon dashingly scattered everything and received new data victorious general, followed by the beast's fighting spirit. Steven thought it was a good idea to call everyone. Gon thanked him and said he was ready to happily devour everyone. He originally wanted to go soft, but after seeing the video, Lion should have been well prepared. Steven finally began to realize what his opponent was up to and said he was willing to pay an eye for an eye. He was ready to use all the strength he had. But Gon was prepared for any turn of events. He was sure of his own strength. Steven decided he was crazy to pay eye for eye, and it was time to call his god. Kevin, who was watching the whole thing, yelled for Gon to fight him too. Everyone was distracted by screams. From above flew Oliver, and above him Jong Yuha. The bishop fell straight into the Saint Lion. She said, "Why doesn't Bishop show himself before she fries him?" Sylvia appeared in front of her. "This is Cardinal Pisces." Yuha said she was acting as badly as ever. The crowd was in shock. Oliver was really a girl, but as it turned out, Sylvia had just turned into him. Meanwhile, Kevin didn't understand why every time he wanted to fight Li Gong, it was like something always got in his way. Whereupon he thrust the knife in and a piercing sound followed. A huge number of people watched the broadcast live. Everyone in the arena froze. Kevin shouted that it wasn't what everyone thought it was. When he pulled out his dagger, everything around him lit up with a bright light. It was like the energy of Libra, but no one understood how it was possible, so there was a Libra spy in the Lion faction. From the slowed voice, Gong immediately realized who was in front of them. Only Kevin noticed amongst this chaos who was hiding in that body. But the Holy Virgin stood confused and as if he didn't quite understand what had happened. Then he added that reading it was a cakewalk and decided he was saved now. Then the address was to Li Gong. For the 100th time, he heard this question. How did he still manage to get out of the tower? Gon only said that all these methods were unfinished, just like the Virgin Manor. That's why it was hoped she'd never see Gon again. But now she had to admit that he was really strong if he was still alive. Then she turned to Kevin. Turns out it was certain that he was the one who'd stabbed Gon in the heart. Hugo shouted for them not to let themselves be fooled. Everyone knew what kind of man stood before them. She continued her speech. She talked about how it was Kevin who had supposedly wanted to get rid of Gon 20 years ago. Saint Virgo couldn't listen to this anymore and rushed into battle, but there was no way he could pierce through. The Saint's puppet could only be so strong for one reason. It was all about the divine mark. It was a special stigma that deity could bestow on his believer. Such a follower is able to use power comparable to that of a saint, which meant the doll was on the same level as Giselle Lawrence herself. Gon shoved everyone to the side and tried to land a powerful punch, but it was pointless. A follower with a divine mark receives protection directly from the deity, and until they bring their deities here, they can't do anything. But Gong was unstoppable. He destroyed the divine marker in a dashing manner. Giselle Lawrence, watching from her estate, was shocked. The race exceeded all her expectations. She decided that to make it fun, you really had to have that kind of power. Bringing Gon into frame Saint Lion was too much. If it wasn't for Kevin Azar, everything would have worked out. But the plan was devised in a hurry and nothing can be done. Bishop Oliver came in, and she asked him how he was doing after his surgery and called him a future saint of lions. Gong, meanwhile, had obtained special information. He had acquired a part of Libra's divine skill, divine marking, but he was disappointed with Hugo and Kevin. He didn't understand how the saints couldn't deal with the doll. Then he added that only Yuha had contributed. Kevin asked how he had managed to destroy the divine marker. Did he summon the deity? But Gon replied that he didn't have a deity. Divine markings are given personally by the Godhead, so the saints can't do anything with them. Gon told him to stop with his stories, and whatever it was, he didn't care. He laughed and said it was more important that he won the fight. His joke was not appreciated, and everyone started shouting that the fight was not fair, so it should not be counted. A decision had to be made. Bishop Oliver was missing, Saint Leo was out of commission, and the only one left was Cardinal Lion Jung Yuha. She was the one who had to make the decision and decide the winner. The girl raised her hero's hand without a second thought and announced the new winner to everyone. A lot of people had bet specifically on Gon and were now unspeakably happy about it. Kevin was still on the subject of the divine marker. He checked with Hugo about the fact that Gon hadn't had a deity 20 years ago. He found it odd how he was able to destroy the mark with his own strength. He was stronger than the other saints even though he didn't have a deity. Hugo didn't know what he meant by that. Was it that his friend was the deity of a new constellation? In the arena of Lion Avatar, Piggy Bank was devouring various treasures. Gon demanded that the gladiators he chose sign contracts to go to Serpentor. Kevin said that if this guy's a deity, there's no future for the Earth. Hugo was very angry at those words. There was no proof, but Kevin didn't stop. How does Gon manage to deal with the avatars? And why doesn't his faction have a god when the other 12 do? Hugo said they're just excuses. And how can a man ever be God? And Gon wondered if Giselle Lawrence knew how and where he was impaled. It looked like she had a hand in it or saw who did it. So Libra was definitely connected to him being stuck in the tower. And come to think of it, she was very close to her god. What if he's connected to it too? It came to Gon that he should baptize his followers and give them god names. Those who receive a name will gain a unique skill. Others will be limited in their abilities. Gong said it's time to leave. He needs to meet Ji-woo and Jae-won because he hasn't seen them yet. I should have stopped by before meeting Sunjae. Canada. Scorpion Faction Headquarters. Bishop Lion has been informed that Yuha has chosen Li Gong as the winner. Scorpio Saint Haley believed that Lion was never the equal of Li Gong. The saint reported that Scorpio Hospital in Korea was attacked. Libra and Gemini attacked, but the son of Sagittarius dealt with them. The observatory's research revealed that there is a 13th faction where Saint Li Gong is, and coincidentally, Sun Jae is the first follower. The system of the gods is based on 12 signs. The observatory was created by the 12 saints to track changes in the factions. And the emergence of a new faction was not good news for the rest of us. There were many at the hospital intent on killing the first follower, and that's why it's in shambles now. Haley ordered a couple of followers to be sent to the hospital. Her subject said that Eugene had already gone there. In a park near a hospital in Korea, many people were trying to find and deal with Sunjae. No one understood how a man could control the Avatar army. The guy was sure the Sagittarius members would take care of his mom, so he wanted to scout the situation and run away. A guy approached him and asked if he was the same Sunjae. It was Eugene who was sent here at Haley's request. The boy tried to run away, but suddenly he saw his father. Hugo wondered why the place was such a mess and what had happened here in the first place. Sunjae said that a bunch of assassins are after him because he was Li Gong's first follower. Eugene shouted indignantly that he had done nothing wrong. But Sunjae insisted on his own way. Hugo believed what his son was saying and stood up for him. The Sagittarius deity, Apollo, decides to act and declares that he will burn this dangerous child personally. Sunjae didn't understand how such a thing was possible and why the father god had appeared. Eugene also didn't understand why the Sagittarius god was interfering, and it made him even angrier. The guy said they'd regret it, and even though it was night, the sun started to shine. Eugene said he'd just dealt with an annoying god and now no one would bother them. This guy was the Scorpion Archivarus. Then he said that when the avatars of the sun knelt before the darkness, everyone laughed at them. The words were from the Holy Bible of Sagittarius, which is sometimes read by the deity, and only he is able to read it. But his lines were a little different from the original. Hugo couldn't believe the guy had changed them. The Bible was a divine scripture containing the activities and accomplishments of the faction. The things depicted in the Bible become legends and myths in themselves. And then all this writing becomes a faction force. The only ones who can read and change Bibles become archivists. However, they no longer exist in this world. Because the saints at the delay of the gods cut out all men with such force, it made sense that the deities would go crazy over them because such people could handle the deity itself. Eugene said with a chuckle that he was pleased to see their haughty faces flush with fear at the sight of him. As the guy continued to chuckle, Li Gong appeared. He was on time as always. He even punctuated his appearance and smeared that obnoxious kid on the pavement. Hugo had to check on everyone who woke up in the hospital. We should have finished with everything and gone back to Gon after that. One of the boys woke up already at Haley's mansion. She asked how he was feeling. The guy didn't realize who was sitting in front of him or where he was even. Saint Scorpio replied that he was on her estate and would have no problem here. The most touching meeting took place at Scorpio Hospital. Hugo finally met his wife. Gon used God's gaze and gave Eugene a questioning look. The guy used the scorpion skill of shadow movement. He wanted to use people as hostages to escape. Gong grabbed Ji-woo her and turned her aside to use his strength. Hugo's wife was mesmerized. She asked when she would get to be in Gon's arms again. She was a fan, as many were. Eugene said that no one could ignore him indefinitely and tried to read the original text from his target's Holy Bible. But he had failed. The deity was unrecorded and was new. His Bible could not be identified. The boy was shocked by the appearance of a new god. The avatars appeared next. Gon cut to the chase and offered to be his archivist. Eugene didn't agree. Then Gon said he had no other choice and stabbed him. The scorpion avatar's poison glands appeared around him, and that could only mean one thing. Haley's Scorpio Saint has appeared. She asked why he acted without orders. He had been warned to be careful. Gon turned to her and told her that if she didn't want it to end in a shouting match, she should answer his questions. Haley was surprised to see him since he was supposed to be at the lion's estate. The hero replied that he knew she hated him and that's why she was avoiding him. She looked at Gon with loving eyes, and after he touched her, it was like she went crazy with happiness. No one could understand why she was acting like that. Gon was asked to stop because the situation was too stimulating for the princess. Then he turned to Sunjae and said that it was unlikely that he would be able to talk to her right now. So first he wanted to talk to him to get him baptized. Sunjae clarified that baptism is when you meet the deity and become an official follower. Naturally, the boy agreed without a second thought. After Gon asked him how he was feeling, he had been baptized and learned a new skill. Emotions were running high. Seongjae's follower has awakened into a defender of the Serpent Guard. As a bonus for becoming the first follower, he will receive some skills. Haley congratulated Gon on having his first follower. Hero gained abilities for awakening the first follower. The level of baptism has been increased. The sense level of the 13th has also been increased. Gon activated the 13th sense skill, but he turned to Haley and grabbed her neck, but she didn't even dodge. She was sure he wouldn't hurt her in any way. Haley was ready to answer questions and asked what exactly he was interested in. Gon asked for an explanation of why he felt the energy of the mystical civilization at the source of its power. Sunjae didn't understand what mystical civilization meant. Could it be that Scorpius was a misfortune involver? Gon realized that she had deceived the whole world, and it seemed that she had deceived her god as well. He was sure that her subordinate was also an invader pretending to be the Avatar. He was right. The source of her powers is the energy of a mystical civilization. However, she still considered herself human and was supposedly on Gon's side. Li Gong said that if it's all true, then let him prove it right now. And he had just the right thing. He held out a questionnaire and invited me to answer. There were only 2 questions: how she felt about him and what kind of relationship she would like to have with him in the future. Haley said the questions were much simpler than she thought, and she didn't see how Gon could use those answers to find out her true intentions. Turns out she wrote down her answers with a relic. It was a wooden, automatic pen incapable of writing lies. And as long as the relic was in Gon's possession, he could understand the true feelings regardless of what was written. So he suggested we start with the first question. She adored Gon, and in her opinion, he was very charismatic. So she betrayed the mystical civilization. He moved on to the next question: what kind of relationship she would like with him in the future. The answer surprised him, and he decided that the pen was out of place. Haley ordered the Avatar to take Eugene and leave, but Gon said their conversation wasn't over. Gon wanted to know about the weapon. The blade he had been stabbed with in the tower belonged to a mystical civilization. Haley said this blade was given the power of the monarch. Monarch is the name of a highly ranked person in a mystical civilization. Weapons with the power of the monarch are imbued with power so strong that they can handle God. That's why once Gon took a blow from such a dagger, he couldn't come back. From their danger, Haley would collect whatever she found and seal it up. She found this stuff 5 years ago when she was stalking Scorpio. And now, Li Gong was beginning to realize why he had found all of this in her possession. There was another leader of a mystical civilization. Unfortunately, Red Eye was not the final boss. There are at least 3 other creatures as strong as him. Everyone was shocked that Red Eye, the insanely strong monster, wasn't the final boss. And there are 3 others like him. Gon remembered that when he was in the tower, the administrator had talked about something similar. He said all he had to do was take out anyone who stood in his way, and to do that, he'd have to get even stronger. Hero asked that Haley give him Eugene, and then he would believe that she was on his side. But the boy was sure Mrs. Haley would never sell him. But Scorpius agreed without a second thought to Gon's terms. While in the hospital, Gon looked out the window and thought it had been a long time since he had had coffee in the morning. And I decided that I needed to enjoy my moments of relaxation no matter how busy I was. Then he said he was sorry Eugene couldn't enjoy this moment with him. The boy was furious at being treated like that. Gon said it was because Scorpio gave it away for free, and when you get a new job, you have to try harder. Eugene replied that he'd rather be turned around in dark alleys than work for him. He thought of something that would make Gon regret writing the Bible for him. Synchronization with the Serpentine Bible has been completed. The archivirus who betrayed the constellations has become a servant of Serpentor. The guy couldn't believe what had happened to him was Gon's new accomplishment, so he decided to change the spelling a little bit. After the edits were made, Eugene shouted for the hero to fall before him, for which he got a bump. He couldn't understand what was wrong because he had changed a line in the Bible. Gon laughed and said that sometimes things in life don't go the way you want them to. Libra is first in these faction rankings with over 2 billion followers. At this point, even Gon would have a hard time opposing them. Besides, Libra Saint Giselle is not just a representative of her deity. In terms of skills, she is so accomplished that she can be called a deity herself. Confronting Giselle is almost like confronting the Libra god. And to meet them or the ruler of a mystical civilization, they need an archivist for proof of achievement and power. Jiwoo corrected everything where Eugene had made his corrections. Guy didn't understand how she managed to change the words he'd written. Could it be that she too had the hidden potential of an archivist? Libra Manor and Faction Headquarters. Libra Castle. Yes, it's been reported that Scorpio met Li Gong, and now he even has an archivist. She couldn't believe that Scorpius had been in love with Li Gong for 20 whole years. She didn't care how many people were hanging around the hero, but the archivist was another matter. Saint Libra made the decision that you need to either keep them for yourself or get rid of them. The people who met Gon fell into two categories. In her opinion, some followed him, others despised him. The saint inquired which of the followers were now closest to Gon. It was Yun Shiwu. He was chasing after Gong on Yun Taiwu's orders. The saint said it was a useless choice. If Kali had gone after him, everything would have been fine. But there was no choice, and she ordered Yun Shiwu to capture the archivist, kidnap or destroy, whatever it takes. There was a serious conversation going on in South Korea near the Scorpion construction site. Gong told Hugo that he wanted his wife to join his faction. Hugo had heard of deities going crazy at the sight of archivists, but it was safer to hide it and develop it secretly, as Scorpius had done. Gong remembered that his friend had said that Jiwoo was not suitable for any of the 12 gods' energies, so there was only one of them left. Scorpius thought it would be better if Songjae and Jiwoo were in his faction. After all, he was planning to fight Libra. Scorpius turned to Hugo and said that recently when they'd seen each other, she'd checked her hands. The saint had suppressed the things on her hands a little, but they were nearing their limit. It might be harder to suppress them any further. Gon didn't understand what it was about or what was going on with Yuha's hands and demanded to be told in detail. Meanwhile, Jiwoo had finished writing one part and was ready to start the next. Eugene replied that she could do whatever she wanted. He didn't care. He was very upset that Gon was forcibly forced to join him and sign a slave contract. The relic, a wooden pen unable to write lies, chose Eugene as its owner, consuming the archivist's blood and then regaining consciousness. Out of frustration, the guy threw the pen against the wall, but it came back to him. The pen vented its anger when the owner threw it away. Holy Libra's son Yun Shiwu was acting on his mom's orders. He didn't realize what could be expected of him if even his brother Daewoo lost. He began to ponder. If he screwed up Blood Mist, he had no future. He had to do this assignment so his mom would praise him. We should have captured the archivist. From what Scorpius had, he must be pretty powerful. It's also an opportunity to mess with Sunjae. But Yun Shivu didn't have time to do anything because Kevin swooped down on him from above. He was furious at being left at Leo's and said he would never forgive it. Eugene and Ju heard voices. Then they saw Kevin and were extremely surprised. Saint Maiden asked with a nonchalant look if Li Gong was here. The hero appeared behind him and wondered why Kevin was yelling everywhere he went. Everyone turned their attention to Yun Shiva. Where did he come from and who brought him here? Gon remembered that this was the guy he beat up in Chapter 25. Hugo was betting that Libra's kid was here to pull another setup. Li Gong was extremely surprised that Yun Taiwu and Yun Shiwu were the sons of Libra. Gon got in his face and asked, "So this is who hurt his friend and nephews?" Hugo asked angrily what he was doing here. Does he want to break into his family again? Scorpius was sure he was here because Saint Libra had learned that Gon had found an archivist and had come to deal with him. Kevin added that this guy had summoned a toad and made a mess of his estate. Gong said that he even felt a little sorry for Yun Shiwu since he was well on his way. He was thinking about what he could do to this guy to make the whole world know about it. Yun Shivu started to ask his god for help and it seems to have worked. He planned to escape quickly. Hugo shouted that he had to catch up with him, but as it turned out, Gon had let him go on purpose. Then he smiled and said it would be a shame to get him alone. Hawaii, Libra's luxury resort. Yun Shiwu never thought he'd be in such a helpless state. He was very angry at the situation and Song Jae in particular. To begin with, the brothers planned to stop Li Gong. With the help of the gems, an equal exchange could be made. All of these were the cores of the Invincible. All of these jewels appeared during the tower raid. Young Taewoo wanted to exchange out of the exchange and summon the involving misfortune. And afterward, he used the Libra equal exchange skill. He offered the suspended cores of a group of Invincibles and in return got a disaster-class creature that no one could handle. He was confident that this creature would definitely be able to handle Li Gong. But something strange began to happen. A column of light suddenly shot up from the ground. Taewoo shouted that this was not at all what he had called for and the boys rushed to run. It was Li Gong. He was finally able to find where the brothers were hiding. The house god should have brought a disaster-class creature here, but miraculously Gon was here. Shivu mumbled that they were mistaken and apologized for the act. He was even ready to go to the Sagittarius estate and apologize to everyone. Gong said the guys missed the most important detail. It was the price of their sins. Yun Shivu came to his senses and shouted that it was urgent to find his rosary beads. He saw them lying nearby. Quickly, he grabbed and activated the equal exchange skill. In return, he offered Yun Taewoo the son of Libra. In return, his brother must be turned into a misfortune invader. Gon watched the guy turn into a monster and was perplexed by the deity who confirmed the deal and the younger brother who betrayed the older one. He didn't think it was that bad. Libra was very different from the other factions. Continuing to ponder, Gon applied the shrine deployment skill. With that, he broke Yun Shivu's bond with Libra. Due to the trials past, the hero's sanctuary increased and could be used as a barrier. Libra's power wasn't working here, and that meant the transformation stopped halfway through. Gon suggested that the guy repent or admit that everything he did was because his conscience was hurt. Those would be great last words. Yun Shiwu still didn't understand who was in front of him and why he was so obsessed with torturing him. If it's because he summoned the blood mist 10 years ago, then those who fell asleep have already been brought back to life and everything is back to normal. The guy didn't understand why he had to be driven to this. He was screaming that he was Giselle Lawrence's son, Saint Libra. And if a hero does such a thing, his mother won't leave him alone. Gon was beginning to fall asleep from his chatter. Then he yawned and asked if he had finished his story. As it turned out, the guy was listened to not only by Gon but by many others. He made sure that the whole world heard his confessions. The Saint Libra Manor was in turmoil. Everyone wanted to find Gon and save the young master. People were outraged by what they heard. It turned out that 10 years ago, it was Libra that had released the disaster. If it wasn't for Li Gong, 1,000 people might have died. The people demanded that Yun Shiwa be punished. People were calling on the hero for help, for him to sort it out immediately. Gon asked his son Saint what it was like to be the man the world wanted to destroy. He wanted to hear Yun Shiwu's last words and waited for an apology, and the guy started making excuses. And he's just thrown his one chance at the world's favor in the trash. Now no one's gonna give him that chance. People's trust in Libra has plummeted. Faith in the faction plummeted. People expressed their dissatisfaction thus. The reputation of Libra decreased. Saint Libra's subordinates are screaming that we can't let this go on like this. We must mobilize elite troops immediately. Gon decided it was time to get rid of the Holy One's son, as the people wanted. Giselle Lawrence stopped him by saying she wouldn't let him do that. She recognized that Gon had dealt them a huge blow. She didn't think he could do something so crazy and on such a grand scale. The hero asked if releasing a disaster is not reason enough to do so. The saint offered to return her son. She knew it was just a tasteless provocation. Gon replied that if she talked about such things, the tasteless ones were her sons. He offered a choice, or the saint would confess what Libra had done and be punished, or she could put it all on the line and fight him and lose. And of course, who tried to get rid of him in Demon Tower? Giselle Lawrence clutched her head and said it was all too stupid. She didn't understand why she had to agree to these terms. Gon replied that that was the answer he expected to hear, and now he is ready to do more terrible things. He used the super regeneration skill on Yun Shiva. From the shrine's exposure, the effect was incredibly strong. The Holy Sun was terrified. He did not understand what was happening to him. The hero decided that simply destroying him would be too boring. Losing his head isn't enough to atone for all the suffering he's endured. And these guys have caused a lot more than a couple disasters. He was going to deliver multiple blows to his head. Millions of people continued to watch everything that was happening. The Libra Saint was furious. She didn't understand how much longer her patience could be tested. She activated the rented teleportation skill through Lily Queen's pet god. She also activated the rented Sagittarius skill Absolute Accuracy. Gon sent her eldest son's head and added that her favorite son had returned to her. The saint shouted that this was too much and she would avenge this provocation. But it wasn't a provocation. It was Gon's response to all the decisions the saints made. He was ready to take revenge on anyone who stood in his way, and it didn't matter if it was a deity or the catastrophe of an unknown civilization. It started something like an earthquake. The saint cried out that she would never forgive such humiliation. Young Taewoo came to his senses. Gong offered to finish what he had started. 5,000 people were affected by the blood fog, plus the people affected at Scorpio Hospital and the suffering of Hugo and his family. By Gon's calculations, the guy needs to die 10,000 times. There was a fight in the Lion Arena. Mrs. Young Yuha won. She destroyed her opponent in a second. It was a stunning victory. The audience was a little puzzled by the girl's appearance. She usually did not show much emotion when she won, but now she was in deep shock. And it's been like this since Gon declared war on Libra. The girl was congratulated and told that there was no end to her winning streak and was asked to tell about her feelings after such a series. The girl said confusedly that she had decided to leave the Lions faction. She said she plans to join Uncle Li Gong as well. Stephen, who was watching from his hospital room, lost consciousness. Libra has now deceived the whole world. They hid the truth about the blood fog for years and framed Sagittarius. It was believed that Gon was trying to frame Libra, since Libra Saint hadn't made any official statements. All information had to be verified, and if I recall, it's common practice for factions to spread false news about each other. But both sons of the saint were dead, and it was strange that in such a catastrophic situation they were still silent. Or maybe they're just stalling so they can get away with it. Scorpio couldn't believe such manipulation was going on in the media, so she asked Kevin if, besides poisoning Gong's food, he was good at this kind of thing. If Virgo uses his media, it's easy to organize, and he wasn't poisoning the food, it was the drugs. He used high-grade drugs that neutralized the poison in the food, but Scorpio went through a lot to suppress all that stuff in Gon's food. Kevin asked where the celebrant was and why he still wasn't here. Meanwhile, Gon was in Hawaii at Libra's former hideout and destroyed their holy estate. He planned to build a new home on the site. He also destroyed the demon heart crystal that had been created from the enticement he had dealt with in the tower. The Libra saint panicked when she saw on the broadcast what Gon had done to her faction. She realized there was nothing they could do after that. It would be a full-scale war. She ordered to contact every branch and alliance around the world and to make sure they dealt with Li Gong. The saint called upon his avatar. He gathered all the forces of mystic civilization and they awaited instructions. Pacific Ocean, the Black Zone, the territory of a mystical civilization. At the order of the saint, a huge number of monsters had gathered. She was preparing to destroy Gong and his subordinates. She planned to show them what overwhelming despair felt like. There were 65 hours until the attack on humanity. In Hawaii, Libra has already built a palace and a serpentine workshop in place of Libra's hideout. No one understood why Gon had called them to Hawaii that morning. Upon seeing Gon's palace, Hugo exclaimed when only he had time to build it. They were met at the entrance by a girl named Yaso, the former guardian spirit of Aquarius and Libra. She was currently a prisoner of the Serpentine. Once inside, they were even more surprised. Hugo assumed that a friend had built a steel mill here. Kevin noticed that there was lava in the pool. Then they were met by the avatars and told that Mr. Gon was in the forge. In the blacksmith shop, Gon greeted his comrades with joy. When they saw Gon with his naked torso, they all opened their mouths, and Scorpius fainted. Hugo asked his friend when he had time to build a palace if the Libra building had been demolished only yesterday. As it turned out, Gon had learned a new skill. For the first time in a long time, the hero was not tired. He wanted to work and work. His energy was overflowing. Now the palace was a sanctuary in which Gon could settle down. There was also a workshop for making sacred relics. But in spite of all the fervor, he still had a lot to do. The war had already been declared and all that was left was to step forward. The express package from the Scorpius Sanctuary had arrived. Haley started going through the contents. All this she presented as a housewarming gift to Gong. Amidst everything, she came across a box of paper envelopes with resumes written on them and realized it wasn't hers. The questions were getting bigger. At Leo's headquarters, Steven was angry that Yuha was leaving, and many others after her. Leva was trying to figure out what exactly the girl was unhappy about. Maybe it was the salary or the terms of the contract. He asked again if she was sure of her decision or if it was a temporary whim, but Yuha was more sure than ever. A few days after the fog incident 10 years ago, Scorpion Hospital, Republic of Korea. Little Sunjae and Jung Yuha were sitting next to their mom in the room. They heard footsteps and thought it was their dad. The girl went out into the hallway but saw no one and thought they were just imagining things. Then she ran up to the open doors and there was a stranger standing in front of her, who asked if she was Yuha. The girl was frightened and cried out in terror. The stranger smiled back. When she took off her hood, Yuha immediately recognized the Libra saint. Just recently, she had seen her on television. The saint wanted to talk to the girl and suggested she go somewhere else. Saint said she came because she was worried about them after the fog incident and expressed her condolences about her mom. Yuha replied that everything was fine. She was sure that the saints had done their best and that there was no better outcome. Saint thanked the girl for such words and said that only when she met her in person did she realize why Hugo wails incessantly about his children. Then she added that Yuha is resilient and wise beyond her years despite her adversity. The saint was worried about her children, who were always getting into trouble, and wished they were half as good as Sagittarius's daughter. The next words horrified the girl. The saint said that her sons had caused her trouble again and so she had locked them in the punishment room. Libra said that raising children is very hard, but she would like Yuha to be her daughter. The girl was confused by what she heard. The saint laughed, and she said it was just a joke. Then she apologized for her rudeness. And she handed me a pair of gemstone earrings as a keepsake. But since it was their first meeting, Yuha wasn't ready to accept them. The saint insisted. Hugo heard the voice and was sure it belonged to Libra. He walked into the room just as Yuha agreed to accept the gift. He didn't have time to stop his daughter, and the earrings in the girl's hands began to turn into fire. Then there was an explosion in the hospital. People on the street were frightened by what had happened. Hugo was frightened and immediately rushed to his daughter's aid. But after a second, when he would be next to the girl, her arms seemed to be enveloped by an unknown force. But his current powers weren't enough. He asked Libra what she had done to his daughter. The saint said he was late. How could he leave the girl alone at such a late hour? And it proved that he wasn't fit to be a father. Libra replied that it was just a warning. The girl turned out to be much more wonderful than she thought. If the evil deity's energy consumed the girl at once, she wouldn't be surprised. But Yuha held on. The only way to save his daughter is to accept her into his cult. Then Saint offered Hugo to cast off his lingering attachment to Gon and become her subordinate. She knew what Hugo was worth and valued him more than the other saints. And if he followed her, she was ready to restore his lost strength. And she offered to give her daughter to her or go after her herself. The little girl crawled up to the saint and clung to her leg. She cried out not to hurt her daddy. Saintess guessed that Yuha had used the evil deity's energy against her. Libra said she likes children who are not only capable but also obedient. And before she took the girl into her care, she should have been taught obedience. Hugo couldn't see and hear it all and yelled for Libra to stop immediately. But Hugo didn't even have time to get close to her. They were thrown apart. The sovereign skill, Lion's Blessed Battlefield, was used. It meant only one thing, that the lion was here too. Footsteps were heard. Stephen Marker entered the room. He announced that he was the first to take over Sagittarius and his daughter. And if the Libra saint understands, she must obey his order immediately. He noticed that an evil deity was attached to the child. What's going on is clearly related to the constellations. In his sanctuary, it could be done by someone who had reached the highest ranks. Despite his seemingly cruel appearance, Leo promised that everything would be okay. The constellation of Leo ruled all animals. It could be called the leader of the highest rank. Stephen said that doing anything to attract power to his sanctuary was the basis of sects. Libra used the evil deity to take Zhang Yuhu away and was now trying to stop the lion. And if Saint doesn't agree, then let her try to destroy Stephen's skill and take the girl. Emergency services began to gather around the hospital. The building could collapse at any moment. Libra didn't want publicity and was willing to back down this time. She said that Stephen now owes her a huge debt and will definitely pay for it. Lion believed that soon he would be able to become the strongest and surpass everyone. Then he turned to Hugo and said that he might not thank him. Sagittarius inquired why Stephen had come here. He came to say goodbye before he left. He was sorry to see Hugo after everything that had happened. And before things got too tight, Lev offered to enter his sanctuary after all. Hugo was grateful for the help, but he had no reason or desire to do so. He asked only to let his daughter go. But Stephen couldn't do that. What would happen after he let go of the girl the evil deity had already attached himself to? She'll either succumb to uncontrollable energy or fall victim to Libra. And frankly, Hugo couldn't protect his children right now. Can't be suppressed or corrected, but it can be suppressed without giving you free reign. And he took young Yuhu. And Stephen Marker was ready to suppress this evil. He took the girl in his arms and was about to leave. Hugo stopped and asked why he and Libra would do such illogical things. Stephen replied that since he didn't want to work with him, he would take his daughter, who had great potential. Lion was also very curious as to how they dared to leave and leave Li Gong alone in the Devil Tower. If they couldn't take care of Red Eye, they should have at least looked after Gong. Yuha remembered what was going on. She had always wanted to thank the saint. She realized that she couldn't grow up in the constellation of Leo. The girl told the lion that for more development, a new approach different from what was before was needed. Stephen thought he'd done enough as her guardian for 10 years. He even had to turn a blind eye to her encounters with Scorpius. Lion replied, if she wants to leave, then he didn't put enough effort into it. Yuha saw tears in his eyes. Oliver came into the room and told the girl to leave immediately. There was no place for someone like her in their cult. Stephen was infuriated by those words. Yuha was the vice head of the Cardinal Lion, and he couldn't let such talent get away. The man shouted that with such a saint and vice head, the status of the Lion sect had gone downhill. How dare they disregard what their sect stood for? The energy of Libra began to emanate from Oliver. Yuha and Stephen were horrified by what they saw. Oliver said he felt he was many times stronger than he was before. With that strength, he was ready to rebuild the Lion sect, which had hit rock bottom. Stephen yelled that he didn't realize what he was doing and needed to stop immediately. The lion tried to stop him, but Oliver struck hard and caught the saint's arm. Stephen shouted how dare he betray their sect and join Libra. He didn't consider it a betrayal. He only wanted to restore the Lion sect to its former glory. In his opinion, Stephen had forgotten the basics. Strength for the lion is when the strongest survives. That was why Stephen had granted Zhang Yuha the rank of vice head saint. At that moment, Oliver stood in front of him and his rank was higher than the girl's. He thought he was superior to Juhu in every way. Such a stupid decision could not have been the will of a deity that respects power. It was Stephen's decision to keep Yuha close to him. Gon made Stephen with ease, and his vice head went crazy over him. Who can be trusted to run a cult? Yuha asked Oliver if he was the cause of her teacher's death. He only confirmed her guess. At that time, he was the captain in charge of the troops. The girl used the cliff-crushing skill, followed by the divine speed skill, and lunged at Oliver. He grabbed the girl's arm and told her that she was too weak, even though she had put all her vengeance into the blow. If she wants to do any real damage, the blow should be something like this. He struck Yuha with such force that she flew several floors below. Oliver yelled that it was pathetic and she should get up and attack him back. And even the red lightning bolt the girl was so proud of was nothing compared to his new power. And if she wants to survive, she must awaken the beast within her and attack it, or it will crush her in the blink of an eye. Gon looked at his new relic. Even though he had made it recently, it glowed with energy. It was only a matter of time before he could hand it to Yuha. He turned to Jiwoo. Since she was his scribe now, he had a mission for her. He said Yuha desperately needed her help right now. Yuha asked if Oliver was making all this fuss just to be vice head. It was too much to be happy that he was a little more powerful. He said he took Steven's arm off with one punch, which means his power works even with the Saints. The girl said it wasn't enough to think he was the strongest just because he threw her teacher into a trap and ripped Steven's arm off with a sneak attack. She said he's not even close to the Saints. He's just a lion captain who's forgotten his place. And right here and now, the lion traitor will be punished. The lion beast formation skill was activated and the battle began. Jong Yuha threw a punch and Oliver flew off to the side but recovered quickly enough. He squeezed the girl tightly and told her not to dare stand in his way. Oliver said that no matter how much he tried to fight him, it would be useless. He flipped Yuha off and said she was done for the day. The Libra Saint wanted him to finish her off, but there was no reason to worry about the fact that she couldn't even control the power of the evil deity. The girl was very angry with herself for not being able to stand up to Oliver. Then she decided she just can't lose. She has to get stronger to keep up with Gong. She has to give it her all. The girl felt Uncle Gong's energy as he immediately appeared and began to search for him with her eyes. But a spear appeared in front of her. The Serpentine welcomed the one who holds the indomitable spirit within her. The Serpentine weapon chose its own master, and wherever the master was, it would find him. Guns were assigned to one person for the rest of his life, a time limit until this task is completed. Gong handed the spear to Jiwoo and told him to throw it as high as possible. And now, the spear must find its owner. That's how Young Yuhi got the weapon. Leo was already being treated, but it was necessary to find Aquarius for proper treatment. Meanwhile, Yuha looked at the spear and didn't realize what kind of weapon it was in front of her. To join the Serpentine, she had to prove she was eligible. To prove it, you had to exterminate all enemies and gain the power of immortality. And now, the girl was definitely confident in her abilities and was ready to fight Oliver. Yuha used the Lotus skill and threw her spear at her opponent. But the enemy did not give up and still believed that it was impossible to defeat him. The energy of the Serpentor enveloped the red lightning. Stephen, who was several floors above, felt an incredible power. He decided that he should check and assess the situation himself. In front of him, Oliver lay half stuck in the asphalt and said that he wanted the lion's spot, but in the end he was defeated not even by Stephen, but by Jong Yuha. Saint replied that for Yuha, becoming stronger was not the way, but the goal. That was why she was the vice head. And that's why she's a much better fit for the Cardinal Lion than Oliver, whose mind is only on the title. The only thing Lev didn't realize was whether the girl had such destructive power before. That's when Yuha herself appeared. Lion was angry when he sensed Gon's power from her instead of Lion's. Steven said he wouldn't let her go anywhere, and if she wants to leave, she has to step over him. Oliver interrupted them and said it wasn't over yet. After all, they had not yet fully realized the essence of Libra. Their battle had destroyed the main building of the sanctuary, which meant that destruction would soon be upon them. Stephen was beginning to guess that Oliver had another plan and was going to summon calamity. Everyone began to watch with horror and fear. A huge and horrible monster appeared. Judging by its monstrous appearance, it was Red Eye. Gong was in his palace in Hawaii. Everything seemed fine, but he had a bad feeling. The news said that there was a huge disaster in Washington, D.C. that set off a worldwide alert, and it looked like Red Eye. Each sect made a speech that they were aware of the situation and were going to stop the calamity, led by Libra. Libra was going to work together with the allied constellations to save the people. But this statement didn't say anything about the dead sons of Saint. Scorpio suggested that there was a possibility that Libra themselves were influenced by the disaster, and under the pretext of calamity coming to attack them. Hugo was trying to figure out how Red Eye had appeared and what had even happened. Gon killed him in the tower, and members of other sects took his head. The hero asked what then happened to that head. Scorpius said that the Saints argued over ownership of it. Since the Saints basically stopped interacting with other sects after the tower attack, they can't know the background. After much debate, it was sealed and buried at sea. This was done at the suggestion of Libra. Gon was going to destroy him, and at the same time, he was going to test him to see if he had defeated him in the tower or if it was the other one. Scorpius shouted happily that he was going with him. Gon said it was good for guards and traps, and since his sanctuary could be attacked by enemies at any time, he needed to strengthen his defenses. The hero smiled at her and told her that only Scorpius could handle such a thing. He leaned in so close to the girl that she almost lost her mind. Then Scorpio cheerfully said she could be trusted with it. She was willing to do her best, even if she had to take the roof off her sect. The Avatar wanted to stop her and said they'd be ruined, but Saint shouted that Gon had entrusted it to her and said that no one else could do it. Hugo was going to follow his friend, but Gong told him to go to Korea. Sagittarius insisted. He couldn't help but go since it was possible that Yuha would be there. Gon said he had it under control. He could sense her energy well and could take care of her if she needed it. If Libra did something crazy in Korea, it'll be hard for Hugo's sect to handle it alone. A mob of monsters fell in South Korea. They couldn't be allowed to cross the front line. The monsters were coming in huge crowds and sweeping away everything in their path. Taurus, St. Ivan Kruger, smelled something reminiscent of the Sagittarius sect. He was yelling that Sagittarians are brainless and where did Hugo go? He's been informed that St. Hugo's not in at the moment, but if he has anything to say, they're willing to give it to him. Taurus said he didn't have to hand anything over. He could wait. He then added that he wasn't thrilled about being blocked. He punched the guy so hard that he flew a few meters away. To the outrage of those around him, he said he was in control of his powers. Kruger was reminded that he came here to fight the disasters, but he didn't care. Libra said he could tear up the neighborhood. Hugo asked Jiwoo to keep in touch and call him immediately in case of anything, but his wife assured him that nothing would happen to her as she was going with Gon. Sagittarius was hurt to hear that, but he didn't deny the truth. Hugo used the authority of the saint to return to the sanctuary. Gon told him to sort out the clutter and restore order, and he promised to follow as soon as he visited Red-Eyed. The promised thing was almost ready, and as soon as Hugo got the message, he was to pick it up. The hero told Jiwoo that they should get ready too. They were going to leave soon. But first, we had to catch the rat that was hiding in his sanctuary. The sun god's accomplice was heading away, waiting for orders on whether to get rid of him. But the Black Knight's target was Li Gong. The knight's danger level was black. It was impossible to capture him. He declared combat readiness and gave the order to begin fighting. The vanguard military forces of an unknown civilization, the Phantom Chivalry. Meanwhile, Scorpius was already finishing creating defenses for her idol's shrine. The relic statue of the unshakable scorpion. It was the guardian statue that created and maintained the scorpion barrier. Now she decided to take a walk and look for other flaws. Eugene said that if she's not satisfied with the number of relics, she clearly has a lack of conscience. But the saint was only willing to be appeased if the entire island was covered with relics. Eugene stopped his gaze on the scorpion statue as it exploded. The rest of the relics followed. The saint said it meant there was an enemy in the area that the statues couldn't handle. From the ocean side, the Phantom Knighthood began to come at them. They demanded that Serpentor come here immediately. Eugene shouted who they were and how dare they come here. The Avatar came to their defense. Scorpius warned them to be careful, that these monsters might be too dangerous. The knight in front of him are the traitors Libra was talking about. They tried to hide it, but they had the same energy. Then the man in charge ordered me to get rid of them immediately. Scorpion said their attack was too weak. She rushed into battle. She dashingly dispatched one of them and told him where he'd gotten to in the first place. Gon showed up asking what kind of rats were squeaking around, but he asked what they wanted and who they were. One of the knights asked if he was the same serpentine that Libra was talking about. The hero laughed and said that they were in all likelihood on the saint's errand. The Black Knight got angry and said he shouldn't be sarcastic. In his opinion, this guy was too young to be a saint. Gon asked, closing his mouth and not expressing himself in his direction. To which the behemoth decided he was just cocky, and Libra feared him for good reason. Although it was sudden, Gon managed to pierce their strongest knight with a single arrow. The knight asked him to introduce himself, and when he heard the name, apologized for underestimating him. Then said they were the vanguard of a military force from an unknown civilization, Baron Helm's subordinates, the Phantom Knights. Their goal was to destroy the humanity that believed in the saints, and they were ready to fight Gon, who was nothing more than a nuisance to them. And they rushed to the attack, shouting with glee that it was all for the great knight. Gon shouted not to make fun of him and prepared to get what he deserved. He easily fended off anyone who came near him. The knights shouted for a mob attack, and all at once they threw their arrows at him. The hero stopped all of the enemy's weapons right in front of his face. Once again, he scattered everyone in different directions with his hammer. Then applied the skill increase hereditary hammer and shouted out who would now try to fight back. He was ready to tear apart anyone who stood in his way. The Black Knights wondered how he managed to get rid of them so quickly. Gong was called out. Standing behind him was Ji Woo behind his back with Avatar. At his request, the girl brought everyone who had the status of a serpentine. The avatars asked ominously how dare they invade their king's territory. One of the monsters screamed that it would destroy Gon in one fell swoop. The hero shouted that they were all too pathetic for him and once again fought off the attack without difficulty. One of the knights remarked that Gon was pretty good, but he's ready to take him and his friends down in one fell swoop. Gon's weapons allowed him to not let any of his attacks pass him by. The hero said they were yelling too loudly and seemed to use up all their energy yelling. The enemy was perplexed as to how their knighthood could fall so easily. Gon leaned over to one of them and said that they should change their name to Knighthood of Command Doom. One of the knights grabbed Gon and said that even if he died, he would take him with him. He squeezed the hero tightly and said that now they could go to hell together. Gon broke free of his grip, saying he had no idea what the monster was up to, but he was happy to be flying. Then the hero asked what neighborhood they were currently flying over. And they were over Washington, D.C., not far from the Lion's headquarters. Miraculously, the Lion managed to stop the attack. Young Yuha was very happy to see him in good health. The girl gave the order to pull out the residents trapped under the rubble, so that everyone would support the duty and obligation of the strong to protect the weak. Yuha said that the Constellation Change mission won't be completed until she defeats Steven. But first, we have to deal with Red Eye. Yuha thought that if Red Eye lost to Gong, then she would win. And based on that, the monster was after her. Since Gon wasn't with them, Saint Lion decided that he should be the one to get rid of Red-Eyed and use the skill of descending sacred essence. Yuha asked if he could handle it since he was pretty weak. Steven said that if he didn't, he would lose everything he had gained so far. And if they can't protect the city and its people, then they will lose everything humanity has. And this way he could redeem the shame of 20 years ago. Steven was ready to fight, and this time he would never run away. He wanted to use all resources, including the Constellation's experience, to summon the sacred essence, and asked Yuha to cover for him in case of emergency. Gon finally saw the ground and decided it was time to land. It landed right on Steven Marker, and it terrified the lion. Turning around, he saw Yuha and asked what she was doing here. The Black Knight said he was finished, because even he couldn't handle Red-Eye. Gon turned to Red-Eyed and asked if he remembered him, the Demon Tower Lord who had suddenly appeared 20 years ago. It was the strongest calamity in history that Li Gong had fought by sacrificing his life. That one was so cruel that even the 12 saints lost all their fighting spirit. The hero turned to Red-Eyed with the words that it had been so long since they had seen each other, and he should have said hello for the sake of decorum. He had a knack for running away from Calamity's attacks, but I couldn't tell if it was the same red-eyed man from his face, but it felt different. The beast's ferocity and tirelessness seemed to have disappeared. Gon used his 13th sense to check it. Turns out every part of his body except his head was a fake. He was endowed with a small amount of energy from an unknown civilization. So this monster was a hastily made one. It was endowed with a lot of Libra energy. Libra Manor was worried that they had rushed the revival of the Red-Eyed Manor. Even though the monster wasn't perfect, they had nothing to lose by doing so. If only they had him, then they would have been able to restore Red-Eye with his sword and use all the resources. But he spent it all and died foolishly. The Saint reported that Hugo had gone to Korea and should be meeting with Kruger very soon. She was also told that a baron wearing a metal helmet was appearing from an unknown civilization. Under his command, the Phantom Knighthood suffered, and Kali never reached out or answered the call. Libra decided that the girl apparently still didn't want to listen to her either, but there was no more time to wait. She ordered to tell the waiting army that they were going into battle. Their target was Korea, specifically the Demon Tower. Meanwhile, Hugo arrived in Korea, where Ivan Kruger was already waiting for him. Sagittarius was surprised by this encounter and didn't understand why Taurus was there. And why would he even dare touch his subordinate? Spreading his arms, Kruger asked questioningly that Red-Eye had come to America. He wanted to explore the tower, but Hugo's subordinates blocked his way, so he made them understand the rules of discipline. Sagittarius only marveled at his audacity to arrive there while Calamity was in America. And he could even praise Kruger if he had caught Red-Eyed instead of his subordinates. And if he wanted to visit the tower, why was he there? I wonder if Taurus is scared to go back there, just like 20 years ago. Kruger was furious at this rebuke. He said that Hugo had lost his mind after he had managed to regain his powers. He went on to insult Sagittarius, adding that he is a cheapskate who doesn't have a single relic. Kruger used the Taurus skill Destructive Tank. Sagittarius's subordinates screamed in terror. He shouted to Hugo why he froze. It must be fear. But the Sagittarius easily threw him aside. Kruger didn't understand how that could be because his attack couldn't even be directly received by the Lion Saint. Hugo replied that in all likelihood, Taurus was badly mistaken. Could he really think that Sagittarius didn't have any relics left? He used the summoning of the desired relic from the Serpent Folk Shrine and shouted to Kruger in his own words. Why did he freeze? Must have been fear. In Hugo's hands was the relic of the shrine, a trace of bright light. Taurus didn't understand how he managed to recover the relics. It must have been Li Gong's handiwork. Hugo was angry that Kruger had touched his subordinates. Then he added that they had a lot in common. Sagittarius thought that in such a situation, it would not be too beautiful to rattle weapons, so he offered to arm wrestle. And at the same time, he offered to relieve all the stress that had accumulated. Hugo threw himself into the fight with Ivan Kruger without a second thought. Taurus said that Sagittarius always boasted of his strength. How dare he even challenge him? Hugo said that now Kruger had a great chance to show what he was capable of. Sagittarius struck his opponent and broke his legs, saying that now he would not fight back, and afterward wanted to see how good a pair would get out of a Taurus body. Hugo fought off the blows one by one. Eventually, Taurus admitted to giving up the position. Then he jumped up sharply, throwing Sagittarius aside, and said it was time to start the second round. He already had a gun in his hand. Hugo said it was mean, but he'd arm himself too. Before this, Sagittarius hadn't realized how harshly Li Gong treated his relics. Stephen couldn't remember what had happened to him. He couldn't even wake up, and he couldn't wake up because his body had been used in battle. How could he just pass out like that? He needed to regain his senses to help the constellations fight Red Eye. Then it was like he saw the light at the end of the tunnel and shouted that it was coming. Stephen saw Li Gong fighting Calamity and didn't realize what he himself had been doing all this time. Yuha replied that the lion was just lying down. This infuriated Stephen even more. Gon gave a crushing blow to Red-Eyed and asked if he remembered what happened in the Demon Tower. The monster roared that it would chop him into small pieces in one fell swoop. Stephen yelled for Gon not to make any unnecessary movements. The hero summoned the Hammer of Achievement and blew the Red-Eyed man's head off. The whole city was illuminated with a bright light. Once again, Gon had dealt with the Calamity. Stephen realized that the Red-Eyed one only needed Li Gong to attack. Smiling, the hero proudly said, "Dear students, this was a lesson on how to destroy Red-Eyed." Inside Calamity was another Red-Eye. The Red-Eye they knew turned out to be a donor. And roughly speaking, the Black Dragon was his vessel. Stephen screamed that it was a fake, but how did Gon know that? While he was in the Demon Tower, the manager was reviving Calamities without end, naturally considering Red-Eyed and Black Dragon. Gon fought them for 20 years, and it looked like they were just molding new disasters out of their heads. The dragon's body was found in the tower, and if Libra is connected to a mystical civilization, it's entirely possible. And if they had the strength, they could resurrect Calamity properly. Gon received a claim from Sagittarius. He developed a damage or original defect to the royal relics. He didn't understand how the bow could have broken and decided it was nonsense he would deal with later. But Hugo demanded an answer. The battle between Hugo and Kruger continued and gained momentum. I don't know where Jean-Louis Morin came from, but Gon had already sent help to his friend in the form of an iceberg that froze Kruger and Moran inside. And with him, Kevin Azar showed up and warned Hugo that he needed to take care of the sanctuary's defenses. He was attacked there by those who lost the saints: Gemini Aquarius, Aquarius Taurus, and Aries. But Kevin had cleared them out and now the companions were safe, but his home was destroyed. It's a good thing Kevin was able to stop by on his way to see Li Gong. Kruger and Moran managed to get out, saying they didn't think they could defeat him with an ice cube. Unexpectedly, the Libra Saint appeared and said she was very happy to meet them. Hugo's house was destroyed again. Sunjae wanted to use the energy to clean the house, but then they noticed that there was a dragon flying in the sky right above them. Kruger and Morans wondered why she had come. After all, they hadn't lost yet. The saint ordered them to be silent. By Haren. She gave Moran command of the sect that lost the saint, and he couldn't even take the shrine. She was also aware that instead of taking over the shrine, Kruger had just been beaten up. That was why she couldn't trust them with anything. They were reprimanded and given something to think about. Saint then turned to Kevin and Hugo and offered to entertain. For starters, she suggested they swap their heads and limbs, or it would be better to fake an accident like Li Gong. Saint then applied Libra's skill Equal Exchange. The people were terrified. Could it really be that the Libra Saint had arrived? The black dragon that Sunjae had spotted was flying towards the saint. And on top of the dragon, Li Gong was standing on top of her and charging at her with all his might. The hero dashingly managed to defeat Saint Libra with a single blow. Hugo and Kevin noticed that the stalk of Golden Rule had begun to disappear around them. No one could believe what had happened. How did they manage to break up the tough Libra so easily? Hugo yelled to his friend to answer the phone. What had he done with the bow, and why so many weapons of an unknown civilization? Kruger and Moran realized they were in trouble and ran. But there was nowhere to run. There was only one chance to use the Taurus skill Destructive Tank, but Gon quickly stopped him too and gave the two of them to the Black Dragon to tear apart. Hugo asked, in horror, who the Black Dragon was. Gon answered calmly that it was another red-eyed dragon and that he had already told him about it. With his powers, he revived and tamed the sleeping creature. Fortunately, he had enough materials to do so. Kevin wondered why Libra's appearance still hadn't disappeared. With the words, "It's because I'm still alive," Saint Libra showed up. Gon thought it would be easier, but he was ready for it too. The hero armed himself with his relics and asked him to turn his face so he could break it again. The saint ordered this red-eyed man to take them all out of here and carry them away. They're of no use to them. Let them take care of the civilians. Calamity gripped Hugo with a tight grip. Sagittarius screamed for help. Gon said Libra uses powers that don't compare to those of other saints. She continued to wreak havoc after her head was blown off. He said to stop pretending and turn to her sacred Libra goddess Astrea. The saint had noticed that the hero was remarkably intelligent, and now that the masks were off, she would no longer hold back. Gon said he had no idea how she was brought to Earth, but she had no chance. However, he would love to see the show the other gods would put on when they found out. Saint used the independent skill of Taurus stomping a herd of bulls. In her performance, however, it wasn't as spectacular. Hugo noticed that the saint had a Taurus divine mark on her head. She laughed and told them to save their delight for later. She hasn't even shown half of what she can do. It wasn't just Taurus. There was Cancer and Gemini, Capricorn, Aquarius, and even Aries. Even Li Gong was surprised by this turn of events. Now he could see why Giselle wasn't afraid of getting a slap on the wrist from the other gods. Of course he was right. They were all in league with the saint. The anger of the gods who had lost their saints had reached a boiling point. As of late, she was a representative of as many as 7 constellations, including her own. The hero has decided that even if his powers are not enough to crush the saint, he just has to beat the rot out of the cabal of conspirators. Saintess was greatly amused by this statement. She didn't understand why Gon hated them so much. If he wanted to, he could rule the world. But one man is not the only one, no matter how strong he was. Libra got to the point. She didn't like Gon himself much, but she recognized his strength. She offered him the choice of being with them or against them. If he joined them, he would become Lord of the world. Otherwise, he would be wiped out. Choice without choice was a favorite trick of the gods. He refused without listening. Playing their games, they never worried about the damage they were doing to people. The saint said that caring for others was a thankless task, but admittedly, that was the answer she had expected. She asked to be allowed to make his life easier. By destroying this city, she would take the burden of protecting it off his shoulders. She applied Aries' independent skill, Heavenly Weapon, Aquarius's independent skill, Tornado, Cancer skill, Cloning. Gon angered the gods, and they took their anger out on a city of 10 million people. Gon had to admit that having so many skills directed at him at once was impressive. He yelled that all she knows how to do is throw arrows, and if she wanted to tie him up, she'd have to find something stronger. But the saint had a lot more in store, and to handle everything was simply impossible. She said she wasn't throwing words to the wind and pointed 100 swords at Gon, and if he can't stop them, she'll turn the rest of them on the city. They were reporting in Seoul, right where the unprecedented disaster was unfolding. Kevin said he would freeze the swords, and Hugo would have to aim at the frozen spots. They asked people to evacuate immediately. The water of the Han River rose above the buildings. People prayed to the divine spirits and begged for mercy. Kevin summoned the divine spirit of the constellation throne and asked to borrow the power to help overcome this crisis. Gong realized that Saint was trying to flood the city with river water. He had to use everything to make a decisive move. Saint didn't understand why Gon hadn't escaped yet, but she didn't care. She applied the Maiden January Icewind skill, and the river water began to freeze. Libra wondered why Gon was still alive and ordered him to be disposed of. Saint then introduced her new friend Red-Eyed, who was targeting Gon. He used the skill to take the hit for me, and the defeat was repelled by Black Dragon, the Virgin. Saint prayed for the Serpentine position. The divine rank was increased. The deity of Virgo blessed the Serpentine with his power. The power of the Divas merged with the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment had the state of frosty winter. Gon remembered what Saint Libra had said about what their anger represented, but now he could say the same about himself. The saint asked if the hero thought he had something that would be more terrible than the wrath of the constellation Virgo. Gon reminded her how many people had been cheated and how many people had been hurt, his family and friends, and millions of other people as well. Now that was real anger. Also the anger of the man abandoned in the demon tower. His anger. That was what he wanted to talk about. Who stabbed him in the back? It was them or whoever was behind it. And whether the constellations who wished to destroy him are involved. The saint was wondering what he was going to ask, and he kept looking for the culprit of the incident. Only those in authority have the right to ask questions, and right now, that was her. And Libra asked if he thought they could fight against them. Gon had always been confident in his abilities. Saint applied the Gemini skill, Destructive Comet. The hero asked to stop this nonsense and use the deity skill, Sun Ring, thus twisting into a ring all that Libra directed at him. Sagittarius decided now was a good time to add heat. As the head of the sect, he ordered followers to pray for Li Gong. The constellation, Saint and the deity of Sagittarius came out on Gon's side. The followers of Sagittarius and Virgo prayed for the Serpentine. Libra's shenanigans have affected more than 1 or 2 people, not just followers. Ordinary citizens have also suffered from her kind. More and more people were praying for the Serpent King. His divine power was growing at a tremendous rate. He began the destruction of Saint Libra. It was interesting to see how much longer she could take it all. Libra tried his best to fight back and damage the hero's right arm, but he activated the super regeneration skill. The Scorpius sect was on the side of the Serpent sect. The power of the Scorpion merged with the Heavenly Punishment. The Heavenly Punishment is the form of a poisonous chain sword. And the hero plunged his sword into the saint. She screamed that it was impossible. How could he find the core so easily? Li Gong proudly said that he always catches the jackpot. The energy of the dark star has been dissipated. The nucleus of Cancer has been destroyed. The power of the Cancer core began to seep outward. The dark saint of Cancer could not remain in the same state. Dark Cancer's power cannot be fully utilized. But the Libra saint kept shouting that she would destroy Gong. The remnants of the destroyed shards were lying everywhere. The Capricorn World Destroyer skill was applied by Libra. The saint cried out that this star belonged to her. She felt the north wind of the constellation Virgo, which absorbed even the light of the sword. Gong hit her again and told her that her greed has no limits. Why would she even think she'd get the star? The saint activated the Gemini constellation skill Teleport and Vaporized. Then she appeared behind Gon and told him he was finished, and used the combined Taurus and Capricorn skill of Ramming Fire. But Astrea was captured by using the Sagittarius skill Absolute Coordinate. Astrea is the goddess of justice in Greeks associated with the constellation Virgo. The Scorpio constellation's venom has lowered all of its characteristics, and the hero struck at the saint. The powers of the 7 constellations were increased to their maximum and joined together. Gon noticed the agony and decided it was time to have some fun. He summoned his dragon and saddled him on horseback. The forces of the 7 constellations were forcibly bound and concentrated. A strong resistance was taking place. The forces of the 7 constellations have come together and are taking to the skies above Seoul. The people prayed incessantly for Gon and for their city. Everyone watching on TV was also praying. No one knew how the battle would end. The situation was like the apocalypse. Jung Yuha also prayed for Gong and asked him not to distract her. But Stephen was sure that there was nothing anyone could do in such a situation. No one but Li Gong. And the Holy Lion ordered all the followers to pray and give him all their strength. The constellation of Leo blessed the Serpentine and his divine power was increased. The Lion Saint Stephen gave him his power. Gon shouted happily that it was time to have some fun. A lot of people prayed for Serpent Man, and his divine power was stronger than ever. All abilities were unlocked, and the battle instinct was activated. He ordered Giselle Lawrence to disappear. The Abyss Rupture skill was activated. The holy constellations of Taurus Capricorn, Aquarius, Cancer, and Gemini were destroyed. Gon leaned over the remains of Saint Libra's body and asked what it was all about. She had said herself that the stronger one asked the questions. He had a lot to learn, so he wouldn't just let Saint go. Gon was willing to use anything to gain her knowledge. The Black Knight appeared and introduced himself as a warlord of a great unknown civilization, Baron Helm, one of the 13 generals in the service of the monarch. 20 years ago, it was when an army of an unknown civilization invaded Earth that the planet was under their control. Any resistance was pointless, and if they wanted to live, they had to give up all their resources. But Gong didn't care about those words. He asked why they had come here in the first place. They needed to rebuild the Demon Tower on Earth with the power given by the monarch. But no one ever thought that Gon would defeat the Ghost Knights in Libra with the power of the 6 sacred essences. With the power granted by the monarch, the knight was about to destroy the hero. Now Li Gong finally realized who else was behind Libra. He was about to end it all, but the knight himself came to him. Gon unlocked all his abilities and rushed into battle without a second thought. The knight said that no matter how strong he was at most, he would only be a star in a constellation. And the power of the constellation and their unknown civilization were opposites. Before the mighty power of the monarch, all the constellations were mere prey. Gon felt as if his strength was being devoured. This feeling was familiar to him. Back then, from the dagger in the Demon Tower, that was the power of the monarch that Haley was talking about. The weapon of an unknown civilization harbors the power of the monarch, which radiates a terrifying energy capable of overpowering anyone. Gon received a message that an unknown space had isolated him from his original location. The connection with the divinity-giving constellation had been lost. The power of the constellation began to fade. It was similar to the space he was trapped in by the Virgo. The unknown space was devouring his strength. All abilities are weakening. Super regeneration would not activate. Gon was called from behind by a girl saying that they had agreed to meet today. He didn't realize what was going on. With 100% certainty, if this skill catches a person, will be completely helpless. It was his nightmare skill. He pulled out the memories he most wanted to forget. His strength was draining away, and he was becoming helpless. Suddenly, Libra appeared in front of him. She said it wouldn't end that easily. She'd take all his powers and use his body. The knight grabbed Gon, saying he was too much trouble. It was rumored that the hero was a daredevil, but then how did he give up so quickly? Memories from the past. The body change was due to the super regeneration skill. A long time ago, a little boy admired the 12 saints. He thought they were the protectors of mankind. He even collected donations and sent them to them. But one day, the boy's life changed dramatically. He went to the supermarket with his parents, which was later attacked by calamity. However, thanks to the quick response of the strike team, the situation was quickly resolved. It was reported that there were no fatalities, but there were casualties. But there were dead. The saints covered it up to get a nice fee. Could this be the reason why Gon hated the calamities and the saints? All of this was the miserable result of anger. Anger and hatred ruled him, and he couldn't see the big picture. But no matter how angry he gets, he will never surpass the divine power of the Holy One. That was the result of Gon's foolish election. And for the sake of her resurrection, the saint was going to consume him. The difference in the divine power of Libra and Serpentine was too great to absorb. Absorption was impossible. The saint was furious. Her strength couldn't be lower than Gong's. It was impossible. How could someone who had only recently become a saint have such strength? The time of the Serpent Man's penalty was running out, and soon the locked true power would be released. Saint didn't understand how Gong could have such power. The hero said he had the power in his hands to crush everyone. The penalty of limiting his physical abilities had been removed. Now, they could be used to their full potential. He took the first step as a saint in the true sense of the word. All the people in the town were shocked that the battle wasn't over. Perio unfolded an uncharted space. It appeared that Li Gong was trapped inside. But Gon had accomplished the seemingly impossible. He shattered the nightmare space created by the monarch. He was all the more unpleasant to plunge into old memories he didn't want to remember. But at least now he had a rough idea of the monarch's level. Gong said they were bragging about their abilities and revealing other people's pasts, but their taste was clearly a problem. The monster was enraged at such a statement and swung to attack. But Gon was able to stop him with one finger and said he was ready to give him a gift, and struck back with a dagger with the power of the monarch. It was the same dagger that had pierced Gon in the tower 20 years ago. How could a saint who had just awakened resist the power of the monarch? But when Gon killed the Baron, Libra was frightened and wanted to run away, but he caught up with Libra with that dagger. The saint whispered that out of a heightened sense of justice, he was going to make enemies of all saints and monarchs, all on a whim to play the hero. But Gon didn't let her finish and stepped right on her face, saying she was wrong. He wasn't doing it out of some non-existent sense of justice. It was because they'd made him suffer, and now he was ready to give it all back. He used the gluttony skill and absorbed Libra's power. That was his revenge. The Libra Saint will be destroyed to absorb the power. Saint shouted that she couldn't just disappear and she would fulfill her contract with the monarch. She screamed that Gon would be crushed by a palace of millions of tons. He no longer has the support of the saints and would soon be reduced to a pancake. But in this case, he was ready to swallow him whole. In the streets of the city, people noticed the Libra shrine and were terrified that Gon was about to be crushed. The palace completely began to change its appearance. The followers felt Li Gong's energy. The hero managed to recreate the palace with the gluttony skill and digest Libra's energy. He became a true deity and acquired the skill of constellation deity. He became the deity of the constellation of the Serpentine. After the beginning, something strange happens. The hero found himself at the top of the tower where preparations were being made. The Libra Saint was asked if she would be able to get rid of the Serpentine this time. Vidi, even 20 years in the Demon Tower didn't help. Even before he became a saint, he was able to destroy everyone in the tower. By the way, the Serpentine has a divine status that surpasses that of a general. Saint couldn't believe this nonsense. Gon couldn't be stronger than the generals. She promised to crush him with the power of Libra and the 6 constellations. In addition, Red-Eyed was found buried in the sea. Compared to the powers they possessed, Gon was but a pitiful snake, and this time, he wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. and she beckoned the Baron to go forward. Here Gon began to realize. He was in Libra's memories. The knight stopped her by saying that 20 years ago, everyone had thought his doom was inevitable too, and the problem was that they were making the same mistakes. The saint asked why then the monarch was there, who was careless and suffered at the hands of strangers. He was locked in the deepest part of the demon tower. He promised to call the ghost knights under her command, and after Gon's defeat, they were to meet at the demon tower. Gon confirmed his hunch. It was indeed Wessam's memory. It seemed that when he absorbed the power, he took the memory as well. Next was a memory involving Kali. She was recording a message for her mom. She said she was sorry that Shivu and Tewu died, but in her opinion, they deserved to end up like that, and if they weren't family, she'd be glad. Then the girl said since recently, she was very impressed with Li Gong, but she felt bad that Yuha was always hanging around him. That's why Kali was also going to go to her idol, and she didn't want to hear any more about joining Libra. Besides, Mom was going to fight Gon. With that, she said goodbye and the message ended. All participants came together again as they did 20 years ago. Everyone still thought Gog needed to be eliminated. Libra has been approached again to ask if this time it will definitely work out. But Saint didn't have any doubts. After such an attack, Gong wouldn't have a single chance to survive. But the Saints demanded a guarantee. Her words were exactly the same as they had been 20 years ago. Things will be different now. The attack will be sudden and she is ready to end this war. And just in case, she recruited a general from an unknown civilization. If he gets the power of the monarch, he can destroy anyone. But the Saints refused to allow the power of the monarch to interfere with their plans. The 13th could not be allowed to become the god of disaster. Libra said it's the only way to get rid of the Gonus for sure. Gon was angry. 20 years ago to the present, they were trying to get rid of him and were constantly coming up with a new plan. Sacred deity entities and saints used all sorts of methods to make the hero fail. Though it was only a memory he felt from the will, their malice was directed at him. But how could he get rid of them? He heard his name being called and opened his eyes. He didn't understand why everyone was crowded around him. Turns out he was standing on top of a building screaming for joy, and then he fell off. The hero must have run out of strength at some point. He said there's no need to fuss over him. He's perfectly fine. The second Serpentine Sanctuary, Li Gong Tower. The hero came up with a new plan. Hugo assumed it was just a joke, but the friend was Riverside. He was convinced by Libra's memory during the attack on Seoul. From now on, they will fight the monarchs of an unknown civilization and a sacred entity hostile to him. Sagittarius was surprised to think that monarchs and sacred essences haunted him even after 20 years. Previously, the sacred entities had no purpose in chasing after Gong. The reason was because the punishment was lifted and the ban was lifted. Depending on the direction chosen, the Serpentine can sleep the god of life, and if he chooses a different direction, the god of death. He warned that when they faced an enemy that outnumbered them in strength, the danger would be unavoidable. Any deviation from this plan will cause terrible destruction, as was the case with the Seoul incident that occurred in Gon's absence. They had to increase their army and become stronger. It was the only way to face the enemy without unnecessary anxiety. There was a lot of business ahead and a lot of preparation to do. In his workshop, Gon was preparing new relics. He finished with the weapons and thought about what could be done with the remains. One of his arms can be used as a prosthetic, and the arms could be used to augment his equipment. He wanted to use every last bit of it. Baron Helm said he wanted to rebuild Demon Tower. Why, after all these years, they decided to take it on. Memories came flooding back to Gon. There was someone who thought too much of himself and died at the hand of the monarch, and he was imprisoned in the depths of the Demon Tower. All this was done by the man Libra mentioned, but Gon scared her off without hearing her name. It can't be helped. What was past was past. Gon had no new information, so he had to go to the tower himself. After Sagittarius's house was destroyed, Gon offered to temporarily house him. How happy everyone was. But Hugo said it was only temporary while his sanctuary was being rebuilt. Gon told his friend to stop fooling around and get ready for the lion. The hero informs Hugo that he wants to call his daughter into his sect and choose her to be a saint. Sunjae and Jiwoo had already come to the Serpent King. Hugo didn't want to let Yuhu go as well. In that case, Sagittarius demanded that he be chosen as his saint. Gon agreed without question and accepted him into his sect. The Serpentine chose Hugo Odos as the interim saint. Kali has finally made it to Gon's shrine. Very soon, she will meet her idol. She noticed some strange creatures in the sky. It made her very uneasy. Sagittarius's sacred essence. Apollo resents his transition. Hugo thought an apprenticeship was much better. Saint is just a title that will turn him into a slave. A detachment under the direct command of Baron Helm arrived at the shrine of Gon, and they came to take it to Li Gong. And before they could tear it all down, they demanded that Gong come out himself. Gon looked at them in bewilderment. What were they even doing here? Sunjae noticed that they seemed to be focused on something else. Gon was threatened that if he didn't come out, they would torture his servants. The attack began. Everyone tried to dodge it, but Hugo stood at a loss. Everyone started yelling for him to immediately dodge the attack. He was shouted at, but it was as if he couldn't hear anyone. He was asked to say a word. Temporarily, Saint Hugo's received a blessing from the Serpentine. His physical stamina became greater than during his time in the constellation of Sagittarius. These comrades destroyed the forces of the Ghost Knights, but they couldn't lose to mere mortals either. The commander swung with all his might. Could the enemy be that strong? And they rushed into battle. But then Kali appeared and began to destroy them. These were the same entities she had seen in the sky. No one could figure out who this girl was or how she'd gotten here, but she thought that even if she imagined it, it wouldn't make a difference. All the forces of the Phantom Knights were directed at her, but Kali was not a timid one. Kali Collis, Libra class, one of the cardinals. She was so strong that even against the other cardinals, she was always a head taller. She's been in battle with a lot of people, even Yuha and Sylvia, but she never lost. Cardinals are a level below saints, which means she's the strongest person alive, except for the saints. Scorpius was extremely surprised by such an encounter. If the girl was really Libra's daughter, what could have brought her here? Baron Helm turned to her. If she was the daughter of the Libra, then why had she attacked them? Kali announced that she had left Libra and would be joining Serpentine today at any cost. No one could hide the surprise on their faces. One of the knights said that no one has the right to act arrogant just because a few of his soldiers were massacred, and ordered an attack. Gon came up behind Kaylee and asked what all the fuss was about in someone else's house. The girl was nervous when she heard her idol's voice. The battle had begun. The daughter of Libra watched Gong with admiration. One could not help but marvel at his incredible strength. The powerful force was pouring out in all directions. The energy of the unknown civilization could not withstand such a pressure and began to deplete. Kali couldn't take her eyes off of Gon. At last, this long-awaited meeting had taken place. At last, she was able to recover a little and turn to Gong, but he paid no attention to her. Gon snickered and said that the Baron wasn't bad if his servants were so loyal. He warned that if they continued to make a fuss, they'd be in trouble. One of the Ghost Knights was extremely angered by such behavior. Then Gon opened the drawer and showed what was left of their Baron. He was happy about the new shrine today, so he let him take a look. He allowed them to take what was left of him on the condition that they leave. Kevin and Hugo were terrified. After all, they'd only just managed to capture him. It was quite unexpected for the enemy, but they couldn't doubt it either. It was because of this guy that their Baron was like this. But what would become of their pride if they obeyed Gon's orders and accepted his terms? It was decided that today they would just back off and go back in. Gon was glad he was finally rid of what was left of the Baron. Now he wanted to talk to Kaylee. The hero asked the girl if he wanted to join the Serpentine. The girl didn't hesitate to say yes. Then Gon said it wouldn't happen. He had heard that Kali was the strongest of the 10 stars. The desire to join him was understandable, but the evidence was insufficient. Getting rid of the Baron's minions wasn't enough. There was only one option. All this because she was related to Libra. Scorpius couldn't stand it and intervened in their conversation. Besides being related to Libra, she was Giselle's daughter, and that was enough. The Libra saint produced her children by combining her cells with the cells of influential people of the world and the power of Libra, all so that they can have a significant impact on human society from the very beginning. Because of this, there was a good chance that her children had the same values, and so the opponents of Libra could not trust Kaylee. So what is her true purpose in joining Gong? The girl was embarrassed and faintly mumbled that she was Li Gong's daughter. Kali seemed frightened by her words and covered her mouth with her hands. Everyone looked at her in bewilderment. Then she added that she was actually a fan of Gong. Libra had done too many bad things and she had no desire to join them. She screamed that she would do anything to prove her loyalty and asked me to believe her. Gon used the god's eye skill. His faith in him was 200%. Libra's faith in him was only 1%. It gave off a power similar to that of the Serpentine. The hero promised to give her a chance, to join and prove her abilities and sincerity. The girl was happy. She thought to herself that if everything was easy, it would be boring, and she didn't need any indulgences. Everyone was surprised that a Libra man had joined Gon. It was noticeable that Kali's character matched Gon's. Scorpius had a lot of thoughts going through her head. She didn't completely believe the girl and thought that it was another tricky move of Libra. Kevin asked about Gon's future plans. He had gone to such lengths to capture the Baron and ended up letting him go so easily. The hero said there was nothing to worry about. He sent the lamb off with the Ghost Knights. Did Gong really send Yang Wei along with him? No one could contain their surprise anymore. A little earlier, Gon had ordered him to get into the thing he'd collected, then to infiltrate an unknown civilization and gather information for him. And if he could do it, Gong promised to give Yang Wei back his body. In the constellation of Aries, he was still being kept. Wei was indignant and said it was impossible. Gong said to show a little bit of fortitude as one of the 13 representatives of humanity. There was no way back, but there was a chance to get his body back. Besides, Gong wasn't the kind of man who didn't keep his promises. But the situation was far worse than he could have anticipated. He realized that the Ghost Knights were now returning to the Demon Tower with him. Baron Helm asked his subordinates why they were going to the tower if everything was destroyed there. There was equipment that could be used to reconstruct his body. The Baron was sure it was all destroyed. I wonder if there's anything left. When they arrived at the place, Baron was surprised at what he saw. He could not understand what was in front of him. When a disaster dies or part of its tower is destroyed, this device rebuilds the inside of the demon's tower. However, this function was now unavailable with only a little power left in the engine. Then the Baron said that he liked to be like that and stay in his cozy box. He finally dumbfounded his subordinates. But then it began to dawn on them that Gon had something to do with what the Baron was saying. Maybe he brainwashed him good. One of the monarchs who had been asleep for a long time awakened to the power of the Serpentine. This creature screamed that he was not one of them, so how dare it use Baron Helm's body? The subordinates didn't quite understand what they heard. However, Yang Wei immediately realized that he had been figured out. The awakened monarch said they had no idea who they'd brought here, and he had no intention of continuing to talk to them. There was silence. The monarch tried to scan and realize who was in front of him. Without thinking, Yang Wei tried to escape directly from the Baron's remains, but the monarch caught him and demanded to know who he really was. Realizing he was in trouble, he introduced himself as Yang Wei, Saint of Aries. But no one believed him. The power that supported his body could not belong to Aries. The question came again. Who is behind it? Controlling and maintaining the life in his body, Yang Wei had no idea what to do next, and decided that since he couldn't get out of there, it would be better to tell the truth. Gong was very angry when he found out that Yang Wei had been caught so quickly and decided to take matters into his own hands. He appeared as a silhouette right in front of the awakened monarch and announced that his man in the Baron's remains would no longer pretend. The monarch asked if he was the 13th sacred deity. He confessed that he had never imagined that the newborn god would have such power. Gon had heard this kind of thing too often. In turn, he asked if he was the same monarch imprisoned in the Demon Tower. The monarch said that since Gon had heard of him, he should know of his situation. He added that he was very hungry after so many years of imprisonment. And that's why I'm ready to absorb his holy power right now. The power of the Serpentine is absorbed by the monarch. The power supporting Baron Helm's body disappears, and his body collapses. Yang Wei begged for help. Gong was very angry that someone like Wei could be his saint. It was no surprise to the monarch that he was so weak unlike his deity. He thought that Gon had no suitable candidates for the role of saint. The hero told Wei not to get upset and thanked him for his noble sacrifice. He already had a plan. Gong had a goal to meet the monarch, and so he used Yang Wei as bait. The hero used the Capricorn skill of World Destroyer. He was glad that he managed to get this skill. In the meantime, he was watching from the window of his sanctuary. Gong thought he should go see Yuhu, but first he wanted to see where she was and what she was doing. The image of a crippled Steven appeared before her, resentful that she had betrayed his divine power to join another. Lion was angry that out of all the humans she had chosen the 13th mutant. Yuha tried to calm him down, but she was informed that it wasn't Saint Stephen in front of her. The girl was at a loss. Gong found out that Yuha's mission was to prove he had a driver's license, to defeat all enemies in her way. Her target was Saint Stephen the Lion Saint, and the one whose image appeared before her was the lion deity Narashima, and he gave the girl a chance to explain herself. Why the sanctuary was in such a state and Stephen had no hands, and why she'd finally chosen another sect. Yuha froze. She didn't know how to explain in 2 words what had happened. Then I decided there was nothing to lose and yelled for him to read the whole thing from the end of chapter 77 to chapter 86, and then everything would make sense. The deity used the lion's hand skill to read. After reading everything the girl said, he said it was time to work on discipline in their sect. Yuha realized that she would have to confront the deity now. Her mission was to prove her qualifications. The lion deity, Narashima, blocked her path. She had to defeat him and then make her demands. She realized that the only chance to join Li Gong was to defeat the deity, and she pointed her weapon at him. The deity was horrified by the girl's behavior and used Lion's lightning mace skill. The followers shouted that it was very dangerous and that she should leave immediately, but she was not going to give up. She heard a voice saying that she should hurry up and stick the spear into the ground immediately. Yuha did so. By doing so, she blocked access to herself. It was the skill of the Serpent Barrier Snake Scale Barrier that protected the temporarily faithful young Yuhu. Deity realized that it was all Li Gong's strength, but but this skill could only stop him for seconds. He was ready to destroy the barrier with his bare hands. The snake scales felt like they were being pierced from the inside out. A foot appeared first. Yu-Ha waited with bated breath to see what would happen next. Li Gong appeared. He immediately said that no one dared to harm his believers and attacked the lion deity. Quickly killing him said that Yu-Ha was a reckless child. Even if she was given such a task, the deity is still beyond her power. Then he turned to the deity and inquired why he had come down here in the first place. Gon put his foot right in his street, literally pissed him off. He abruptly tossed Gon aside and said he was the one who came out of nowhere. In fact, he was asleep. Stephen called him himself and asked him to come down. Maybe he was a little late, but he hurried as fast as he could because the saint had called him. Yu-Ha remembered the time Stephen had asked her to cover for him while he made a call to the deity, but it had been so long and he had only shown up now. This did not embarrass the deity at all. He turned a blind eye to the fact that Gong had returned alive and even lent his power, and then he dared to steal his believers. He was angry. Then he said his plans had changed and now he'd be able to hero the hero to the ground. The deity released fire lightning and offered to solve everything by force, right here, right now. Gon realized since his opponent used sect points to descend, he wouldn't be able to stay on the ground for long. So the fight is time limited. The hero was fine with that. Since he was no longer penalized, it was a great opportunity to find out how strong he had become. The deity said that Gon was overconfident and didn't know his place, and now he's going to destroy him. It grew to an unbelievable size and lowered its huge paw over Gong, grinning. I wondered if he had misjudged his size. But the hero was not intimidated by this. He struck a powerful blow and added that this was the way to use his power. He laid the deity down and said it was time for him to go back to the realm of the gods. Saying that he wasn't finished, used the divine punishment lotus skill and shouted that he would now turn to ashes. Gon unleashed the true power of the serpent man and used the skill lotus of disaster. The deity wasn't himself. It was his technique that Li Gong stole from him. But the hero thought otherwise. In his opinion, they should share all sorts of divine things. The unleashed power of the serpent master was too great. Even the judgment of the sky was difficult to deal with the master's strength. The environment could not withstand the power of the two deities. It was necessary to withdraw or limit the power before the planet reached its limit. The lion deity asked why Gon hadn't withdrawn his power yet. Surely he doesn't want the planet to fall apart. The hero wondered if he would be the first to go to the realm of the gods if the battle continued, or if the planet would fall apart first. He decided that it was easy to weaken the power and started taking it away from the deity. And how could a named deity even use the weapons of a mystical civilization? Gon repeated himself and said they should share different things among themselves. Their power is completely opposite to that of the deities. Therefore, it is ideal for suppressing excessive power. A little longer, and the lion sect's strength will be exhausted. Gon received the material, Narasham's lion deity skin, followed by the lion deity mane. He was already strong. And now, with the weapons of mystical civilization, he was like the god of disaster. The deity had used the lightning bolts and was now confident that it could catch Gon. The hero was left to wonder. The lion cub really thought he could beat him. He was just like his servant, lost sight of everything out of annoyance. Did he really think he had the resources to support himself with such a massive waste of skills? Gon has completely exhausted the resources of the lion deity, including experience and contribution points. He could no longer maintain his divine presence, and right away he was sent to the realm of the gods. Lastly, he told Gon to go with him to the realm of the gods and fight. The hero only laughed in its wake. The deity was gone. Lion's followers only wondered how Gong had managed to get rid of the deity. How could a human being ever resist the deity? The hero turned to Yu-Ha and said that it was over and now the situation was back to normal. Then he said it was time to finish what he had started. The girl looked at him like she was mesmerized. Meanwhile, Stephen Marker had come to his senses and didn't understand what had happened to him again. Yu-Ha said that the lion deity had appeared and then returned to the realm of the gods. But there was no need to worry since everything had already been resolved. And now, the mission to join the Serpentine must be completed. The Lion Saint stood in her way. She must defeat him and confirm her qualifications. Yu-Ha bowed to Stephen. She apologized and thanked him for everything he had done for her. But the girl really wanted to become stronger, so she needs to leave the lion where she has already reached her limit and join the Serpentine. She knew the Saint was disappointed, but that didn't mean she'd forgotten his kindness and actions. She believed he could understand her. And so Yu-Ha asked that he let her go. Stephen agreed, to which the followers were outraged. But he said that Yu-Ha had made up her mind anyway, and it was pointless to try to stop her. Perhaps his past guilt was still holding her back, but he couldn't let the past hold back her future. That's why he let her go. He told her to become as strong as she wished, though the use of all means to achieve strength was more suited to a follower of the lion. and asked Yuha to show her progress when she was with Serpentor. After saying goodbye, he left. The girl was so moved by these words that tears came to her eyes. She rushed after the saint. Steven was sure it would work. He even felt cool. And now Yuha would definitely change his mind. But the girl caught up with him, saying she needed to complete her mission. By taking down Steven with one punch, her mission was complete. She had defeated the Holy Lion and was now eligible to become an official follower of Gon. Back in Korea at Lee Gong Tower, the girl was in for an unpleasant surprise. Callie sat in front of the TV with a cup of coffee. She gave Yuha a nonchalant look. It was a meeting that everyone was looking forward to with dread. Yuha asked what the hell she was doing here. Kali announced that she was planning to join Gong. Yuha said that the Libra daughter could only dream of such a thing. There was always tension between the girls. Yuha couldn't calm down and demanded to know why Kali was here. Kali said that Gong had promised to look at her and make a decision. Then she suggested that Yuha was afraid she'd take her place. Everyone watched them with undisguised horror and realized that the conflict could not be avoided. Libra's daughter offered to come out and admit how weak Yuha was. No one could listen to this anymore. Sunjae decided it was his time to show his skills. The girls wanted to fight and Haley volunteered to be the referee. Hugo heard the news talking about how the disaster invasion and the clash between the Saints had caused a lot of damage to the community. The whole world believed that the Saints, including Libra, who caused the mess, should be held accountable. The system that the Saints were protecting had become very shaky. Steven thought it was all about Li Gong's appearance, for which he got punched in the face. When he first became a Lion Saint, he thought he knew a lot about Gon, but every time he met him, he didn't know what he was thinking. He was treated like a freak. After all, he had awakened without the support of the gods. And now he has become a deity himself and fights against other gods and monarchs. Hugo asked if he still considered Gon his rival. Lion replied that he had long since forgotten and that regrets would not help. Kevin understood his feelings. It was like almost reaching the finish line, but he suddenly disappeared and loomed far ahead. Then he said it was outrageous that it was all up to Gon and it wasn't even about pride. As a saint, he was ashamed. What it took to become as strong as he was. Kevin continued his reasoning. But if Gon was gone, what could they do? In that case, Steven suggested that he join the Serpentine. Kevin replied that he could accept his defeat, but he could hardly accept his rejection. Kevin didn't understand the meaning of everything. Would they really be fighting against gods and monarchs? But Lion had a hard enough time dealing with the deity. Steven was sure they would find a way out. They had to do what they could now. So he decided to organize a press conference and tell the world that it was Li Gong who took down Red Eye. Back then, 20 years ago when they were defending Demon Tower, Rulequin informed Gon that everyone had left citing some sort of busyness and asked that she teleport them away. Gon was puzzled. His companions had always been slow, but why the hurry now? The hero was distracted from his thoughts by Kaylee and Yuha, who were having a battle for the title of strongest. Kali had noticed that the fights her rival had been fighting lately had been good for her. Her strength had increased. But Yuha didn't doubt her own strength. She didn't think she was worse or weaker than Kali. Gon and Scorpio watched the whole thing. Saint reported that they were fighting for the place of his right hand. Sunjae had been there since the beginning, and compared to the girls, he clearly should have improved his skills. And if Gong arouses their competitive spirit for the power of growth, he'll have to nudge Sunjae a bit. He asked for Saint Scorpio to bring the girls down. Each of them was sure that if there had been a little more time, she would have won. Gon informed them to finish their nonsense and is ready to give their first assignment as followers of the Serpent Wolf. Meanwhile, Sunjae woke up in a cauldron that Gong carried behind his back like a backpack. When the duel between Kali and Yuha started, he was quickly knocked out. Sunjae was upset that he was still a long way from being a girl. Gon cheered him up and told him he would still have a chance to get stronger. Sunjae asked where they were headed. The answer dumbfounded him. They were heading to the Demon Tower. Gon reminded me that the guy wanted to get stronger no matter what it took, and the only way out was a private training session. Meanwhile, they had already approached the Demon Tower. At the same time in Washington, D.C., the Lion Sanctuary, a press conference was suddenly organized. Perhaps it was due to recent events. The Lion sect had been razed almost to the ground. What if Steven was going to announce the closure? But earlier, there was a banner posted that the Lion sect was operating as usual. Everyone was waiting to see what Steven had to say. A little earlier, he had discussed this press conference with Kevin and Hugo. They were very worried about whether he was going to make it. If anything goes wrong, the Saints and the world will criticize Steven. Lion thought it should be done as soon as possible. Hugo and Kevin were going to go along with him, but Steven was adamantly against it. We agreed that Lev would think carefully about what he said, and Hugo and Kevin would keep him safe. Steven began his speech by thanking everyone for coming together. He recalled the press conference held by Sophie Mard not long ago. Back then, she wanted to reveal the truth about what had happened in the Demon Tower and who had massacred Red-Eye 20 years ago. However, the Saint of Cancer intervened and the truth was buried again. That is why Steven wants to bring it up again. According to Sophie Mard's testimony, the person who defeated Red-Eye is really Li Gong. At the same time, the man who defeated the suddenly appearing Red-Eye in America is also Li Gong. Hugo watched everything from the sidelines. It would be good if nothing more happened. Kevin was still outside and everything must be all right there too. Meanwhile, Jean-Louis Morin showed up next to Kevin. He said that Steven was going to slander and embarrass the Saints. That's why he couldn't stay away and not intervene, and reminded me that it was Kevin who stabbed Li Gong in the back. Kevin was horrified by these words. Morin said that it was a maneuver made by him and Libra to get rid of Gon, and he asked if Kevin really remembered what happened during the raid on the Demon Tower, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember. Then Morin wryly suggested we talk and recall the events of those days. It started with Kevin being very concerned that he couldn't outdo Li Gong. Kevin couldn't understand what had been done to him. He couldn't even move properly. Morin said he didn't do anything. It was just that his memory was interfered with by someone other than himself. Driven by guilt for attacking Li Gong in the Demon Tower, Kevin yelled for him to stop talking nonsense and he immediately shut up. Morin replied that he was telling the truth and would make him remember everything. He got into trouble after he lost all his business partners, and now he wanted his old buddy back. And now he wanted to unlock all the memories that were buried deep inside. Meanwhile, Steven was asked if he really believes that no one other than Goon contributed significantly to the victory over Red-Eye, and now claimed that Gon had been captured and betrayed by one of the Saints who had entered the Demon Tower with him. Lion confirmed all these words. There were suspicions but no direct evidence of who did it. That's when Kevin burst into the room. He said he was interrupting an important conversation, but he'd really like to continue it. Who attacked Gon in the tower is a truly incredible sight, and the image of the hero standing up to Red-Eye and not thinking of running away. It was a desperate battle. It was exhausting for Kevin to even watch from the sidelines. In the end, Red-Eye was defeated. It was a truly impressive moment. He went on to talk about Gong, how angry he was that everyone left him and ran away. He was so defenseless from exhaustion, and Kevin had no trouble taking him down. Then he turned to the audience and said he wished they had seen Gon roll down with a dazed expression on his face. He didn't understand why everyone was looking at him with such surprise. He didn't understand why everyone was looking at him so surprised. He looked at everyone and shouted that it was him. He attacked Li Gong. Hugo couldn't take it anymore. He rushed to him and demanded that he explain everything as thoroughly as possible. But Sagittarius thought he'd said enough and didn't know what else to add. Kevin advised that this was not the time for chit-chat and suggested we continue in a slightly different direction. From the fireball he held in his hand, the disaster of disasters began to form. There was panic. People were thrown in different directions. Everyone was extremely frightened. Steven ordered his Templars to hold the calamity until the press had left the room. It was a very unexpected turn of events. The Saints were trying to figure out how they should proceed. Steven and Hugo decide that first they need to eliminate all the disasters and then catch Kevin to find out the whole story of that day. It was obvious that there was something wrong with Sagittarius, but no one could figure out what was wrong yet. Those present were asked to hurry and evacuate through the emergency exit. Steven and Hugo used all kinds of skills to get rid of the calamity, but they had a hard time doing so. Kevin said that he should not have underestimated the disasters of catastrophe that the Monarch of Plenty brought. Steven realized that he had to finish the battle as quickly as possible, otherwise the whole building would just collapse. It was extremely difficult for the two of them to resist the calamities. Their skills were not enough to overcome them. Calamity began to regenerate, which left the lion even more horrified. But Hugo managed to stop the regeneration. He skillfully used Li Gong's skills. Steven didn't understand why he couldn't fully utilize his skills, and they weren't doing the proper damage. Everyone saw something fly up. It was a hand, which suddenly headed towards Steven. He was terrified and realized what was happening. But the arm was suddenly attached to Steven, as if one with his body. Suddenly, Yuha appeared. Steven wondered if she had brought this hand with her. He demanded an immediate explanation of what was going on and why his hand was stuck to it. The girl said it was a prosthetic arm that Gon had made especially for him. Steven decided that on the whole this was a good thing. At last, Gon saw what he was really worth and made a weapon for him. Maybe a little late, but the hero always shows up when he's almost forgotten. His long-held dream had finally come true and now he realized that he was invulnerable. Hugo said with a smile that he was too predictable. Steven felt like a hero. In the last few days, he had almost forgotten what feeling felt like. He yelled for no one to relax. Kevin was still not himself. It was as if those he'd been close to lately had suddenly become his enemies. Lion proudly pronounced that the legend of Stephen Marker was now beginning. Meanwhile, Gong told Sunjae that it wouldn't happen again. The boy didn't quite know what he was talking about. The hero felt that there was no point in being all armed, since the calamities were gone. Sunjae still didn't understand what his idol was talking about. They approached the demon tower. The hero said that maybe he should have lowered his power, since the explosion actually destroyed everything. Sunjae still didn't understand why they were going there in the first place. Gong said he was following him and pointed in his direction. In front of them was the monarch imprisoned in the demon tower. Sunjae said that he looked like he had been dead for a long time. Gong said he should not jump to conclusions and should wait a little longer. Then he asked the monarch to wake up as soon as possible. He let out a small rustle and said that he was happy to see the 13th god of the zodiac in front of him. I can't tell you how Sunjae felt at that moment. The explosion that Gong set off couldn't hurt the monarch. Li Gong's loud appearance left a deep impression. After all, a monarch couldn't die so easily. He was not only the core that made the tower function, but he was also responsible for recording everything that happened there. And Gon protected the tower for 20 years. He knew that Gon had been betrayed by his comrades, and that was why he had to hang around there for 20 years. Anyone imprisoned in the tower would be curious about what was going on inside. In that case, Gon decided it was worth getting straight to the point. He was still interested in one question. Who stabbed him in the back? Of course, the monarch knew everything, but he wasn't going to just tell us everything. Gon replied that in that case he was greatly mistaken. The hero did not return to the tower for empty negotiations. The monarch stopped him and offered him mutual assistance. He was willing to show him all the memories of the tower in exchange for Gon's help in leaving it. This request was too radical and no one agreed to such conditions. The monarch has been imprisoned for too long and his strength is fading, and if he could get out, he would do anything for anyone. And if Gon was wondering if he was up to something, he was right. He wanted to get out of this place and take revenge on those who imprisoned him. Gon was the one who could understand the monarch more than anyone else. Everything said sounded too dubious, but the last words resonated too strongly with the hero. Gon accepted his terms and said he would believe him the first time. But he wanted to see all the memories anyway, whatever happened. The monarch was willing to do anything to get out of his imprisonment. Sunjae was unprepared for this turn of events and tried to stop Gong. But he said he really needed to see the memories, and when he gets back, it's going to be a hell of a workout for the guy, so we can start warming up. Monarch told him to stand still, and now he would synchronize him and his memories. After that, he'll be able to see whatever memories he wants. On the one hand, it was something he'd wanted to know for so long. On the other, it scared him a little. Various passages from his life began to flash before him, so the monarch had not deceived him. Looking through the records, he remembered the past, but now he needed to see a little differently. He wanted to see the moment he defeated Red Eye 20 years ago. He saw himself in the past, how angry he was at being left alone. It was like he was experiencing those feelings all over again. Then he saw Moran saying it would be best to accept that offer. The whole world thinks the Saints were responsible for what happened, the ones who stabbed Gon in the back and the ones who destroyed the press conference venue. And now, Kevin has become a traitor to humanity, and it will be recorded in history. Washington, shortly before the start of Steven's press conference. This was her first mission in Serpentine, and she had to execute it perfectly. Gon set out to remake prosthetic arms for Kevin and Steven. This was their first mission. First, and very important, we had to try and do everything properly. Kali promised that she would see to everything and he could take it easy. When Kaylee and Yuha reached their destination, they witnessed an interesting conversation. Moran was going to unlock Kevin's memories that lurked deep inside. He talked about how he barely managed to deal with Gon. It was about the very day 20 years ago that had kept Gon on his toes. He was literally pounding his memories into Kevin, and he was repeating all the words after him. He went on to say that Kevin crossed the line because he couldn't beat Li Gong. And after dealing with Gon, he took the punishment of heaven as a trophy. But feeling guilty for what he had done, he asked that Moran block his memories. And now, for a long 20 years, they were one team. Moran promised to do everything he could to make sure Kevin finally surpassed Gon. He promised to give a strength Kevin had never experienced before. It was at that moment that Kaylee rushed in and tackled Moran in a second. With the words that she had finally found, the girl rushed forward. She handed Kevin a prosthetic arm and said that Gon had asked her to give this to him. And now he can hold the sword with his right hand again. He refused, saying he didn't deserve it. Kaylee was confused. There were no restrictions. No license was needed either. So Kevin just had to accept the prosthesis. But for some unknown reason, he refused to do so. Then Kevin finally said it was because he felt guilty about Gon. That's when Moran came to his senses. The cancer had dragged them to another place, and now they didn't realize where they were. Moran moved them so they could talk in peace. It might be their last conversation. He said that the one time he made a generous offer, they should have accepted. Today's press conference must have caused quite a stir, and the whole world thinks they did it. They were the ones who betrayed Li Gong and destroyed the press conference venue. And now Kevin has become a traitor to humanity who will go down in history. And soon enough, he's going to tell the world how he took down Gon, and the only way to survive is to join him. He doesn't think Gon will sit back when he's this angry, but Kevin decided if he really did this to Gong, he wouldn't avoid responsibility. He would take his punishment. But Moran strongly disliked the fact that he was so opposed. In that case, he had no other choice. He had no intention of waiting any longer and wanted to get rid of Kevin right there. Then he noticed that Kaylee wasn't on his side either, so she betrayed him. It turned out that the Cancer clone had used the Aquarius skill to transform into a girl. Meanwhile, Kaylee didn't realize where everyone had gone. The Serpent's skill, the Serpent Scale Shield, was temporarily protecting her student. The girl sat alone clutching the prosthesis she was supposed to hand over and didn't know what to do next. She sincerely hoped Kevin was okay and couldn't even think about what was happening to him at that moment. Moran was amused by the whole thing. To think that the number 2 in the whole world, which was on a level with Libra, would disappear like that. Although Raku didn't manage to recruit him, he did manage to cut off one of Li Gong's arms. Selvia, the vice head of Aquarius, came on the line and said that Kali had left the press conference. Moran ordered the plan to continue. Then he said he couldn't stay away any longer and would act. But the Lord of the Crescent Moon has decided to intervene in this world. Moran thought she was in too much of a hurry to come down in person. He couldn't let her release Kevin and used Reika's royal skill of firing claws. Then things didn't go according to his plan at all, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Crescent Moon Lord was determined to contact his servant, which infuriated Moran even more. She was no longer going to turn a blind eye to his deeds, and he would have to pay for what he had done. The deity of the Virgin, Artemis, appeared in front of him. How could he have thought that the monarch's object would be affected by the debuff? Deity stated that with something like this, she would no longer have to hold back and pointed at Moran. He tried to resist, but it was beyond his strength. Then he decided to use another royal cancer skill, Bottomless Black Star. He shouted that he was in semi-divine form and wouldn't just give up. Deity wondered if he was really determined to fight her on that level. It was too arrogant of him. Moran used all of Cancer's resources and tried the challenge of God's indulgence. Artemis confirmed his actions and said that if he wanted to survive, he should really call on God. Moran's call worked. The Cancer deity Karkanos has appeared. He ordered Artemis to stay out of his servant's way, but she considered it utter folly, since they were the first to interfere with her subject. The forces of the two gods began to clash. The environment could not resist the forces of the two gods. There was a strange sound. Kaylee suddenly appeared and literally blew Moran away. It was hard to believe he was defeated twice in the same way. The entity that had summoned the deity ceased to exist. The deity had to return to the realm of the gods. Kali barely managed to stop. She realized that she had suddenly run into someone. In her hands was the divine artifact of the saint's right hand with a frozen sword. She received a fragment of the nucleus of Cancer. The girl heard an unfamiliar voice. Deity said they didn't know each other in this form. And so she took on an appearance she knew well. Kevin appeared in front of her. The girl had no idea what was going on. Deity reported that she used to be Kevin, but not anymore. She just borrowed his body to come down here. Meanwhile, at the site where the press conference was being held, Steven continued his battle with Calamity. He managed to handle the monster quite dashingly and effortlessly. It remained a mystery how he managed to cope with the disasters of catastrophe created using the monarch's relics. Every one of the disasters called out was Black Class. How did they manage to be pushed back? Steven said that Kevin won't be able to fight them with disasters alone. If he wants to continue the battle, then he must use his sect's strength. Hugo noticed the doubt on his face and asked what was bothering him. And if Kevin's not going to move first, they'll take matters into their own hands. Yuha lunged at him and threw the first punch. Just like that, Kevin turned to another Calamity. The Pisces transformation skill was deactivated, and Kevin turned around one of the Cardinals. That was Sylvia. Moran had told her that the Saint's powers wouldn't work on such disasters. They fought the Calamities with a strength she had never seen before. Hugo's hunch was confirmed. It wasn't the real Kevin. It was initially strange to him to watch the arrogant Kevin use his powers and command Calamity with a mere relic. Sylvia turned to Yuha and said, "Let her not even dream of quietly leaving this place after the mess she had made." She realized what a desperate situation she was in. Moran had not contacted her and she didn't know what to do next. Callie tried again to figure out what was going on and asked again if Kevin was in front of her or not. Meanwhile, Kevin had already come to his senses and demanded that Deity stop using his body. Artemis had come all this way to save him and wanted to hear the words of gratitude. Kevin insisted that the sect's resources shouldn't be wasted so thoughtlessly. What then is the point of hoarding resources being the second god in the world if you don't use them at a time like this? And anyway, did Kevin really think that all his wounds were minor scratches? He took critical damage from Cancer's blade. And now Artemis will walk in his body until his wounds are healed. Callie watched in amazement. At one point, she even decided to take a picture on her phone. Noticing this, Kevin became very angry and demanded that she turn off her phone immediately. But Deity believed he was losing nothing, and such moments are exactly what should be captured. Contrary to her displeasure, she began to literally pose for the camera. Then she thanked Kaylee and said that thanks to her they could leave without delay or confrontation with Rack. Everyone had so unceremoniously invaded the Lion's domain, even in Steven's presence, and now there was no guarantee that they wouldn't invade them, especially since she was sure their territory was being targeted as well. If Kevin wasn't there, we'd better hurry up and take the fight to them. Callie asked to take the prosthetic arm that Gon had made especially for Kevin, but Artemis said she couldn't take it. Kevin was adamantly opposed. He threatened to sever all ties with her if she accepted his hand. And lastly, she added that they would first settle all matters in their domain and later come to Gon in person and explain everything to him. She asked to convey her thanks to Gong for taking care of her servant. Then she activated the skill of returning to the domain. Callie tried to stop them, but she couldn't. The first mission Gon entrusted her with, she failed. What about her introduction to Serpentor now? And how will she even look into Gong's eyes now? Meanwhile, the monarch asked the hero if he had watched all the memories. Most of it he had seen, but there were no memories of the events in the Demon Tower. What about the memories of the monarchs? He wanted to know information about them too. But there was no mention of any such thing in the terms. The monarch kept his part of the promise. But Gon recalled the very beginning when the monarch synchronized his and his memories. Gon was much smarter than that. The monarch tried to trick him, but it didn't work. The hero wanted to get all the information. To make the conversation happen, he also wanted to share what he had gained. And since the monarch said he's anxious to get out of the tower, it's time to set the stakes. The monarch said that if he wanted his memories, he would give them to him without a second thought. But there's a price to pay for everything, and offered to go beyond synchronization and become one with him. He wanted a chance to devour this world by awakening as a monarch. Seongjae, who had been standing by and watching the whole time, realized that Gong was stalling. He sincerely hoped that everything would be all right. The guy looked around. The demon tower had turned into ruins. Then he heard someone's footsteps. Two monsters came in and asked how he was here and if he had wreaked havoc in the tower. One of them threw himself at Gon, saying that now they wouldn't let him go. Sunjae tried to stop the monster but found himself in a barrier of snake scales that guarded him. He didn't understand where the two monsters had come from, but if it weren't for his uncle's protection, he would have been knocked out long ago. While Gong was going through the memories, the monarch was defenseless. Sunjae needed to restrain those two until his uncle came to his senses. One of the monsters wanted to attack Sunjae, while the other decided to deal with whoever had tapped into their system. Sunjae tried his best to hold them off and turn all the attention to himself. He tried to remember a serpentine skill that he could use right now and somehow save the situation. Meanwhile, at Leo's headquarters, Sylvia was tied up and demanded to answer all questions. The real Kevin was kidnapped by Cancer, and during that time she turned into a saint and made a false statement. The relic was given to her by Moran. Sylvia only confirmed his words, but she didn't know all the details of his plan. All that was left was to find out where Kevin and Moran had gone. But Sylvia declared it was all useless. Even though she had failed, Saint Cancer should have gotten rid of Kevin by now. And then invade Virgo's domain, which means they've accomplished their goal. There was a rumble of thunder. An exasperated Callie burst into the room. Yuha noticed that she had a prosthetic in her hands. Could it be that she still hadn't been able to deliver it? The angry girl demanded that everyone stop picking on her. Then she went after Sylvia. It was because of them that she failed the first mission Gon entrusted her with. Yuhu was pleased with this development. After all, she had fulfilled her assignment. Kali was screaming and appeared to be impossible to calm. Hugo demanded that she stop immediately, but Steven couldn't settle it. At the same time, monsters surrounded Sunjae in the Demon Tower and demanded to know how he got there. He added that he wouldn't get out of there alive. It worked. As a Serpent Templar, he protected his god. The sect's contribution points were increased. Suddenly finding himself there, Hugo didn't realize what had worked. He had sacrificed his body to protect his god. With a solid defense, he fought back the Calamity's attack. Monarch realized Gon's potential after watching his memories. It was the potential of the god of catastrophe, but becoming a mere god was not his destiny. The monarch demanded that Gon accept him, and it would only benefit him. Then they spotted two monsters. They were the generals of the Time Monarch, and the one who imprisoned the monarch there was the owner of the Demon Tower. All because he plotted and influenced those who stabbed Gon in the back. His generals were there, and there was no time to think. Monarch asked Gon what he was thinking and insisted that revenge was necessary. All gods and monarchs must be trampled, all those who underestimate them. If you unite together and become a monarch, then you can rule the worlds while on top. Gon interrupted him and said the answer was obvious, and he refused. After all, the monarch can't carry out his revenge without him. And his attempt to use pathetic tricks to get Gon on board with his plans had failed miserably. And if Gon hadn't come to the tower, the monarch would have remained so. If the hero could have resolved the whole situation working with someone like him, he would never have had to go through such a difficult time. He could use the monarch and let go. Gon was ready to fulfill his wish. He used his skill of gluttony. Once the monarch is in his stomach, they'll become one, just as he wanted. The monarch tried to stop him, but it was too late. The Time Monarch's generals who were watching everything didn't understand what this man was doing. Sanjay told them that if he knew, he would have stopped it long ago. The monsters tried to stop Gon, but even though Hugo didn't realize what his friend was doing, he couldn't let them get to him. They said they would destroy anyone who got in their way. Sanjay came to his father's aid, and the two of them launched an attack on the monarch's generals. But they weren't going to lose, even though they realized that the people in front of them were using the power of a very strong god. And the guy had the power of more than one god. The monsters didn't realize who these people in front of them even were, and decided to go to extreme measures. As a representative of a great monarch, one of them ordered the demon tower to rewind time. The destroyed tower began to rebuild, and the calamities appeared. Could this be the time that Li Gong mentioned earlier? The real problem wasn't even Red Eye, but the tower administrator. He had the power to bring disasters to life. The demon tower was heavily influenced by a powerful monarch. The activation of the gluttony skill was broken. Gon didn't understand what kind of trick they were pulling, but if they had managed to stop his skill, they must have been good. It was a decent first greeting from such a nasty thing. But first, Gon intended to go back and finish his meal. Reactivation of the gluttony skill. Violation of the monarch's restrictions. The imprisoned monarch asked to think again and was ready to avenge Gon on everyone. The hero made it to the core, which pleased him greatly. He gave thanks for the food. There was an unforeseen danger. The monarch's powerful force was advancing from all sides. The monarch tried to resist and shouted who Gon thought he was when he came to the tower and did this. An image appeared in front of Gong. He recognized it immediately. It was the monarch of time. The hero said he was glad to meet him and had heard about him. After all, he was the one who made him stab him in the back. And now he was trying to steal his food. The hero hoped the monarch understood the consequences. This foolish fallen monarch was the demon tower's main source of energy. Therefore, he couldn't be given away so easily. Gon was already beyond pissed off and asked for immediate silence. To think Gon had gained such immense power in such a short time since his awakening. The imprisoned monarch demanded that Gon stop immediately. After all, his power is no match for that of the monarch of time. He would simply absorb it. Did the fallen monarch in his position also worry about others? He should have worried about himself first. The time monarch's subordinates rewound the tower's time backwards. The imprisoned monarch was needed to maintain the demon tower, and if one used a lot of power, he would cease to exist. But the monarch of time had no intention of defending the tower. All he wanted was to get rid of the prisoner. All the time his power was being stolen, and now he was just being humiliated like this. It was the right thing to do. It was the monarch's way of accomplishing his goal. And now that the great monarch's consciousness is being destroyed, we could say goodbye. The demon tower's time would now rewind, and everything would start all over again. After that, you could do whatever you wanted with the tower. He offered to accept it as an apology for the interrupted meal. But Gon couldn't just let him walk away. He rushed toward him. The monarch replied that he shouldn't be so impatient. This was not the best time for it. Then he said they'd meet again someday. He said goodbye and disappeared. Everything seemed to be under control, but now there were new questions again. He was called out. He came to his senses and looked around. There were all kinds of monsters around. They were interested in what Gon had done to the great monarch of the time, and why the fallen monarch had erupted like this. Then he noticed that the imprisoned monarch was completely charred and was now hardly useful. The monsters could not calm down. They didn't understand why the hero ignored them and didn't answer their questions. Gon wasn't going to answer them and decided to use his power. He dealt with all disasters in one fell swoop, leaving devastation all around. Then he went to the Time Monarch's servants and told them that because of their boss, he was in a very bad mood, and the burned monarch was his doing too. They were angry. No one could be allowed to insult their monarch. They screamed that they would tear everyone apart. Once again, many monsters appeared. Sanjay realized that they were all at least red level, perhaps even higher. How did Gong manage to fight him alone for 20 years? The hero reminded the guy that he promised to give him an intense workout, and before he started, He wanted to show by example. As soon as Seong-jae sees it, he can start repeating it right away. He agreed without hesitation. He had always wondered how his uncle had fought for 20 years, and what kind of mindset you have to become as strong as Lee Gong. It was a great opportunity to learn all these things. All disasters were ordered to attack these people. Gong apologized to Sun-jae and said that the example was just an excuse. The thought of destroying the newly restored demon tower sounds too fun to resist. And he struck a powerful blow and destroyed the demon tower. Gon asked the monsters what they had seen so far, or should we expect something else? Was the difference in strength really that great? This guy was strong before, but after awakening as a god, he became a completely different being. He was so strong it was unbelievable. These guys were much weaker than Gon had expected. He wondered if any of them were comparable in strength to Baron Helm. They replied that if they received power from the monarch directly, it would be easy to fight the likes of him. Gong was reminded of someone very much. It was like the relationship and hierarchy between the members of a sect of saints and gods. Catastrophes should have a similar structure in dealing with generals and monarchs. Therefore, they could not have received any special power from the monarch. Sun-jae was delighted. This was exactly what he expected from his uncle. Even the generals who were hit by one blow were falling down. Gong said that if they think their strength isn't equal, they might want to fight this guy, and pointed at Sun-jae. It was very unexpected. The guy had a great opportunity to prove himself. In a few hours, the second headquarters of the Serpentine, Lee Gong Tower. Right from the doorstep, Yuha announced that she had completed her mission. Kali stood a little to the side and remained silent. Gon thanked them for their hard work and turned to Kaylee. He asked how she was doing and if she had gotten through her first assignment. The Ice Knight's right hand behind her back cringed at the failed mission. Gon noticed that her expression was instead of 1,000 words. In that case, next time he'll give the mission to Snowball. And what did Steven say when he got his prosthetic? He was immensely happy. And if it wasn't for the threat to the Lion sect, he would have already come running here to ask for his left hand. Yuha asked her father what had happened to his face. Hugo jumped up and grabbed Gong by the neck and told him what had happened in the Demon Tower. Gon offered to knock Calamity out with one punch, but the boy thought it was impossible. Initially, the monsters were against it. They didn't want to fight a child. But Gon recalled that for them it was all about the power difference. And if they didn't get the power from the monarch, then it made sense for them to fight his Templar. This guy may not have looked very imposing, but Gon insisted. But he was one of the 4 candidates for the position of his right hand. Song-jae was embarrassed by those words. He realized that he had received his uncle's personal approval. Hugo wanted to fight in his son's place. Fighting against a general-level disaster was no child's play. In his opinion, Sun-jae wasn't ready for that yet. The guy proudly proclaimed that this job was for Lee Gong's right-hand man, the #1 Templar in the Serpentine. He told his father to stand aside. Yuha summarized the story. So her father had left Sun-jae in the tower and was now worried about him. She was sure not to underestimate her brother. He is a Templar of the Serpent's Templar, and if he intends to be his right hand, he must be ready for anything. And if he's so worried, if anything happens to the guy, he'll go to Demon Tower immediately. Kali agreed with all of the above. Gon's right-hand man must always be ready for anything. The crab had launched a full-fledged offensive, and the hero intended to go to the maiden. And this time, he's going to see it through. He's had enough of tug-of-war with the wrong people. Meanwhile, Moran found out that the followers of the maiden had tightened their personal defenses. He ordered them to continue cornering them. The war of attrition was in their favor. Taurus to advance the siege. Aquarians to help the wounded. Capricorns owe Aries to continue the recovery of relics. He ordered the pressure to continue. The fall of the maiden was near. The attack on the maiden's possession of Lady Eel's palace began. On the inner side of the domain, they would not allow the enemy to break through. Otherwise, they would gain access to the palace of the goddess. Artemis showed up in Kevin's body and said she was ready to take control. The goddess stood before them and gave orders to her Templars not to be afraid and to fight against their enemies. Moran's subordinates have noticed that it's not just a saint against them, but the goddess herself. And how could they possibly defeat her? Everyone was puzzled as to whether Saint Virgin had ever been a woman before. Moran reported that they had no choice and would have to intervene as well. Deity applied the skill of the Maiden Shining Star of Summer, which was aimed at Moran. Everyone watched in horror. But he was able to block the power of the goddess, so his god was with him too. The deity of Cancer appeared. The situation was familiar to him, and this time, he wouldn't be defeated so easily. It was time for a rematch. It's what Artemis expected. Divinity decided to put an end to it once and for all. Terrible things were happening around the palace. 2 deities were trying to oppose each other. The press is reporting that right now an alliance of sects led by Cancer is invading Virgo's domain and trying to start a battle. The forces were so powerful that it was extremely hard to keep balance. It was not the saints who fought. The gods of Cancer and the maidens came down. Gon didn't understand how the gods could have come down like that. He ordered Kelly to stay where she was and he would go alone. The girl stopped him and said if he really decided to go alone, he should take it with him. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The situation was extremely tense. A real war had begun. The god of Cancer ordered to force Virgo to deplete resources, just like Li Gong did in the lion's domain. But it wasn't clear how they were going to resort to the same strategy Gon had used against Narashima. It sounds like their resources are endless. The Divas are the second most powerful sect, and if it's a war of attrition, it's pretty obvious who's in the better position. However, the forces on the battlefield here are an alliance from sects that have lost their saints. That's why they gave their resources to the Cancer sect, and there were more than enough resources for God to come down. It may not have been good news, but still, it had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Everyone turned their attention to the sky. It was beginning to freeze. That was the maiden's power. Everyone was ordered to head for cover. Following that, Artemis applied the Sky of Pure Ice skill. Cancer was only amused by it. He took it as nothing more than a cute trick. But then everything began to be consumed by darkness. Rak used the skill Bottomless Black Star, which absorbed all living things. And while Moran appeared in the form of a descended god, it took time to break down the mental barrier. Artemis was shocked. Was the binding skill activated a long time ago still in effect? Even those on Cancer's side were beginning to get sucked in. But the deity of Cancer said that he was not accurate enough to separate friends and enemies. But he was planning to finish very soon, so he asked those with him to stay away. And since his allies were screaming their heads off, there was obviously no choice. And he was so eager to enjoy the suffering, he used the Shell Grave skill. Kevin demanded that his deity deactivate the parish and return to the realm of the gods. Gods have their own pride. She couldn't abandon her subordinate and run away. But Kevin declared that if he was to die, he would like to do it in his own body. At the moment when things were already too tense, Li Gong appeared. He turned to Moran and said he was paying back what he owed him for what he had done to him. He recalled what happened in Demon Tower. Gon went back to his memories. Now he knew exactly who had stabbed him in the back 20 years ago. Moran pretended not to know what he was talking about and asked not to accuse an innocent man. Gon was determined. He had been searching for the one who had betrayed him for so long, and now he was standing in front of him. And the more he feigned innocence, the more the hero wanted revenge. He burned the black swamp of darkness. Rak's subjects cried out to protect him and stop Gon. Something flew by and the ground split open. Gon said no one should interfere. Then he turned to Moran and offered to finish from the conversation. Now that Gon had burned the black swamp of darkness, Moran had no chance of victory. Rak tried to run away, but Gon rushed to stop him. He couldn't let him get away. The deity of Cancer tried to stop the hero with words that he would never forgive him for this. Gon said he's too angry for someone who's been stepped on once. The Cancer. God's body shakes at the mention of his humiliations in the past. So he decided to unleash all his power and pounced on Gon. More gods began to appear. The divine sects that had contracted with the god of Cancer, Karkanos, began sending him resources. Moran disappeared into the unknown. The people around them began to get sucked in and were begging for help. The power of the Dark Star began to consume everything. The environment could not bear such power. Karkanos absorbs not only the resources of the Divas, but their followers as well. The deities conspiring with Cancer were silent. Artemis realized that the gods wanted to stay on the sidelines and do nothing. Gon threw his slime directly on her head. The power of the band began to weaken. With this skill, the restrictions got a little weaker for a while. He told Artemis to make sure the gods were up to no good. If they do, Red Eye will come to the rescue. Meanwhile, Gon was about to head inside. The strength of the Serpent Man was being held back. He was currently defenseless and exposed to Cancer's influence. The most important things are usually hidden in places like this. There was an abyss created by Karkanos. Gon jumped down and found that it was more like a canva than a swamp. He used the senses of the 13th to search the surroundings. The pure power of Cancer was discovered. Then he saw the core of Karkanos. He felt an even greater amount of pure Cancer energy. The god of Cancer turned to him. Was the hero really confused? He recognized that Gon was brave enough to jump in there to find his core, but he didn't expect it to be split in two. It doesn't matter how cool the detection skill is if he can never figure out which one is real. But suddenly, Gon pulled out a fragment of a Cancer core. It was the very thing Kaylee had given him. And if Karkanos offered to find his true core, let him not regret his words. Relic's right-hand ice ball crushed Rak's head. That's when she got the fragment of Cancer's core. What I had to do to make the most of it. Karkanos shouted that even though the yard fragment was in Gon's hands, as long as the core was split in two, it would remain under the influence of his power. Gon listened to him attentively and then began to eat him. By his actions, he terrified Cancer. He He said it tasted really bad. Even the mud in Demon Tower tasted better. Gon popped the last piece into his mouth. Cancer's power is harming the body of the serpentine. The corrosion had begun. Serpent fish refused to use the healing skills. The more Cancer absorbs Gon's body, the more unified he will become with it. He used his 13th sense and discovered the inner core of Cancer. This was the true core of Karkanos. God roared. That was Gon's original plan. Eat the core so he could find out where the true core was. Otherwise, the hero wouldn't have eaten something disgusting. The inner core of Cancer nullified the divine punishment. The destructive divine punishment was weakened. Cancer's inner core absorbed the power of Baron Helm's axe. The energy of Cancer's inner core strongly resembled that of the catastrophe cores. Gon didn't think it would be more complicated than that. Couldn't he destroy it with divine punishment or Baron Helm? The god of Cancer didn't expect to give up his sacred core so easily. The hero asked him to be quiet. He had to think about how to proceed. Red-eyed, he easily identified Cancer's position within the abyss. Divine punishment shares his position with Red-Eye under the master's command. The hero wondered what he should do next. If he put more power into the divine punishment, it wouldn't hold up like last time. And if you put power into Baron Helm's axe, it would simply be nullified. I had to find another solution. The god of Cancer rejoiced. All this was too little to destroy him. Gon found a way out. He decided to use Narashima's Fang. The power doesn't cancel out with it, and even if you swing it violently, it won't break. He decided to try it out and started with a rather light punch. Surprisingly, it was very effective. Stephen Marker can be useful after all. But the god of Cancer was not so easily broken. It wasn't enough. Gon offered him an outside view of himself, all the things he'd eaten, from avatar souls to humans, and even catastrophe. He was no different from the latter. He was exactly the same. Cancer only filled the abyss as the vessel of his desires. That's how he was able to swallow up all who looked down on him. Gon repeated the question of how he was different from them then. It did not matter whether he was greedy or had filled himself for some other purpose. Not worrying about methods and goals was about the god of Cancer. But one thing was certainly true. Never under any circumstances should Gon have been stabbed in the back. And for that, he was willing to be torn to shreds. And for starters, he was going to pull the inner core out of the abyss. He used Narashima's lightning bolt as a rope to pull the core out. The Virgo goddess Artemis descended to Earth in her true form. Gon had succeeded in accomplishing what he had set out to do. All the inmates at the Cancer Detention Center were free. From that moment on, the core left the abyss, so the prisoners no longer had to worry about being pulled back in during their escape. The inner core of Cancer has been destroyed. The power supporting God's body has dissipated. Karkanos' body began to deteriorate rapidly. The swamp began to dry up. All the liberated people were happy to be alive, and now they could go back to the land. Gon summed it up and said that gods aren't that special, and neither are monarchs. Anyone who hides behind his title needs a good thrashing to open his eyes. The liberated people expressed their gratitude to Li Gong. Some of them began to swear allegiance to the Serpent King. The hero was sure that everything he did would definitely weaken the god of Cancer. But should he have gone ahead and put an end to it all? And he certainly wasn't going to let Karkanos go alive. He cried out that he had lost all the strength he'd saved up for so long. Because of Gon, he'd lost everything. Then he added that the hero shouldn't expect to get away alive. He'll cut off all his limbs. Gon replied that he could try anything he wanted, but it wouldn't help him anyway. He pulled out his relic hammer and began swinging it frantically. Karkanos fought the shock of revealing his true form. He had so desperately gathered the strength to hide himself, and now his shell has been completely destroyed. The Serpent Man is full of hostility towards Karkanos. Now he could use the divine power of doom. Rak did not give up until the last and repeated again that he would tear Gon into small pieces. The strength of the Cancer deity was extremely weak, and now Gon could completely destroy it with his power. Karkanos shouted that Gon had no idea what it meant to get rid of deity. Didn't he know why the gods avoided battles and didn't try to destroy each other? Now he would be an enemy to all. Gong said not to worry. He'll send all his friends with him. And now his power of destruction was directed at the gods who supplied the resources. The gods stopped supplying resources to Karkanos and turned their backs on him. The resources of the sect of Cancer were exhausted. He screamed that they had been using him all along, and now they just turned their backs on him. God said not to think that this was the end just for him. Someone will take his place and become the new godhead of Cancer. And one day, Gon will end up just like him. Those were his last words. Everyone looked at Gong and couldn't believe that he had managed to defeat the deity. The other gods were stunned and trying to understand what had just happened. They were absolutely terrified. What they had feared so much had happened. Gon advised them to start praying. The crab was just the beginning, and they were all next. The gods began to moan softly. They returned to the divine abode. Moran, barely alive, said it was ridiculous. Now Gon has started destroying the gods. The hero grabbed his head. Then Rakwat surrenders and the gods don't even match Gon. Moran wondered how much longer he could go on without his god. They say even hatred breeds affection. He asked to say his last words. It was an incredible pleasure for him to stab Gong in the back. Those were indeed his last words. After that, the hero destroyed him. Those on Cancer's side were still in shock. Everyone realized they were no match for the hero, and they ran away. The victory was once again on Li Gong's side. Artemis thanked Gon. After all, it was thanks to him that she had been able to protect her possessions. She wanted to express her gratitude on behalf of the maiden, but the hero interrupted her and said he didn't want to hear it. When he was going through the memories of the Demon Tower 20 years ago, he saw something very strange. He saw Artemis having a very long conversation with Cancer and Libra. It was the day they climbed the tower to take out Red Eye, and he demanded an immediate explanation of what that conversation was about. 20 years ago during the raid on Demon Tower, there were too many disasters on every floor. It was as if their number was not decreasing in any way. It was unclear if they were that many or if they were being generated. Or maybe there was someone outside the tower who kept up their numbers. Hugo decided that the Dona area was complete and needed to move on, but Gon said to go back and make sure the remaining catastrophes hadn't survived. The others could rest in the meantime. The hero had a hunch that the remaining catastrophes would leave the tower. Hugo walked and wondered why he was always given such tasks. From around the corner, someone was aiming at him, but Kevin stopped him and wondered why he was aiming for Sagittarius. He demanded an explanation, and it wasn't because the sects were feuding with each other. He said it would be okay if the order changed a little, and it would be even better if the Virgin was dealt with first. He activated the Silence Barrier skill from Pisces and the Golden Rule Whip skill from Libra, and in his hands, he clutched the Libra Rosary. But Maiden was suddenly attacked and stopped by Moran and disabled him. And since they are in the tower, the weakened mental barrier of the Saint is easily broken by the Monarch. Fortunately, it was thanks to the Barrier of Silence that Hugo didn't notice anything. That was Libra Saint Giselle Lawrence. She said she's not good at this kind of attack. She stated that besides Gon and Sagittarius, Kevin was the one who should have been feared the most. She told Moran to get rid of him and she'd cover for him in the meantime. But he failed. The virgin goddess Artemis protected her saint. Libra saw her and said that goddess couldn't stand that her defenseless Kevin was trying to hurt her. Artemis appeared in spirit form, but the Demon Tower's influence weakened the goddess' power dramatically. Libra has stated that she wants to seize the opportunity and get rid of Gon. In the tower, any doom can be covered up as a battle with catastrophes. Astrea could not prevent acting with the support of the other gods, but she couldn't allow her sex violations to be tolerated either. In that case, Libra offered to personally go down and thwart them. She realized that the goddess would be weak in the tower. She could turn a blind eye to the fact that Artemis refused to participate in the case. Most of the gods had already decided to get rid of Gon in this raid anyway, and if she interfered with their plans, she could get in trouble. Libra didn't want to make enemies among the gods, and was willing to give Artemis a chance. Or she keeps silent about it forever in exchange for Kevin's life, or faces her and the other gods in the tower. Atreus was forced to accept these terms, as long as her saint remained alive. But Libra said it's always best to be safe. She had a key in her hand, and she put a mental ban on Kevin's mind. Then Artemis witnessed what happened there. Libra's ominous aura was frightening. Beyond any doubt, it was the power of the monarch. So she knew everything and kept quiet for years. She was truly sorry, but there was nothing she could do. The maiden alone could not deal with all the gods of catastrophe and the monarch. But she believed that when Li Gong was resurrected, she would be free. That's why she agreed. That explained everything. So the gray-haired man who approached Sebastian was Moran, or Libra, who used the transformation skill. But the problem is that Libra used the power of the monarch. But even with that little evidence, you can't say that Libra is in league with the monarch's powers. The cryptic key used by Cancer and Libra obtained after defeating Moran. Kevin was furious. The virgin deity knew everything, but she chose to keep quiet. But Gon had helped her in the battle for his domain, and now it was safe to assume they were even. Kevin gave Gong the emblem of the Maiden sect, thus giving him full authority over the sect. St. Mary's Kevin Azar made a motion to go under the command of Serpentine. Artemis was horrified. Was Kevin really going to leave the cult? In fact, he just wanted to return the favor. After all, even today their sect continues to be intact only because of Gong, and that's not even mentioning their past debts and the silence about what happened at Demon Tower. Kevin understood her, but he could never accept it. He didn't care how Artemis and Gon dealt with their debts. He repaid his debt as he saw fit. It was the first and the last time he knelt. In this way, he expressed his gratitude to Gong on behalf of the Deva sect for his help. And as of today, Virgo is handing over all power over her sect to serpents. He hereby stated that under the leadership of the serpent sect, both sects would strive to prosper. And he asked, please that Li Gong accept their offer. The hero said he would not refuse, and would gladly accept it without hesitation. Then he asked Artemis if she had any objections. Did they have any reason to object? Everything Kevin just said is true. Along with everyone else, she bowed to Gong. She trusted him to run the sect and counted on him like everyone else. The maiden had come under the power of the Serpent King, and all of the sect's resources now belonged to him. A great record has been made in the Serpentine Bible. His glory and divinity increased. The family he now had to take care of had multiplied, and now he had to work even harder. South Korea, Seoul. Gon sat on the roof of his second abode and pondered. Holding the emblem of the maiden sect in his hands, he thought that he could bring something to their sect. Yuha and Kali were standing below, calling for their uncle to come down to them. He remembered that the girls were really looking forward to a significant event. Meanwhile, Hugo was very angry. Gon said that he could go to his son when he was really worried, and then he closed the tower. Passage to the Demon Tower was forbidden until Song Jae finished his training. Then he thought that if he was a serpent saint, then why couldn't he enter? But he was only a temporary saint. There was no way he wanted to go back to being Li Gong's subordinate again. Hugo noticed that something was happening near Gong's domain. It was Yuha's baptism under the guidance of the Serpent King. He could not allow this and asked for his daughter, but he was grabbed by the Sagittarius deity. The deity demanded an answer. Earlier, it had offered Hugo something to eat and to pay the interest on his home improvement loan. During the baptism, Yuha found herself in the past and saw memories, but she couldn't understand who they belonged to. Gon defeated Red Eye for the first time. That's how the 13th saint came to be. Everyone cheered him. Then the girl came to her senses. Gon asked how it went and how Yuha was feeling now. The girl was immensely happy. Templar Young Yuha was baptized. Her baptismal name was Executioner Serpent. She was promoted to the next class. She wondered if she should tell her uncle what she'd seen, but she decided it was better not to. She didn't know what to do, so she decided to hold his hand for a while. Then came Sagittarius, who rushed as fast as he could to stop his daughter, but he was a little slow. Temporarily, the Serpent Saint activated the god's eye skill. When he realized he was late, he fell to the floor and started screaming that he couldn't stand by and keep quiet when his own daughter was taken away from him. Gong told him to stop playing around and make up his mind. Is he really going to continue to be a temporary saint? Hugo said he wasn't ready yet. Then his friend ordered him to come up and bow his head. He offered to clear the air with the breakup of the relationship so he wouldn't be pulled by any feelings. Notwithstanding all this, personally descended the Sagittarius god Apollo. It wasn't long before Gon told Callie to write a 500-page motivational letter. It was extremely hard to admit, but the girl really wanted to become his Templar. Overjoyed and happy that everything worked out, the girl started looking for Gon, and I saw him with Yuha just as the Sagittarius deity descended. Gon said Apollo was giving him a hard time, but in any case, he was glad to have the meeting. With the appearance of the deity, everything Kali had written turned to ash. The girl was furious. Gon said he had a serious conversation to have and asked Kali and Yuha to leave them alone. Yuha could barely contain the furious Kali and said that naturally they would leave. She hoped that everything would go well with Gon's father and deity. The deity was rampant, was calling on him in this way the only way. But Gon had too many questions and suggested we get right to the point. When he appointed Hugo as temporary saint, he noticed something strange. There was an interesting clause in the contract between God and the saint. When the gods said they would lend power to save mankind, they were actually holding the souls of the saints as collateral. Sacred deities have never been noble entities who act out of noble motives. Gon was, to put it mildly, shocked by such directness and didn't even know what to say in response. Faith in the sect. Experience gained after passing ranked battles. Seto contribution points, Templar donations, that and more. The offerings the Templars make to the holy gods. Their souls are the highest price a saint can pay. Gon asked exactly how they used souls. Wasn't that exactly what the god of cancer was doing? It appeared that the gods were summoning catastrophes. Usually, souls serve as fuel for the immortality of the sacred deity. Apollo did not care about the other uses of souls. But there were some who paid up front, and one of them Gon knew well. He knew it was Astria. She took the soul of the real Giselle Lawrence Saint Libra and took control of it. In that case, the Sagittarius god would one day take Hugo's soul. He said he had no need to take Hugo's soul. He'd already gotten his payment. He already possessed the souls of Hugo Otos's parents. Gon grabbed his head, then gathered and asked what the god of Sagittarius was going to do with these souls. He decided to save them to save the souls of those who died from the Shoah that occurred after his servant awakened as a saint. He had indeed recorded their souls as payment when the contract was made. But even the gods are not omnipotent and they have funny formalities. If the deity agrees to suffer some losses, the terms of contact can be disregarded. Gong didn't bind Hugo's soul to the contract either. He had no plans for those souls and continued to take them from Gon. He realized that Gon's power related to souls was much stronger than his own. The souls of Hugo's parents were given to the sacred serpent deity by Li Gonu. The hero thought it was too suspicious, and if Apollo had something to say, let him say it at once so that he wouldn't regret it later. God then demanded that his servant be returned. Can a Sagittarius saint have more faith in the serpentine than in himself? Deity didn't understand why Gong refused to remember how many times he had helped. In the beginning, when Gong had trouble obtaining relics, he had helped. Before raiding the tower, he warned him of the danger, and after that, Gon used his servant left and right. And even in the battle with Libra, Apollo granted him his mark, and even now shared the souls that were written into his contract. He did everything he could. Gon couldn't deny the facts. Of all the deities, he got along best with Apollo. Up until he got stuck in the tower and had to put his body on the line, Apollo was his biggest sponsor. And if the Sagittarius god had known it would turn out this way, he wouldn't have held back 20 years ago when the deities had put curses on Gon. But he held back, and only sweet curses like changes in appearance and erectile dysfunction. Gon demanded that the above be repeated immediately. Apollo agreed that he'd overreacted a bit, but hoped for their continued cooperation. The hero thought at that moment that his body was falling apart from using incredible power without the support of the deity. It was highly confidential information. Unlike the other gods whose curses could affect his life and characteristics, Apollo only diminished his attractiveness, changed his appearance, and imposed erectile dysfunction. He offered to share important information in return for his mercy. His younger sister had placed a 24-hour surveillance curse on Gon. She saw every move he made and every bit of his private life. Gon said that he didn't care, and if Apollo wanted to live, then have him sign a contract to join the Serpentine sect. How dare Hero treat him like that? He would still accept the alliance, but a member of a cult. It was unacceptable. He helped out of sincere motives. He found it difficult to go against the radical deities because of the superior pressure. And now, Gon wanted to take Sagittarius down for some weak curses. However, Apollo was outraged in the end, and he came under the power of the Serpentine, the 13th divine throne. Serpentine is the most important place among all 13 thrones, able to erase not only the gods, but the divine world itself. In terms of the rest of the thrones, such a one shouldn't even exist. Apollo said that's why most of the gods feared Gon. They were frightened of the power he possessed. It did include life and death skills and abilities, but no one could have imagined that the power would reach such proportions. The force was so powerful that Gon managed to straighten out Karkanos. The thrones of the Zodiac were the highest thrones transformed by countless gods. What would happen if one of those seats was empty? There will be a war for the throne. Besides, Gon has demonstrated the power to remove the god who occupies the throne. Countless beings will try to take his life and power. Not only gods, but also catastrophes from mystical civilizations and even monarchs. And when it comes to the desires of transcendental beings, there are no limits. And now that Sagittarius had joined Serpentor, Gon's safety was Apollo's responsibility. He warned Gon to be ready for anything. Hawaii, the Serpentine Sanctuary, the Serpent Palace. Gon pondered what the Sagittarius god had told him. Either way, he was right. And considering those who were against the hero, he should have prepared carefully, and he decided to start by upgrading the Demni. He started looking for materials for the upgrade. Baron Helm's helmet contained the power of a monarch capable of neutralizing the power of a god. Supplements were necessary to maintain this ability to control God's power. The coal of the sun is a fragment given to Apollo by the deity of Sagittarius. Gon decided to test the power of fire. The frame material for Narishima's fang was also quite sturdy. At Gon's order, his avatars brought the body of the god of Cancer. The hero thanked them for their work. They arrived just in time. But Karkanos' body was corrupted by the energy of the abyss. There was poor compatibility with the rest of the materials and needed purification. Combating such contaminants was within Aquarius's purview. To keep the monarch and the crab half a force would not do. What was needed was the divine skill of Aquarius goddess's tear. It was capable of not only liquefying but also cleansing impurities, cure all diseases, and heal all wounds. And it could only be obtained through the divine power of Aquarius. Gon needed to find it, so he decided to entrust it to Hugo. But he once again traveled to the Demon Tower to help his son. He went through endless hell to get Gon's permission, only to find that there's no one inside the tower. Hugo and Reliquin wandered around and tried to find Sunjae. Hugo felt faint traces of Serpentor's power. He was sure his son had fought there, but what happened in the end? Reliquin tried to use the detection skill. Sagittarius was really counting on her. Lily Queen's serpentine avatar tried to find Sunjay. The monarchs felt that they were being spied on with the detection skill. They were trying to find their Templar. They decided to spare them the search and invite them in person. Reliquin discovered that Sunjay was being held in the Black Class area, but how he ended up there was unclear. Generals directly in the service of the monarch appeared in front of them. They went straight to the point and said they were holding 2 people hostage, and if they wanted to save them, they needed to stop communicating through the serpentine portal first. Kali and Yuha saw Seong-jae trapped through the portal. How come he was undergoing special training in the tower and ended up being captured by the catastrophes? But next to him was a bound girl who seemed all too familiar. It was Aquarius Saint Sophie Mard. But how did she get there? Sunjay was sure that he had fought in the tower with the generals in Demon Tower, just like Gong had said. But how then did he find himself surrounded in this unfamiliar place? He tried to remember. At first, everything had gone as it should, and the generals had even been surprised at his strength. Then he remembered Gon's right-hand skill and decided to pin his opponents with that punch. And then everyone suddenly disappeared and he was left standing alone. A space general appeared behind him and asked what Sunjay was doing there. He turned to the Edge General and the Ironclad General. Did they have a problem with one single young man? Sunjay didn't realize who it was that everyone froze at the sight of him. The general said the guy had the strength of a serpentor. That's why he wasn't so weak. The guy had the same power the monarch mentioned. He was still inexperienced, but with his talent and dedication and such serpentine power, he would develop quite quickly. That was why Sunjay posed a special danger to them. And so, before he could grow up, he had to be dealt with. But then the unexpected started to happen. Baron Helm showed up. Everyone was surprised that he was alive. Perhaps he came back to life when the Demon Tower was rebuilt. He said it didn't matter. Now he had to think about how to squeeze the profit out of the boy. Maybe we should have used him as bait for the Serpentine. If this plan works and we can lure Serpentor out, that would be a good thing. There was also another important hostage. How about we use 2 of them as bait? But first, they decided to all return to their base together. Sunjay guessed that it was Yang Wei's trick that had gotten him this far after his return to life. The guy was outraged that Wei decided to pull a stunt like that without consulting Gong. He couldn't let the guy die, and so he decided to act. The generals didn't understand why the Baron was being so nice to the hostages. It had never happened before. Sophie Mard seemed more reasonable and so decided to start with her. Barely audible, he asked the girl to calm down and explained who he really was. Sophie was even more frightened and decided that today would be her last day. The thought made her scream even harder. She begged Hugo for help and screamed as hard as she could, and it worked. Burning a huge hole with his power, Sagittarius found himself in the very same place trying to find his son. Then he noticed that Sophie Mard was there too. She was happy to see Hugo in front of her and threw her arms around his neck. He didn't understand why Aquarius was acting this way and asked to be let go. She cried out that she was sure Hugo would come to her rescue. In the end, fate brought them together again. Hugo noticed Yang Wei in his armor and asked him to do something about Aquarius. Maybe she was crazy from stress and that's why she was acting so strangely. But it turned out she had liked Sagittarius for a very long time, and now the whole world was watching through the portal.